The single-legged elder laughed bitterly, saying, "I am merely a servant. Do you all believe I am able to know any more?" He spoke in self-mockery. Even though in the eyes of others, his status wasn't low, he was still only a servant, not an inheritance of direct descent in the restricted region. However, he still spoke a few things, his lips opening and closing, only speaking to the supreme beings. However, Hao also heard these things because he was also in the tattered palace hall. Perhaps this will be a quiet dusk. Darkness is about to descend. No one able to free themselves. The elders' expressions were grave, saying this incomparably seriously. These words gave others a great pressure. Even the supreme being's eyes swirled with radiance, as if there were great stars swirling about. It was hard for them to calm down. The blood-soaked dusk is not far. This is a corner of the future my lord has seen. Everyone, please take care of yourselves, do your best. The single-legged elder said with a sigh. It was because according to the scene he saw, from the things that Master said with sighs, even the restricted areas might be affected, no one able to remain uninvolved. How could it be like this? Can we have a more concrete chat? Jean Taijun was shaken, her old eyes flickering with radiance, the primal chaos surrounding her body especially thick. The heavenly sun will be soaked in blood. After falling in the west, it might never rise again, the elder said. This was the extent of what he knew, some words his master in the restricted region said after some derivations. What did this foretell? The few supreme beings in the tattered palace all became silent. Scenes of mountains of corpses and seas of blood appeared. They were making speculations, deriving possible results. This was their understanding. There was no way the heavenly sun would truly disappear, but rather that darkness would descend eternally. No one said anything for a long time. They were all thinking, silently pondering. Several light sighs sounded, the sound disappearing into the wind. Trying to deduce what would happen in the future was too difficult. There were many barriers that couldn't be moved, things even more difficult to understand than before, meaning that more and more things were involved. The karma was becoming greater and greater. Then, the unmatched experts joined hands, studying that wooden chest together, hoping for a way to open it. However, they were disappointed, still unable to do anything to it. You all should come and take a look too. The wooden chest was sent out, landing in the hands of some well-known individuals. They researched it together, passed from hand to hand. At the same time, outside Imperial Pass walls, several figures stood there coldly, looking like matchless demonic sovereigns. Apart from this, there were a few more figures at the limits of the horizon, all of them standing there like indomitable great demon kings. Their auras were terrifying, none of them uttering a word. These were foreign supreme beings. They chased after Meng Tianjing up to here, but they were defeated, unable to make him stay behind. What a pity, only a single Meng Tianjing left the pass. Someone said regretfully. It was because they originally separately hid in a few crucial roads, preparing to ambush the other supreme beings from Imperial Pass. However, their hopes all went up in smoke. If they knew things were going to be like this, if they gathered their forces, they believed that Meng Tianjing definitely wouldn't have been able to return alive. This time, the foreign side prepared to take down several great supreme beings from Imperial Pass, but unfortunately, only a single Meng Tianjing left the pass. Meanwhile, the most surprising was that the 5 great supreme beings who were in charge of killing Meng Tianjing actually failed, instead losing 2 great experts. This made the supreme beings all feel great rage. From a certain perspective, this also proves that they lack courage, doing this out of fear. One of them said, noticing this point from a different perspective. Either way, this city will be broken through soon. There is no rush in waiting a bit. A supreme being nodded. Perhaps it isn't that they lack bravery, but rather Meng Tianjing had confidence, foreseeing that we would scatter our forces. Another said, let's go. This place has already become a dead city. There is no need to waste words, absolutely meaningless. There'll definitely be troops headed here soon. We'll just charge right through. This was what a supreme being said. Shua. Almost at the same time, regardless of whether it was in front of the giant city or on the horizon, those terrifying figures all disappeared together, vanishing without a trace. Inside Imperial Pass, before Ancestral Altar, the well-known figures of various clans all shook their heads, all those who examined the wooden chest feeling helpless, at their wits' end, unable to open it or figure out any profound mysteries. Gradually, discussions sounded, this place becoming a bit noisy. They all knew that it was a supreme treasure, but if there was no way to obtain its profound mysteries, then what was the use? Can it really create an immortal king? Jean Taijun asked the single-footed elder in the palace hall. She was the one who acted on the most initiative out of all the supreme beings. My master previously said that it contains tremendous secrets. Perhaps it can create an immortal king. The elder replied. It was clear that the so-called tremendous secrets wasn't only being able to create immortal kings. This result might only be one of the expected results. In the end, everyone was in despair, no one able to see through this chest. The rotten wooden chest was returned into the palace, placed before the supreme beings. An unmatched expert spoke, inquiring from the single-legged elder if the restricted region knew how to open this chest. My lord has never obtained it before, only hearing of it during immortal ancient times. He had previously searched for it, but never succeeded. The elder said. The restricted region's lord also only heard of some bits and pieces, discovering clues long ago, never seeing it before. He didn't actually know how to open it. In reality, the unmatched existences in the restricted region had long foresaw that it wouldn't be that easy to open up the wooden chest, because this had been mentioned before in those clues. Great karma, this is something even the lord of the restricted region fears. Why is this? Are you unable to explain more clearly just what will be provoked? Jean Taijun wasn't satisfied. I do not know. This time, the elder's reply was extremely simple, not willing, and not daring to speak anymore. Even his master had previously been this serious, what right did he have to speak randomly? All right, the wooden chest will be left here for now. You may leave. Jean Taijun said to Shi Hao, her tone plain, not ordering or informing him. Shi Hao definitely didn't feel happy, not hoping for this chest to help Jean Taijun or Immortal Wang. When he was in trouble, these two never left the pass, yet now they were quite energetic. Moreover, he was destined to stand against these two families. These two clans truly left him disgusted. However, before the greater situation, he couldn't really say much either, still wishing for those of Imperial Pass to be able to unravel this chest's secrets. He directly got up to leave. Shi Hao wasn't all that worried if these two would have great benefits. He believed that this chest definitely wasn't that easy to decipher, so if there was nothing in the end, it would be returned to him. Which clan betrayed us? When Shi Hao got up, he still carried doubt. Even now, there was no conclusive evidence. He didn't know if Great Elder noticed anything, if the unmatched individuals understood this. When he returned this time, he actually didn't hear any news of wishing to find traitors. Shi Hao began to wonder if it was going to blow over just like this, or was this to say, Great Elder and the others were moving in the shadows, waiting for a chance to wipe out that clan? Perhaps it involved just too much, touching upon too many, that things were extremely terrifying. It was because if it was a long-life family, then it might involve a living supreme being. In the end, Shi Hao gave Jean Taijun and Immortal Wang a look, and then left. Those two clans were like fire and water with him, normally always bearing hostility against him. If it really was them, then this guess was just too easy to make. Could it be that there were other clans? Wait for us to study it a bit more. Come back for this chest in 2 days. A supreme being transmitted sound. In reality, they still wished to learn more about Shi Hao's experiences in detail. However, because they cared too much about this rotten wooden chest, wanting to open it as soon as possible, they only focused on the things related to it, wishing to enter seclusion as fast as possible, preparing to open it together. The other matters were all pushed back. While leaving this place, Shi Hao became the focal point of attention. A group of people flocked over, surrounding him within. Those old fellas were all enthusiastic to the point of making Shi Hao's scalp numb, skin produce goosebumps. Little friend, do you have a Dao companion? I have a granddaughter, a world-toppling beauty, lively and intelligent. I think you two are a good match. A bald elder grabbed Sure Hao's arm. Little friend, don't listen to that nonsense. His granddaughter is almost 30,000 years old. Not even the same generation as you. An elder unmasked. Sure Hao was stupefied as he listened. Even an old woman could be considered a world-toppling beauty. Married off to him? Just the thought alone made him shiver inwardly. Stop speaking nonsense. That granddaughter of mine has the countenance of a flower. Face like the moon. Appearance not old at all. At the peak of elegance. No trace of time left on her. You all are merely jealous. The bald elder shouted. Thank you, senior, for your good intentions. Sure Hao rejected while wiping at his sweat. My clan has a pearl, 28 years of age. A so-called unmatched beauty in her generation, of similar age to you. Perfect for you two to talk to each other. Another elder tried to rope him in. When Sure Hao slaughtered his way back this time, his name shook Imperial Pass. He brought back a supreme treasure. He himself completely unaffected, triggering a huge commotion. All clans trying to find ways of roping him in. This was especially the case when they knew he reached the self-severing realm mid-stage at just the age of 25 or 6, shattering this great era's record, making them even more enthusiastic. It was because if nothing unexpected happened, he would become a future leader. Sure, brat, you are actually playing around here, still not going back? Your family's doll is already about to get mad. In the distance, there was a young lady who hollered out like this. This not only gave Sure Hao a fright, it even left the elder stupefied. His family's doll? Who is going to be the mother of his child? An elder subconsciously asked, not immediately snapping out of his daze. The lunar jade rabbit puffed her cheeks, saying, Heaven-mending Dao's Yuchan. Pooh! In the distance, Fairy Yuchan, who was currently minding her own business, almost spat out a mouthful of blood when she heard this. This really was an undeserved catastrophe. Of course, Qing Yi was also embarrassed, because she and Yuchan were one person, two bodies. Ah, I was wrong. It might be sky-severing Dao's witch. The lunar jade rabbit invented crazy nonsense, going impromptu mode. Chao Yuxing and the others also helped Sure Hao get out of this predicament. Otherwise, this group of elders wouldn't let him go. Great Su Tuo, Ten Crown King, Taoist Qi Gu, Lan Xian, Shi Yi and the others all revealed strange expressions, watching in amusement from the distance. Oh, let me tell you all a secret. Actually, it's Wang family's fairy Wang Shi. When the lunar jade rabbit saw Sure Hao break away, she said like this. Pooh! This time it was Sure Hao's turn to spit out his drink. As for Wang Shi, she almost coughed out a mouthful of blood, but she swallowed it back down. This place immediately became noisy, signs of great trouble arising. We're going. Sure Hao was the first to get out of here. A group of youngsters followed behind him, rushing into the distance, nowhere to be seen. It really is nice to be young. This old one remembers he used to be surrounded by elegant youth, accompanied by beauties from all sides. You old shameless thing, you really have the nerve to say these things? Oh, right. Heaven-mending Dao's holy lady, sky-severing Dao's witch, and Wang family's girl. Who is the one pregnant? You are the old shameless thing. The one before retorted. Yuchan, Witch, and Wang Shi in particular were driven mad. Did this group of old fellas wish for the whole world to be in chaos? They glared out angrily, but they all left afterwards. Don't speak randomly, or else Wang family or Jin family might get upset with you all. Perhaps there might even be some jumping out from heaven-mending Dao's side. An elder said, if they are going to jump out, then so be it. I am only discussing what I heard. Could it be that not even this is allowed? It was clear that the atmosphere in Imperial Pass was overly oppressed, everyone knowing that a great battle might happen soon, that right now they were just purposely joking around. Of course, the ones who had the misfortune of being targeted carried the most resentment, because there really were busybodies stirring things up, creating things in the background. Where are you headed? Along the way, the lunar jade rabbit asked Sure Hao. There was but a large group of youngsters following them, all of them wishing to invite Sure Hao for a drink, to properly discuss his experiences outside the pass. I wish to use my accomplishments to absolve Stone Clan of sin. Allow them to live like normal people. Xianxia said. He believed that the accomplishments this time should be enough to free them of their sin, because just the number of self-release realm cultivators he killed alone was terrifying. This was a spacious land. There was a giant martial arena here. Normally, there would often be people competing here, tempering themselves. Meanwhile, not far out, in a special palace within Imperial Pass, this was a place where one could receive rewards for outstanding military service. Huang. In the distance, some people saw him. They stood at the edge of the martial arena, eyes cold. Just wandered outside a bit, killed some younger generation, yet you were already impatient to report your accomplishments? You really have no composure. Too impetuous. Someone said coldly. He is in such a rush to prove himself, believing that just because he has a bit of accomplishments, he can already show off in Imperial Pass, another person said coldly. Those people were all in their most robust years, blood energy flourishing, but they were actually all self-release realm great cultivators. What are you all being so noisy for? Xianxia gave them a look, speaking without a trace of politeness. What are you saying? You are already in such a hurry just because you killed a few people you wish to brag about your achievements this time? The young should be humble. Your accomplishments will always be yours. Why be so impatient to prove yourself? Someone said coldly. Cease your sarcastic talk. My accomplishments are enough to blind your dog eyes. If you are from Jin family, then crawl back there. If you are from Wang family, then drag yourselves back. Don't try to stir up trouble here. Xianxia berated. Youngster, what are you talking about? I really want to see just what kind of accomplishments you made, to dare boast so shamelessly. Someone shouted, bringing over a group of people from the martial arena. A large group of creatures came over and surrounded him. They are creatures of all different clans, their cultivation levels from the heavenly deity realm to self-release realm, of all different cultivation levels. It was because Huang came back. This triggered a huge commotion, news naturally spreading to this place as well. When they saw that there was a dispute between himself and others, how could this not draw attention? Of course, there was another group of people who were clearly standing together, looking a bit like they were facing a common enemy, vaguely opposing Xianxia. The ones who opposed Xianxia directly, berating him, stood at the center. They laughed coldly in his direction. Who are these people? So annoying, the lunar jade rabbit said. A group of youngsters all followed over. When they saw the large black expanse on the other side, they all frowned. Did those people wish to oppose them? Conflict might arise. Normally, the ones who lingered about the martial arena were all warlike and aggressive. Few really chose this place for cultivating and seclusion, which was why many of these liked to pick fights. It was because if one really wanted to cultivate and enter seclusion, they would all choose quiet places. Every clan had optimal cultivation pure lands. That was why the creatures here were all easily triggered, loved to fight, the ones who most easily stirred up conflict. The ones who came to watch the drama are from all different clans. As for the ones who have gathered, bearing hostility and sneering, they are mostly followers of Jin family, Wang family and others, perhaps precisely people from those great clans. There were people who recognized their identities, reminding Xianxia, Lunar Jade Rabbit and others. Hey, what is the point of hesitating any longer? Just reveal your merit tile. Show us your outstanding service. We are watching, let's see just how many there are, for you to be this arrogant. Someone on the other side sneered. The so-called merit tile was a type of bone tile that could record the number of enemies Imperial Pass cultivators killed. Xianxia clearly remembered that the first time he entered the battlefield, an old cultivator in the Great Desert gave him one. At the time, he didn't know about this. Only after he began his slaughter did he become aware. Too superficial, you just killed a few enemies, yet you already believe yourself infallible, really believing that you made some huge contributions. Coming in such a rush to report your accomplishments. This will only make yourself look laughable. Another person mocked. Xianxia looked at the other side coldly. When he learned that these were people who opposed Huang, affiliated with Jin and Wang, his eyes became extremely cold, putting away his calmness. These so-called followers, as well as the clan's direct line of descent, really didn't know when to stop. Did they really want to continue clashing with him like this? However, this group of creatures really were quite strong, with self-severing realm cultivators, even more so self-release realm great cultivators. They all looked at Xianxia coldly. Of course, the great cultivators were still relatively aloof, right now not at the very front. They held a cold smile at the corners of their lips, calmly watching the course of events. However, there were enough indicators to express that the ones who were provoking him were definitely incited by great cultivators, trying to make Huang look bad. This was what the ones who harbored bad intentions hoped for, even more so what some creatures really needed. If there was a reasonable excuse, being able to lower Xiao's heroicness, make him suffer a great defeat, those great powers would feel quite good. You all are going too far, Chang Gongyan shouted. Crawl back to Jin family and Wang family. Come back with your masters. The heavenly horned ant had an explosive temper. Even though its body was extremely small, its voice was deafening. The group of people immediately became cold, looking in his direction. What? You want to take action against me? The heavenly horned ant didn't cower, staring right at them. Xianxia stopped him, saying, I have my achievements. They are just spitting about. Just let them do what they want. Facts speak louder than words. Xianxia walked towards the palace not far away. His bone tile could be examined there, proving the authenticity and worth of his achievements. When they heard these words, the people on the other side were all shaken. Some of them immediately realized that Huang likely truly had quite the gains. Just a young cultivator, how many cultivators could he kill? When we killed self-release realm great cultivators, we weren't even in this much of a hurry, but rather came back after we had 2 heads. The young truly are impatient. A great cultivator spoke. His name was Luo Han, looking like he was middle-aged. His long hair scattered down, carrying a faint smile there. In their eyes, even if Xianxia had heaven-warping talents, his cultivation realm was still low. Accomplishments wouldn't be too world-shocking. Of course, his words were also a type of probing, trying to test Xiao's reaction, trying to learn how his accomplishments were from this. You are you, I am me. You can act hypocritical all you want. I will be sincere to myself. Xianxia replied coldly. Luo Han revealed a trace of anger. Normally, self-release realm cultivators were high up above. How many of the younger generation dared speak out like this? In my eyes, it looks like someone's tail has pointed towards the sky, even daring to contradict great cultivators. Do you feel like the merit you established is now enough to clash with your seniors? Another middle-aged cultivator laughed coldly. He wore a purple-gold crown on his head, body wearing chain mail, appearing extremely bold and powerful. This was also a great cultivator named Qi Lin, a follower of Jin family. However, he himself was quite strong, long entering the self-release realm. It was clear that those people felt more and more like there was no way sure how established exceptional merit. After all, he was still so young. Of course, this was if they put the rotten wooden chest aside. Otherwise, there was no way of assessing this. His contribution was just too heaven-defying. The youngsters now are too fickle and scatterbrained, without the slightest bit of steadiness. After obtaining some achievements, their tails immediately reach straight into the heavens. Luo Han nodded. The 2 great cultivators spoke one after another, targeting Xianxia, making their people feel more and more confident. Don't you all feel like you're crossing the line? Qing Yi spoke. Even she couldn't continue watching this. Normally, her temper was definitely not bad. Do you want to bully us? If worst comes to worst, then we'll just fight. The aggressive, heavenly horned ant shouted. Motherfuckers, if you have the guts, get on the Supreme Being stage, suppress your cultivations and fight at the same cultivation level. I'll beat 8 of you all alone. Chao Yuxing hollered. Even though this fatty was indignant, he still didn't want to be suppressed by a great cultivator. That was why he shouted to fight at the same level. Luo Han and Qi Lin both sneered, shaking their heads, becoming more and more confident that there was no way sure how established great merit on the battlefield. Truly childish. Do you all think that the enemy will lower their cultivation levels when you all head to the battlefield? Fight you all at the same level? You all are too naive. They mocked. Do you all feel like you're great just because you are great cultivators? Xianxia said coldly. These people provoked him again and again. He felt like he had to knock them down a notch. Right at this time, a few people walked over from the distance, all of them familiar people in the lead Jin Kuan and Jin Yi. They were also self-release realm great cultivators, all from Jin family's direct line of descent. Apart from this, they were accompanied by some others, among them no lack of those from Wang family. Take action. Teach him a lesson. It is fine even if he is seriously injured. From what we heard, outside Meng Tianjing's place of seclusion, the soul lamp is about to go out. He most likely can't hold on anymore. Before these people got close, they already secretly transmitted sound, informing Luo Han, Qi Lin, and the others that this was the time to take action. Teach Huang a lesson in an honorable and justified manner. Moreover, they brought news of Meng Tianjing about to die. This immediately made the confidence of the people here surge. Otherwise, they didn't dare act rashly out of fear for the consequences. Jin Kuan, Jin Yi, and the others came here precisely because they couldn't accept this result, always looking for a chance to deal with Shi Hao. Moreover, they felt like Shi Hao really might have established quite the merit, that it might cause cries of admiration from all sides. If it was before he reported his accomplishments, because he took the initiative to provoke great cultivators, and then was properly dealt with, then that would undoubtedly deal a great blow to his brilliance. This was the same as cutting down Shi Hao's brilliance, purposely opposing him. Jin family's people never gave up on this, always wishing to suppress him for a period of time. This was especially the case when, not long ago, Jin Zhan suffered a great defeat, making them feel incredibly downcast. They really wanted to directly take action, suppress Shi Hao. Youngster, since you are quite arrogant, looking down on great cultivators, then how about I give you some pointers? Luo Han and the others, after being incited, prepared to take action. Is it being the dogs of long-life families that makes you all feel that prideful? It was clear that Shi Hao really was angered. Ever since he returned, these people stopped him again and again, targeting him, opposing him. Was defeating Jin Zhan not enough? These words really weren't polite. Those people's faces immediately fell ashen. Qi Lin was incredibly cold, saying with a chilly voice, "We have even taken the heads of self-release realm cultivators. Yet we never came to report achievements in such a high-profile manner. Today, I'll test out this junior a bit." He didn't say anything else because even he felt like he was bullying the weak as the strong a bit. He said he was testing him out, but this was clearly to deal with Shi Hao. You, and you, all of you can just drag yourselves over. Shi Hao's face was expressionless, pointing at Luo Han, Qi Lin, Jin Kuan, Jin Yi, and others. Youngster, a single person testing you is already enough. You don't have the qualifications to choose your teacher. Qi Lin said coldly. Shi Hao said indifferently, "Since it is a test, then I alone can properly size up all of you. I actually want to see if you all great cultivators really have the qualifications to be respected by others, or if your reputations don't reflect reality, only having appearances. I suspect that your so-called enemies killed, merit obtained, are all watered down, not obtained by you all alone." In that instant, the atmosphere became tense to the extreme. No one would have expected Shi Hao to be daring enough to directly oppose the great cultivators, moreover, challenging several great cultivators together. The effects of this were too great, leaving the creatures here all stupefied. A single mishap and there would be a huge problem. If Jin Kuan, Jin Yi, Luo Han, and the others become angry, they might purposely strike out heavily. What if there was danger to his life? Sure, brat, you're mad. Even though these bastards are hateful, you don't need to let your emotions affect your decisions like this. The lunar jade rabbit hurriedly tried to stop him. That's what I'm saying. Don't be anxious. There is no need to bicker with them. We'll just ask Great Elder Meng Tianjing to deal with them when we go back. Chao Yuxing hurriedly advised. Qing Yi even more so walked up, grabbing the corners of his clothes, shaking her head, indicating for him to endure it, that he couldn't truly clash with them, or else he would suffer. As for Great Su Tuo Lan Xian, and the others, they all inwardly spoke out, having sure how endure. They were all of the younger generation. In the past, they might have competed with each other, but right now they were all rational. Even Tugu Yulong, Five Spirits War Chariot owner Qi Hong, and others expressed for sure how not to act rashly. Only a single little heavenly horned ant was still unsatisfied, shouting noisily, supporting Sure Hao, saying that he was going to invite some people to beat the shit out of these so-called great cultivators. The little ant's words were too crude, making Jean Kuan, Jean E, and others' expressions callous, all of them revealing cold intent. You all are so oppressive. Are you not scared that Great Elder Meng Tunjing will get angry? 10 Crown King said. The rage of a supreme being would result in endless corpses, rivers of blood, the effects too great. Heh, youngster, you are overthinking things. And we forgot to tell you something. We just received news that in Meng Tianjing's place of seclusion, the soul lamp hanging outside is about to go out. Jean Yi said in a passing manner, not showing any respect when mentioning Great Elder. What? The group of people were all stunned. Great Elder was going to die? This was too sudden. It could be said that it came like a great storm. This affected too much, the news earth-shattering. It would definitely leave all of Imperial Pass shaken. Was this real? Everyone didn't dare believe this. When Sure Hao heard this, he felt a sharp pain inside, feeling extremely worried. However, soon afterwards, he calmed down, recalling the words Great Elder told him before they parted. He quickly collected himself, because he believed Great Elder wouldn't be sick. Right now, the biggest possibility was precisely as Great Elder said, that he was going to attack at the limit, try to carry out some type of transformation. Perhaps right now, his life fluctuations became dim, but Sure Hao firmly believed that Great Elder wouldn't be in trouble. This was most likely also a chance. Great Elder was trying to break into a wonderful realm, coldly observing the outside world at the same time. This was a tacit understanding Sure Hao had with Great Elder. He believed that Great Elder wouldn't be in trouble. Youngster, you really don't know the height and depth of heaven and earth, provoking people you shouldn't have. It is truly pitiful. Luohan shook his head, walking forward step by step. Right now, many people found it hard to calm down, great waves stirring within them. However, the Golden Lion who was Sure Hao's mount remained extremely calm, eyes revealing a strange expression. No one understood Sure Hao's strength better than it. It personally watched as he killed more than just 1 or 2 great cultivators. Right now, when it heard Luo Han's words, its expression was strange, carrying the look of watching a play, calmly observing like a bystander. Huang, your talents aren't bad. If you work hard enough, you'll be comparable to us soon. However, you are just too impatient, need to be more humble. Wu, let me give you some pointers. Jean Kuan said. His face wasn't red, extremely calm. He clearly wanted to subdue Sure Hao, yet he spoke in such a shameless manner. However, in the Golden Lion's eyes, it seemed even more absurd. He wanted to give Huang pointers? It reckoned that even if he wasn't directly slapped to death by Huang, he would still be beaten into 8 parts. Ha. Heh. Qi Lin walked over from another direction, practically surrounding Sure Hao. He didn't say anything, only laughing a few times, carrying disdain. He didn't want to say too much. Come. Didn't you want to give us a test? This old one is coming. Let's have a proper examination. Let's see your skills. Feel free to come at me. Genie said. He was an elder compared to the other 3, his age was considerably greater. All right, your words, to let me strike you as I please. Sure Hao urged on the Golden Lion, charging forward, and then directly took action. Hong. He struck towards Genie. Since the other party asked him to, then there was nothing else for him to say, he would just satisfy him. And Genie felt like something wasn't quite right. Why was the other side this fast? He raised a hand, carrying out a defense. However, Sure Hao's palm and fingers shone, moving past the hand. With a honglong noise, he smacked over. Pa! It was too loud and clear, covering his entire face. Ah! Genie screamed out, face blossoming, blood everywhere, entire body staggering backwards. Everyone became petrified. Genie was struck as soon as they met, moreover on his face. This was just too miserable, right? Even the Golden Lion was shocked. Of course, it was different from others, feeling like the slap was too light, actually not killing him or sending him flying. This didn't seem like something Huang would do. Why were you this careless? Jin Kuan said with a low voice. They were both from the Jin family, making even him feel embarrassed. This is likely the legendary secret method Immortal thread winding hand. Speed extremely fast. Method full of profound mysteries. Extremely difficult to avoid. Qilin suspected, explaining like this. No one believed that Hao's strength was powerful, that he was actually as strong as a self-release realm great cultivator. Of course, this couldn't be blamed on them, because it was too hard to imagine a 20-something-year-old youngster being able to catch up to self-release realm great cultivators. One had to understand that the higher one's cultivation realm became, the harder it was to cross great cultivation realms to fight. It was too difficult. Cultivators were always advancing uphill. In the end, the ones who could reach the top were all exceptional individuals, all geniuses. When they were all this type of people, how could they cross realms to fight? This wasn't realistic. Hao revealed a faint smile and said, I hit one. So is the test just going to be like this? Again. Jin Yi was furious. He really was angered badly. What face was there left? Even if Hao was skinned alive, he might be mocked by others for a long time after hearing that he was smacked in the face by someone of the younger generation. Are you still going to let me hit you? Hao asked. Junior, if you have any methods, feel free to show me all of them. Jin Yi was angered, however this time he went all out, being extremely cautious. He didn't dare act carelessly again. Moreover, around his body, battle energy overflowed, divine light surging. He already added defenses, wishing to make sure Hao pay for his actions. At the same time, Luo Han, Qilin, and Jin Kuan also walked up, pressing their way forward. Their faces carried cold intent, releasing their greater cultivation's pressure. Be careful. Hao, don't try to be brave. Some people were still advising. You are so obstinate. Why aren't you listening to our advice? The Lunar Jade Rabbit and the other youngsters were discontent, incredibly worried, fearing that something unexpected would happen to Hao. They were so frustrated that they began to stamp their feet. Only the Golden Lion alone cursed silently. Huang really was a no-good, this was its opinion. Too dishonest, no good. Aren't you just bullying others? The Golden Lion grumbled inwardly. At the same time, it became more and more careful, because it discovered that Hao really wasn't that kind and sincere. He was clearly stronger than the other side, yet he was still drawing them in step by step, taking the initiative to come under attack. When it thought of how it ended up, it really sympathized. You all also want to be beaten by me? Hao looked towards Luo Han, Qilin, and Jin Kuan, the three of them. Cease your arrogance, brat, if you can hit all of us. Then that really is a miracle. As if the sun will rise from the west. Luo Han roared with laughter. Qilin even more so gave him a cold look, saying, You dare act unbridled even before my eyes? You are quite lacking in intelligence. After learning Meng Tianzheng is about to die, you even dare bicker with my Jin family. This really isn't wise, Jin Kuan said. Moreover, he said with a cold laugh, Come and accept your punishment. All of you want to be beaten one after the other. In that case, I will satisfy your wishes, Hao said. Qi. Immediately afterwards, he turned into a faint streak of golden light, activating the Kuan Peng Divine Speed and Lightning Emperor's secret method, bringing his speed to an extreme. Moreover, he displayed the solitary Buddha 8 forms, separately striking these people. At this moment, heaven and earth trembled. Then, soon afterwards, everything stopped. All of them were greatly shaken. Then, they became like wooden sculptures. It was because in that instant, Jin Yi was slapped in the face by Hao again. Blood everywhere, his face bursting open. This time, he didn't stagger backwards, but directly flew out, vomiting blood repeatedly. His face bones even struck until they warped, almost dying. On the other side, Jin Kuan was also extremely miserable. His nose trampled on by Hao, the bridge of his nose breaking, face caving in, blood spraying out of his mouth and nose, gushing out from all 7 apertures of the head. He was in as miserable a state as he could be, entire body trampled into the ground. As for Luo Han, a palm smashed viciously into his face, the sound sharp and clear, immediately making all of his teeth fly out, blood splattering everywhere. At the same time, his frontal bone even cracked, the palm almost smacking his skull to pieces. As for Qi Lin, previously he was still sneering, confident in his status. However, when he saw this scene, his fine hairs stood on end, quickly running. In the end, he still couldn't escape the attack. Shuhao's hand smacked down, directly breaking his vertebra, sending him flying, collapsing into a pool of blood. All of this happened too fast, in an instant. In the end, these people still somewhat underestimated Shuhao, thinking that there was no way a younger generation could create that much of a disturbance. In reality, Shuhao was not only stronger than them, speed greater, he even went all out. Thus, in that instant, the four who were asking for a beating all suffered a disaster. Their ends too miserable. Jin Yi's face blossomed with blood once more. It really was miserable, blood flowing everywhere. The bridge of Jin Kuen's nose was snapped, bleeding from all 7 apertures. Luo Han's teeth flew everywhere, mixed with blood. Qi Lin's vertebra was broken, he himself falling onto the ground. The 4 great experts were more miserable than anyone, all of them in sorry states, so depressed they wanted to die, already going mad. This result, forget about them being unable to bear this. Even the surrounding creatures were stupefied, in disbelief. These were for self-release realm great cultivators, but they were mowed down by Huang just like this. This was too strange, everyone feeling like this was absurd. Those were great cultivators who had been well known for many years, having great reputations in Imperial Pass, but in the end, they weren't a match for a 20-something-year-old brat. Many people were petrified, all of them finding this preposterous, really hard to understand. Why was it that the 4 great experts asking for a beating really came true? How miserable! Look, Jin Yi was originally dignified, but now, his white hair is like a mop. That small face, no, it should be said that old face is blooming like a flower. The one who spoke these types of sarcastic words was naturally Chao Yuxing. He was the first one to snap back to reality, mock them. These flower seems a bit listless, not all that brilliant. The lunar jade rabbit went along with what he said. He's already so old. Do you really think you can squeeze any water out of him? The blooming of this type of flower is called a blood-colored romance. Chao Yuxing roared with laughter. The group of people all revealed strange expressions, including those who originally felt hostility towards them. As for Qing Yi, Great Sutua, Tugu Yulong, and the large group of youngster, they long couldn't hold back, roaring with laughter. The 4 great experts were furious. Things were just too miserable, doomed to be unforgettable. This could be considered an instance of tremendous shame, actually being beaten by a younger generation to this extent. Courting death, Luo Han roared. He looked like he was in his middle years, extremely heroic, but right now his appearance really was miserable. It was because all of his teeth had fallen out, smacked in the face, a bit fierce, 5 sensory organs warped, long distorting, skull even almost splitting. Uncle, you are already in your middle years, you have aged prematurely, teeth all gone. Yet you still have quite the temper. You should drink some more tea to reduce internal heat. The little rabbit ridiculed. Luo Han's face was ashen, directly reaching out a large hand towards the lunar jade rabbit. He really was angered badly. This time he was completely humiliated, and then even mocked by a little girl, making him fly into a rage of humiliation. However, what awaited him was Huang. He had long jumped off the golden lion. Facing him, several fists smashing out. Luo Han's body trembled greatly, coughing out a large mouthful of blood with a wah sound, body flying. It was because he had the air knocked out of his chest. His soul becoming unstable, suffering greatly. I'm coming to settle things, Jin Kuen shouted. He rushed over, long furious. This time they really had humiliated themselves. How could they just take things lying down? Unfortunately, he overestimated himself. He couldn't accept this, looking for reasons from oversight, not fully realizing the difference between them. This time, Shuhao condensed a lightning emperor imprint, striking his body several times. Several streaks of lightning blasted his body. One of them even more so piercing through him. Jean Kuen's current state was too horrible to endure. Entire body scorched black, surging with waves of clear smoke, releasing waves of scorched smell, his body about to be cooked through. This made one suck in a cold breath of air. A great cultivator was defeated by How just like that. If it wasn't because he felt restraining fear for killing people in Imperial Pass, Jean Kuen would be dead. This was especially the case when How was too easygoing. Under the 4 experts' attacks, his figure flickering in and out, as well as the terrifyingly great power really left one greatly alarmed. Was this his strength? He was this young, yet he already defeated a self-release realm great cultivator. This really was freakish. Just what kind of monster was he? Right now, forget about a group of youngsters, even the group of old monsters at the later stage of self-release realm were horrified. It was because this youngster was too terrifying. He didn't even enter that level, yet he already killed self-release realm cultivators. How heaven-defying was this? At this moment, Qi Lin, Jin Yi, and the others became completely silent. Huang suppressing them wasn't a fluke, but rather because he really had that type of strength. This left them greatly stirred, feeling a wave of fear inside. They had never seen such a young great expert. He could actually fight against older generation figures in a decisive battle. One had to understand that they weren't normal people, but rather self-release realm cultivators, the great cultivation realm under supreme being level. Everyone sensed that Huang was even more formidable than what they imagined. Exceeding normal reasoning, could be considered a unique and unmatched individual. Just how would you train this type of freak? Jin Yi, Luohan, Jean Kuen, Qi Lin, and the others' expression became pale. When they thought about their display not long ago, right now, they were so ashamed they couldn't show their faces. They came precisely to look for trouble, yet in the end, they ended up in this plight. When they thought about it carefully, they felt like they were acting like complete clowns. It was because they were barking like this that made Huang look even better. After hundreds of thousands of years, when those of later worlds brought up past things again, they would likely serve as the most pitiful contrast, become small splashes along Huang's path to greatness. At the same time, many people were moving, sending news out, informing the higher levels of various clans. A youngster this powerful, it wouldn't be too much to call him history's most powerful, right? He was worth paying close attention to. Huang's performance was definitely inconceivable, definitely drawing the attention of all sides. It was because in a few people's perspective, since the beginning of this great era's history, there had never been a youngster this powerful. No one suspected Huang's future accomplishments. If he was given the time, his might would definitely intimidate the world. At this moment, Imperial Pass was shaken. Compared to news of Hao's return, the shock of this recent information wasn't any inferior, stirring up a great commotion. Are you sure that he defeated for self-release realm great cultivators with just the cultivation of self-severing realm midstage? Impossible. The higher the cultivation, the harder it is to cross realms and fight. How did he accomplish this? Hao rose up through a single battle, all sides attaching great importance to this event. It was hard to not be the center of attention even if he didn't want to, unknown just how many people personally hurried over here, wishing to seek confirmation. If it wasn't inside Imperial Pass with Hao's temper, he would have definitely crippled Jean Kuen, Luohan, and the others. However, Imperial Pass had Imperial Pass rules. He turned around, not giving the 4 of them a look, directly walking towards a grand building. When he passed the martial arena, everyone inadvertently moved out of the way, all of them carrying expressions of reverence. You made us all worry for nothing. This fella is ridiculously strong. We have to properly interrogate him how he accomplished this. The little rabbit screamed out. Qing Yi, Chang Gongyan, Chao Yuxing and the others released a breath of relief, completely relaxing. Otherwise, before, they really would have had to wipe away quite the sweat. Hurry and take a look. See just what kind of accomplishments Huang brought back. A few people snapped back, all of them hopeful. They swarmed forward, wishing to see this to its end. Before was one thing, now Huang revealed his true strength, even able to defeat self-release realm cultivators, so how could his accomplishments be normal? Everyone felt like he definitely killed self-severing realm great cultivators outside Desolate Border. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't be this full of confidence. Meanwhile, the creatures of the various clans who came to confirm Shi Hao's decisive battle with Jin Kuan and the others also all immediately rushed over, urgently wishing to see his battle results. This was originally an extremely ordinary thing, but in the end, it drew the attention of all sides, many great powers treating this carefully, wishing to see his achievements. The palace hall was majestic, extremely large and tall. It was located next to the martial arena, solemn and dignified. Shi Hao entered the palace. The elders opened their eyes, looking towards him, all of them revealing strange expressions. They had never seen someone produce this great of a commotion when reporting achievements. "You can hand it to me, we'll seriously examine it." An elder reached out a hand. Shi Hao handed the bone tile over, extremely calm, not feeling the slightest bit of nervousness. Outside the palace hall, it was unknown how many people were looking over, all of them guessing just how great his contributions were. It could be said that eyes were aimed here from all directions. "I am guessing that Huang has killed at least 2 great cultivators. Wu, I believe it wouldn't seem too absurd even if he killed 5 self-release realm great cultivators. All of you are wrong. There was such a huge great army outside Desolate Border. Would Huang have any chance to take action? Moreover, back then, his opponents were mainly of the younger generation." Someone retorted, but his words were quite reasonable. It was because they knew when Huang was tossing and turning outside. He had previously been surrounded by the younger generation. This was the main force he had to deal with. Regardless, Huang has that type of strength. Killing a few great cultivators is definitely something he can do. We shouldn't overestimate him. What if he didn't kill that much? Or didn't even kill a single great cultivator? There were people who thought highly of Shi Hao, but there were naturally those who wanted to devalue him. It was noisy outside the palace hall. Soon afterwards, everyone closed their mouths, because those elders all joined hands to examine it, starting to activate that bone tile, precisely the item that automatically recorded battle results. Hurry and look, it lit up. Wu, this proves that he has killed self-severing realm cultivators, the numbers not few. He really is quite strong. Someone nodded. What about self-release realm cultivators? Don't tell me he didn't kill a single one. There were some who laughed coldly. Hong. Right at this moment, the bone tile shone, becoming incomparably resplendent, streaks of light shooting out one after another, piercing through the ancient palace, rushing into the clouds. This scene was too shocking. This is the irregular scene of overwhelming achievements, exceptional contributions. Someone cried out. They finally realized how terrifying Shi Hao was. Just how many foreign creatures did he kill? 1, 2. There was someone counting because they wanted to properly enumerate how many streaks of light rushed into the heavens. 1 streak represented a reaped life of a great cultivator. Soon afterwards, everyone became stupefied. This wasn't a few, nor was it in the tens, it already exceeded 100. This meant that at least 100 great experts' lives were taken. Impossible! Even if he was a reincarnated immortal king, there is no way he can immediately kill this many at the mid-stage of self-severing realm. This isn't realistic, someone shouted. However, facts spoke louder than words. The merit tile was right there. Battle accomplishments couldn't be covered up. This was the effectiveness of truth. Many people felt their scalps going numb. Huang was too heaven-defying. Just how did he do this? They found this impossible to understand. Hong. The bone tile continuously shone, moreover becoming even more resplendent, almost more intense. Heavens! Why are there thousands of streaks of radiance? This is too terrifying. From the heavenly deity realm to the void Tao realm, and then to self-severing and self-release realm of every single level. Did Huang kill thousands of foreign men during these few days? This is impossible. Too monstrous. The group of people cried out, unable to mind their appearances. Jin Kuan, Qilin, Genie, Luohan, and the others also followed over, precisely wishing to see just how formidable Huang was really, how great his contributions were. Now, they were all blinded. Huang was simply a reincarnated demon king. He crossed realms, killing huge numbers of enemies, his contributions extraordinary. At the same time, Outside Imperial Pass, in the depths of the Great Desert, boundless energy waves were released, shaking the heavens above and earth below. Right at this time, heaven abyss swayed, as if it was going to collapse. Then, Imperial Pass actually trembled for the first time. At the very least, this type of thing had never happened before in this great era. Not good. The foreign side's undying kings have appeared. Are they trying to forcefully charge through heaven abyss? About to come knocking on our doors? Someone speculated. Doomsday really is about to arrive. Can the undying kings break through heaven abyss? If that is the case, Imperial Pass will definitely be broken through. A few people cried out. In that great desert, heaven abyss spun about like an ocean eye, like a giant funnel, only it was upside down, shaking violently. In the depths of the great desert, a grand scripture sounded, mysterious magical decrees burning one after another, producing symbols in the void one after another, wishing to pierce through that heaven abyss. Everyone had a type of feeling that at the limits of heaven and earth, there were some creatures seated there, as if they were sitting in the prehistoric past. The other side's undying existences were undoubtedly trying to break through all obstacles, slaughter their way into Imperial Pass. Outside Imperial Pass, decrees rose into the air one after another, burning there, as if an ancient sacrificial ceremony was being held. In the great golden desert, a bugle horn sounded. It was as if an endless magnificent army was attacking Imperial Pass. Heaven abyss was like a giant funnel that was fastened to this place. It continuously swirled about, releasing rumbling noises. There was black-colored lightning interweaving, flesh and blood raining down. Apart from this, there was the sound of immortal Tao individuals weeping, vaguely sounding amidst the great storm. It was as if there were many ancient creatures who revived, all of them bowing down and roaring here. That scene was extremely terrifying. As the decrees in the great desert distance rose into the air, offering sacrifices in the battlefield, heaven abyss underwent an astonishing change. It was as if the end of the world was descending. Black-colored and blood-colored lightning interweaved, tangling about together. An even greater rain of blood poured down. Heaven and earth trembled. The great earth shook. Imperial Pass was massive. The ancient walls were all piled up from star remains, but right now, they were shaking, as if they were going to fall apart. This was a strange aura that was spreading, rippling through this place. It spread limitlessly, no distance it couldn't cover, engulfing the heavens above and earth below. Have the undead kings finally fully revived? They are going to take action. Inside Imperial Pass, an elder suddenly opened his eyes. 2 streaks of cold light were released. It was unknown just how many tens of thousands of years he had remained seated for, his body covered in dust. It was to the extent where even his face was like this, full of dust, covering the surface of his body, as if he was a clay sculpture. This was one of ancestral altars' unmatched beings. Even when the rotten wooden chest was brought back, he still didn't emerge. Now that he sensed the changes to the outside world, he woke up. The power of the undying existences. There were people who released light size in other places. Even Jean Taijun was like this. She stood on an ancient mountain, gazing into the limits of the horizon. Even though they were protected within Imperial Pass, she was still shaken inside. It was because this was the aura of an undying king, covering everything as it swept over. Even with Imperial Pass defenses, that type of mysterious fluctuation still seemed like it could pierce through. However, this didn't have any destructive power, just a type of faint pressure, making the supreme beings feel a type of inward alarm as well as a type of pressure. Only they could sense this type of thing because the others were completely unaware. They only knew that something major was happening outside desolate border, but without reaching that level, they couldn't sense the terrifying pressure of undying kings. It was elks being intimidated by the roars of lions, while the ants were oblivious. Ants naturally referred to cultivators at or below self-release realm. Of course, this wasn't absolute. There were some lower realm cultivators who still sensed this, for example, Sure How. He was inwardly alarmed, feeling as if a majestic immortal mountain was crashing down, about to crush him. Imperial Pass was sealed, those from the outside world unable to enter. Only through transport formations could one enter the city. However, now one side of the wall was opened. Someone climbed to the top of this ancient and majestic city that was as tall as the sky, gazing into the other side. Every single piece of stone used to make this wall was a piece of star remain, all left behind after great stars fell. One could imagine just how tall the wall was. Standing on top of this type of wall made one feel as if they were towering at the very peak of a starry sky. As this person gazed into the foreign side, resplendent light shone from their eyes. He was Immortal Wang. He stood there, silent and unmoving, looking into the golden great desert. In the past, not many people could climb up here and stare into the foreign side, because this city was always sealed, the only path between the two realms blocked. Soon afterwards, Jin Taijun also came, standing there, not saying anything. This time, if they come, all those who resist will die. On the wall, an ancient and distant voice sounded. This was Immortal Wang. He looked like he was 16 or 17. His face ridiculously tender like that of a youth, but his voice was extremely aged, gaze also full of great changes. Great forces have come. It is impossible to resist. Jin Taijun replied. Soon afterwards, 3 more figures appeared on the wall. They were Imperial Pass unmatched beings, normally watching over ancestral altar. Their figures were all blurry, carrying primal chaos, silently gazing into the other side. In the great golden desert, the boundless fluctuations were even more intense. One could see several dozen to over 100 decrees rise up, every single one resplendent to the extreme. When these decrees flew to a certain height, they would suddenly ignite in midair, produce the most complex symbols, and then engrave themselves there. A sacrificial voice sounded, as if endless creatures were weeping, praying, kowtowing, communicating with the hidden power, wishing to open up a terrifying passage. Things are dangerous this time, an unmatched being spoke. He was Qi Hong's master, as well as the original owner of the 5 Spirits War Chariot. He stood in primal chaos, gazing into desolate border. How were they supposed to cross this disaster? The undying kings revived. They were now going to unleash matchless methods, not stinting to pay the cost, wishing to charge head-on, break through the obstruction that was heaven abyss. Even supreme beings were inwardly shaken, great waves stirring within them. Only they could sense this type of aura. This wasn't the mysterious fluctuation of an undying king, but rather terrifying power that spilled out after a revival, spreading through this heaven and earth. Soon afterwards, they saw the black flood in the horizon. Those were men, the other side's endless army. They already arrived. They were like a flood, filling the limits of the great earth, a large black expanse, leaving everyone shaken and alarmed. There was a type of baleful aura covering the world. Hong! The entire city wall trembled, as if it encountered some type of impact. As expected, this is the attitude of a great decisive battle. They drew over the foreign great Tao aura, using the power of that side to batter this place. A supreme being sighed lightly. Of course, this wasn't important. The most terrifying thing was that the undying kings might even act. If they didn't hesitate to pay the price, who could say for sure that Heaven Abyss could definitely stop everything? Have the leaders of the clans gather, an unmatched existence said. As the oldest supreme being, the effects of his words were extremely great, commanding all clans. Imperial Pass could not remain calm. The experts of all different clans, the leading figures all moved, rushing towards this wall, starting to gather. Sure Hao and the others were naturally startled as well. Right now, even the great contributions he established, as well as the heaven-reaching beams of light lost their brilliance. It was because shocking changes arrived. Something major was about to happen, all eyes drawn in that direction. No matter how stunning Sure Hao was this time, before the descent of the great disaster, it was already no longer that dazzling. These youngsters didn't have the qualifications to ascend that special wall. However, they heard the news, and as such all rushed over together, standing before the wall, gazing in that direction. All of them were waiting for news. In reality, the city was too large, the atmosphere heavy, the pressure incredibly great. Even when it was right before them, when they looked above the wall, they felt as if they were gazing into a heavenly dome. This time, the foreign side's reaction is so strong, there is definitely a reason for this. If I am not mistaken, it should be related to the rotten wooden chest Huang brought back. On the modeled ancient wall, Jin Taijun spoke. Right now, figures were everywhere, the experts of all clans arriving, all of them at the self-release realm. They were the most powerful group of cultivators. Everyone's expressions were grave as they looked outside the city. Have Huang come up as well. This matter happened because of him, so there is a need for him to gather here. Give him a seat. Jin Taijun spoke up again. At this time, no one said anything. This place quiet. The expressions of the great cultivators of various clans were serious, eyes flickering with radiance. Under the city, when Shihao heard this order, he was in a bit of shock. He could actually ascend the city wall as well, standing above? It was because he had already heard that these were all the clan leader-level figures of various clans. Normal cultivators couldn't come up here. Whose order was it? Qing Yi revealed a shocked expression, asking for the one who gave the order. Jin Taijun. What? At this moment, many youngsters cried out in alarm, for example, Chao Yuxing, Chang Gongyan, Lunar Jade Rabbit, and others. Even Jin family and Wang family's people revealed shocked expressions, deeply surprised. No, you definitely cannot go. That old hag is definitely not of the good sort. Chao Yuxing secretly transmitted sound. He didn't dare call her an old hag in public. After all, this was a supreme being who could overlook the 9 heavens 10 earths. Even if she crushed him to death on the spot, there wouldn't be anyone who would get revenge for him. You cannot go up. There is definitely something wrong here. Sky-severing Daos, which also secretly transmitted to Shihao, shaking her head in his direction. Then, many people tried to stop him, feeling restraining fear towards Jin Taijun. Only, how could one defy the order of a supreme being? I'll go take a look, see what exactly is going on. Shihao wanted to see for himself what was going on. Fine then, we will accompany you there too. I really want to see the grand scene of the foreign army's invasion, Chao Yuxing and the others said. This time, many people moved, extremely hopeful, this being the case even with Shihao. He wanted to see just how many great troops were sent out from the other side this time. Perhaps because today was special, perhaps because things were intentionally loosened, no one was willing to stop them. The group of youngsters all got up the city wall. This included Great Sutuo, Lanxian, Little Sky King, 10 Crown King, and a large group of other people. The city wall was grand and majestic, as tall as heaven, shining with the sun and moon. The area under the modeled ancient wall was full of the engravings left behind by all types of divine weapons, but it still remained undying, towering for endless years without falling, suppressing the passage that led to the 9 heavens 10 earths. So many! There were youngsters who couldn't help but cry out as soon as they ascended the city wall, their expressions completely changing. When they looked down, there was a great black expanse, no limits in sight. There were great foreign troops everywhere, flooding over from the limits of the horizon, incomparably stifling. This was on a scale never before seen. In the past, even though there were great battles that were extremely intense, how could they compare to this? The entire great desert was about to be occupied. It was extremely clear that this wall was special. No matter how tall it was, how majestic it was, one could still clearly overlook the situation on the ground below, moreover able to sense that type of fluctuation. An endless great army pressed over, dressed in black armor, equipped with shining long blades, deep and cold war spears, thick blood halberds, riding on sinister vicious beasts. This flood of steel roared over, making heaven and earth shake. However, this type of great army that was boundless without limit was completely quiet. No one shouting, no one roaring while riding their mounts, silently advancing. This only made things seem even more oppressive, making everyone feel even more suffocated. The great army was seemingly endless, but it wasn't chaotic at all, extremely orderly, troops after troops of men in proper formation, slowly closing in, the pressure making everyone in Imperial Pass about to shake in fear. Their march was just too disciplined, In the end, when so many troops arrived, silently closed in, there was actually only a single voice. The pressure made it hard for one to even breathe. It was incomparably suffocating. The pressure too great. The great army stopped, all of them coming to a halt. The army so great one couldn't see the end with a single gaze. They were still completely quiet, only stopping outside Imperial Pass. Only when a black-colored war chariot slowly arrived from the distance was this peace broken. Hand over Huang, hand over the wooden chest, and we can ensure the continued peace of Imperial Pass. A voice sounded. It was extremely cold and indifferent, carrying great dignity. Do you think we'll hand them over just because you said to? Someone shouted from above the city wall. Hand over Huang, hand over the wooden chest, and our undying kings can promise to not attack Imperial Pass for 10,000 years. Maintain peace between the two realms. Otherwise, a massacre will happen in this city. When these words were spoken, everyone was shaken. Could it be that the foreign side's creatures were making such a big fuss all because of Huang? Everyone's expressions became grave. They already understood that the disturbance Huang stirred up outside Desolate Border was far greater than they originally imagined. The undying kings even completely revived because of this, knocking on their doors. How great of a matter was this? Only in the last great era, when the foreign side truly began an all-out attack on the 9 heavens 10 earths, would these types of existences make a move. This was something that shocked past and present. The great curtains were starting to be pulled back. Huang is a resident of Imperial Pass. How can we hand him to you all? Another great cultivator shouted loudly, extremely unyielding, immediately opposing the other side. Jin Taijun gave him a look, expressing dissatisfaction towards his impulsive action without prior consultation. Under Imperial Pass, that black war chariot was extremely calm. That terrifying existence didn't say anything, no longer speaking out, maintaining a dignity and solemnness. Brazen, you actually dare treat an emperor clan with disrespect. This is a clan eradicating great sin. Below, nearby that black war chariot, there were some who shouted loudly. No one is allowed to treat emperor clans with irreverence. Another great cultivator roared, teeth snow-white, figure large and tall, carrying terrifying killing intent. A group of people shouted out, their voices ringing through this world, shaking up Imperial Pass. On the city walls, a group of people felt a chill run down their backs. They mustered great forces after all, even the emperor clans who had never showed themselves appearing. Just how terrifying of a matter was this? The emperor clans were known as the highest unmatched clans. Any member noble beyond belief. It was because they were unstoppable, practically without equal. Unfortunately, their members were too few, their reproductive ability frustratingly low. That war chariot was pitch black like ink, smoke clouds roiling. There were some strange ancient beasts engraved on them, no lack of true dragons and others among them. There was a type of soul-pressing aura that seeped through the walls. One could guess that there was definitely an Emperor Clan Supreme being sitting within. This was something that has never happened before, from past until now. Not many individuals of this caliber directly appeared from Emperor clans, arriving on the battlefield, directly facing Imperial Pass city gates. Everyone on the city walls were shivering inwardly. They could see just how high the status of Emperor clans was in the other side. Even a simple and direct sentence from a great cultivator in Imperial Pass drawing such coldness, being berated like this. This was enough to explain everything. Whether or not you all choose to hand them over, it is up to you all to consider. Choose properly. Under Imperial Pass, an elder standing in front of the black ancient war chariot shouted loudly. You want us to accept these types of conditions in humiliation? Forget it. There were no lack of unyielding individuals on the city walls. They were always fighting here. How could they bow down? It was to the extent where this type of people, as long as they were pressured, they would only retaliate even greater. The clans from Imperial Pass who fought on the battlefield were all aggressive, extremely unyielding. You all were given a chance, yet you all don't cherish it. You will regret it. Someone below shouted. Shut up. What are you all hollering for? Do you really think we're scared of you? If you want to attack the city, then just come. We'll just face you all head on. Someone on the city wall replied. Exactly. Shut your mouths. Do you think we'll give in just because you threaten us a bit? After fighting for so many years, if we were all weak-willed, would this city still stand? Someone spoke in agreement, venting his worked-up emotions. Under Imperial Pass, those creatures' expressions weren't that pleasant to look at. Hong. Right at this time, at the limits of the Great Desert, in the area Heaven Abyss couldn't cover, light reached into the heavens, carrying biting cold killing intent, surging for millions and millions of li. Everyone on Imperial Pass immediately trembled, feeling a wave of coldness that came from their souls. A type of feeling as if doomsday was imminent. They didn't have to think too much to guess that these were the movements of undying kings. This was a type of unimaginable threat, making everyone feel cold from head to toe. There was an indescribable pessimism, to the extent where it even affected everyone's resolution, making them feel like all hope had turned to dust. It was because these types of fluctuations were just too terrifying, deeply shaking their soul imprints. Existences on this level, were they really going to cross over? How were they supposed to contend against this? There wasn't a chance of victory at all. Wang. The void trembled. Large amounts of decrees rushed into the sky, burning in the limits of the Great Desert. Still this type of special ancient sacrificial ceremony, wishing to help the undying existences enter the pass. As long as they could pass through Heaven Abyss, the 9 heavens couldn't win. It was because at that time no one could stop their advance. In the limits of the horizon, the golden decrees burned, terrifying fluctuations shaking up desolate border. The expressions of everyone on the city walls were incomparably ugly, feeling worry inside. A fretful mood was spreading. As for below Imperial Pass, the great army was endless, as if there was a flood of black steel. Right now, they all raised their weapons, releasing orderly shouts. Undying kings. It was just 2 words, yet it rang through the heavens above and earth below, moreover shaking up even Imperial Pass, forming a terrifying sound wave. This left everyone shaken. The foreign creatures called out to their greatest existences together, leaving all of Imperial Pass cultivators shaken. Have you all made your decision? Do not cause damage to your own interests. Under Imperial Pass, someone said coldly. The reason why they dared do this was because of their powerful confidence. This was a type of clear pressure, forcing Imperial Pass people to make a decision. In reality, it was precisely because they had the confidence that they didn't fear either decision Imperial Pass made. Regardless of whether the creatures of Imperial Pass accepted or not, it wouldn't have that much of an impact on them. However, this type of confidence, this type of boldness, swayed the hearts of many on the city wall. Just get lost. If you can't accept this, then we'll just fight. Chao Yuxing shouted. Shut up. An elder next to Jin Taijun gave him a cold look, saying, Is there any place for you all to speak here? Why can't I? When we fight with the foreign side, I will definitely fight at the very front. When cursing them, I naturally won't pass on this responsibility onto others. Chao Yuxing had a type of special loftiness, extremely unyielding. Enough. An unmatched existence stopped them. Just a single Huang. Why do we have to attach so much importance to him? Moreover, this time he incurred public wrath. Many people wish for him to die earlier to quell their anger. That is why we need you all to hand him over. As for that wooden chest, you all will never be able to open it. Whether you all hand it over or not doesn't make that much of a difference. We can just seize it ourselves. The people below were extremely forceful, intimidating them like this. Then you all can just come and get it yourselves. Just give it a try. Someone said, unconvinced, extremely furious. We killed many creatures before, already don't want to blood purge the 9 heavens 10 earths anymore. We are giving you a chance to end things peacefully. Inside the Black War Chariot, the Emperor Clan's supreme beings spoke up once more. Still cold and detached. No emotional fluctuations, making everyone feel great respect. What kind of peaceful situation? Jin Taijun spoke up, asking like this. This shook the bodies of everyone on the city walls, great waves stirring up within them. What did the supreme beings asking like this signify? Were they going to compromise? If you satisfy our conditions, within 10,000 years, our two realms will interact peacefully, everyone minding their own business. The Black War Chariot's Emperor clan's supreme being promised. Moreover, he further stated that he could ask the Undying Kings to swear an oath as a guarantee. Everyone was shocked. The Undying King's oath definitely involved great karma. Perhaps it could be used as a guarantee. However, could they agree to this? This was too shameful. The blood oaths of Undying Kings are indeed effective. It will involve the most terrifying karma. Jin Taijun nodded. Everyone's expressions changed. Was she really going to agree to these conditions, offer out Huang like this? Many people looked towards Immortal Wang and the three unmatched beings, the atmosphere becoming somewhat stifling, heavy to the extreme. Chao Yuxing, Heavenly Horned Ant, Chang Gongyan and the others were furious, really wishing to curse out, but they couldn't really say anything before the supreme beings. However, they all spoke out, asking for the rejection of this proposal. You all are of the younger generation, do not have the qualifications to stand here. Just hurry and go down. An old woman next to Jin Taijun waved her hand, ordering them. It was because Jin Taijun wouldn't talk to them. With her status, she wouldn't speak too much. At this moment, Shihao stood up, standing on the wall. He looked towards the supreme beings and the leaders of the various clans, saying, "It is not that I fear death, but rather that this wooden chest must not be handed over." Everyone couldn't help but nod. It was because this chest definitely carried tremendous secrets. For the other side to muster such great forces, forcing Imperial Pass like this, it was enough to prove its importance. This supreme treasure was already obtained by Imperial Pass, so how could they hand it back out? That was too humiliating. At the same time, it might trigger a horrible result. This was especially the case when everyone saw that those of the other side were open and without fear, demanding for what they wanted. It was clearly to humiliate the cultivators of Imperial Pass. Can we change the condition? The wooden chest cannot be handed over. Jin Taijun spoke. This made everyone reveal strange expressions. Qing Yi, Chao Yuxing, Lunar Jade Rabbit and others were extremely dissatisfied, because Jin Taijun's intention was too clear. The wooden chest couldn't be handed over, but Huang could? Dao friend? An unmatched being on the city wall spoke up, wishing to say something. Dao friend, I know you intentions, but we have pleasant news on our side. As long as the other side doesn't attack Imperial Pass for the short term, everything could be changed. The conclusion will be completely different. Jin Taijun said. What? Even the unmatched existences were moved. At their cultivation realms, as supreme beings, they wouldn't show any change in expressions even if an immortal mountain collapsed. But now they were shocked. It was because Jin Taijun's news were too shocking. Could change the present situation? Who didn't know that Imperial Pass was in imminent danger? If the Undying Kings revived, they would definitely come over. It was just a matter of how long. When they came knocking on their door, who could stop them? Now, Jin Taijun actually said that the situation could be reversed. This made the expressions of everyone on the city wall change greatly. Their breathing hurried, extremely nervous and hopeful. Please tell us. An unmatched being spoke up, extremely serious. If someone had the ability to stop the disastrous future, change the situation, then paying a certain price could definitely be accepted. As long as we can persevere for a few hundred to 5,000 years, then the 9 heavens 10 earths danger can be neutralized. Right now, all we need is time, Jin Taijun said. How will it be neutralized? How will you do it? The unmatched beings asked further. It was because this would affect too much. If they could change the situation, everyone could live. Imperial Pass would no longer be wiped out. This was something many people wanted to see. There are powerful individuals who will resist the foreign side, Jin Taijun said. Who are they? Where are they? Are there still these types of people left? Someone asked. This was a great cultivator, hair and beard all white. Right now, even his voice was starting to shake. Are they the existences from restricted regions? Are they going to come out? Someone immediately thought of the 9 heavens restricted regions. Jin Taijun shook her head. A faint smile appeared on the corners of her lips. Have you all forgotten? There was previously a group of creatures who forced back the foreign great army, making them withdraw from the 9 heavens 10 earths. It's them. Many people understood, and then they were incredibly shocked. It was because even after all these years, they were still searching, hoping to find those mysterious creatures, invite them to protect Desolate Border and Imperial Pass. Unfortunately, after endless years passed, they were all defeated. There was no sign of those creatures, no traces of them to be found. Some suspected that they were not in this realm, but rather elsewhere. How did you find them? An unmatched being asked. Right now, even Chao Yuxing, Shi, Great Sutua, and some others strained their ears, listening carefully. It was because this really affected too much, influences too profound. This was especially the case for Duguyun, listening even more carefully. He was the Protector's descendant, his clan suspected to be a member of that group of creatures. They had previously appeared in this world, so they naturally left behind some traces. I sent out many elites from the clan. After endless years of searching, there were some results. Jin Taijun said, "Did you invite them to Imperial Pass?" The unmatched being asked. "That is impossible. Moreover, in the recent 100 years to 1,000 years, they could not come out, which is why I need time," Jin Taijun said calmly. Then she gave Hao a look. "Why?" someone asked in confusion. The situation was dire. Wasn't this the best time for those creatures to attack? If they were a bit later, perhaps the 9 heavens would already have been massacred. It is because the place they reside in does not belong to this realm. Jin Taijun revealed a earth-shattering piece of information. That place was just too far, the road too difficult to cross. Everyone was stunned. Just how far away was it, needing a few hundred years to thousands of years? This was a bit hard to understand. Then what kind of people have you found exactly? There's no way the disciples you sent out entered that place, right? The original owner of the 5 spirits war chariot, Qi Hong's master asked. He was an unmatched being, so he naturally knew about the appearance of those mysterious creatures. They forced back the foreign great army, having them withdraw from the 9 heavens 10 earths. He had been investigating this entire time, even roughly understanding some of the situation, but just didn't know how far their place of residence was, just how to get there. Now that he heard Jin Taijun had important clues, he naturally paid great attention to this. I found a descendant of those creatures, understood some secrets from his mouth, able to contact that side. This is why I am able to speak the words I did just now, Jin Taijun said. Then, her lips moved, secretly telling Immortal Wang and the other unmatched beings, revealing some secrets. The others were all shocked. Did she really find them? Could it be that the 9 heavens 10 earths had hope? A few people were moved, carrying hopeful expressions in their joy, urgently wishing to know the result. However, there were some secrets that would naturally be kept from them, could only be exchanged between supreme beings. Under Imperial Pass, a group of people released shouts. They weren't aware of the changes happening on the city walls, still putting on a powerful appearance. The final choice, will you hand them over or not? This old one has already said that the wooden chest cannot be handed over. Jin Taijun spoke. It was because this chest definitely held great secrets, or else the other side wouldn't desire it so greatly. If she handed it over, then these people in Imperial Pass wouldn't agree to it, suspecting her intentions. Then this means Huang can be given to us? The foreign side were aggressive. Those clans all grew up while bathed in blood and flames. Their way of doing things extremely valiant and crude. Right now, this was precisely the case, directly asking out, no sense of tactfulness at all. This made the expressions of everyone on the city walls immediately change, because being this direct really was a bit humiliating. We have always been direct, saying what we want to say. Since the wooden chest can't be handed out, then it's easy to see that Huang can be handed to us, right? Someone said, roaring with laughter. Unbridled. On the city wall, a group of great cultivators shouted. They always opposed the foreign side, always unyielding. Now, the foreign side's cultivators were so rampant, clearly forcing them, mocking them in front of everyone, asking them to hand over Huang. This was a tremendous humiliation. You all are not allowed to speak randomly. Jin Taijun suddenly spoke up, not to the foreign creatures, but rather reminding those great cultivators. This left everyone shocked and dissatisfied. Acting like this, was she really going to hand over Huang? Even though they knew that she had contacted mysterious reinforcements, handing Huang over like this was hard for everyone to accept. Senior, your intention is? Someone questioned, asking like this. We need time right now. As long as we make it through this period, powerful reinforcements will come. At that time, there will be nothing left to fear. The order of this world fixed, a new chapter written. Jin Taijun said with a sunken voice. This is extremely difficult for us to accept. Handing over our own men, I cannot accept this. A great knight on a heaven-devouring beast said angrily, floating in midair, not standing on the city wall. The same for us. A few old cultivators who bathed in blood and flames said, all of them unable to accept this. The impatience of the small will affect the bigger situation. Everything I am doing is for the peace of the 9 heavens 10 earths. Now, there is a small sacrifice to be made. It is unavoidable. Jin Taijun said coldly. Everyone looked towards Huang, most of them carrying expressions of sympathy, at the same time feeling furious. This was too humiliating, all of them finding it hard to accept. Dao friend, this is not too good. The consequences are too terrifying. An unmatched being said, reminding like this. If they really handed over sure how it would be too hard to justify. He had just returned, establishing such great contributions, his glorious achievements shocking imperial pass. If they treated him like this, it would make people's hearts go cold. Even the unmatched beings opposed, speaking out like this, so the others who wanted to protect sure how naturally spoke up one after another, asking for them to change their opinions. Moreover, in their eyes, the foreign creatures wanted the wooden chest. If they didn't hand it over, handing over Huang wouldn't bring much effects. However, who would have expected that someone below Imperial Pass would speak out, actually completely different from what they imagined. We have thought about this. If you hand over the sacrifice, hand over Huang, we can grant you all a period of peace. Huang was this important. Just how much did the foreign creatures hate him? For them to treat him with the same importance as the rotten wooden chest. A few people felt that something was strange. The other side was letting their emotions affect their decision too much, right? How many years of peace can there be between the two sides? An old woman beside Jin Taijun asked. 10 years. It is just a Huang, what does he count as? We only wish to bring him back and make mincemeat out of him. Offer him as a sacrifice to the dead. Someone replied. Too few. The old woman next to Jin Taijun said. Then, she reached out a palm, saying, 500 years. Ha ha. Below, the group of people roared with laughter, some of them revealing expressions of contempt. Just a youngster, after handing him over. Do you all think you can exchange for 500 years of peace? Below, the dark black great army stretched as far as the eye could see. Many creatures remained serious, not saying anything. Only those who had great statuses were laughing. Meanwhile, this also proved the strictness of status in the other side, as well as the terrifying nature of the army ranks. There were people everywhere, yet there was no clamoring. On the city wall, when the creatures heard the rejection of these creatures, feeling joy for sure how, they also felt a powerful feeling of humiliation. The foreign side's people were just too unrestrained. Of course, there were some who were full of regret. Could they not exchange for a satisfactory deadline with Huang? We can add a few years. Suddenly, in front of Imperial Pass, inside the black ancient war chariot, that Emperor Clan's supreme being's voice sounded, actually saying like this. 500 years. Jin Taijun said. What is your intention? Are you dead set on handing sure how out? You old hag, why don't you hand over yourself and your own descendant Jinzhan? Too shameless. The lunar jade rabbit suddenly erupted, speaking out like this. Senior, doing things like this really is not good. Qing Yi also spoke. Are you even a supreme being? Chao Yuxing also hollered. It was because they foresaw that this exchange really might go through. The other side seemed to care a lot about Sure Hao, actually not hesitating to make such a great fuss over him. There was something behind this. That was why Chao Yuxing's expression changed again and again. He thought back to those words his master said, possibly explaining something. You all dare treat me with such disrespect. Jin Taijun was extremely calm, and also extremely cold. She looked forward, her eyes erupting with divine radiance. Right at this moment, an unmatched being stepped up, stopping Jin Taijun, counteracting her powerful aura. Otherwise, Qing Yi, Heavenly Horned Ant, and others wouldn't be able to hold on at all. Jin Taijun didn't continue to press the issue, instead calmly speaking up, explaining, if it were my descendants, for example, Jin Zhan, if handing him over could ensure Imperial pass a period of peace, forget about 500 years, even if it is just 10 years, I won't hesitate to have him meet his death. Jin Taijun is wise. Jin Taijun is selfless, thinking only for Imperial pass, worthy of admiration. A few people spoke up, all of them praising her. This was unavoidable because there were too many people in Imperial pass, the relationship between the clans complicated. There were naturally some who wished to exchange for peace, not wishing to fight anymore. There were some who completely followed Jin family, so they had to stand out in support. Jin Zhan, come here. If the foreign side asks me to hand you over, but ensure the safety of this city, what kind of choice would you make? Jin Taijun asked like this. I will go on my own, head to the other side. Exchanging for several decades of peace in Imperial Pass is enough, Jin Zhan stated. A few people began to discuss amongst themselves, revealing strange expressions. It was unavoidable that many would look towards Sure Hao. My ass, can a Jin Zhan compare to Sure Hao? Not even 100 Jin Zhans can match him. Can you even discuss the two on the same level? Chao Yuxing flipped out. These words not only made Jin Zhan feel humiliation, even some well-known figures of Jin family were shocked and alarmed, even more so making Jin Taijun's face fall. You spoke well, the Heavenly Horned Ant shouted. Hong! Jin Taijun's eyes swirled with radiance, as if great stars were moving in the air, carrying incomparable powerful might, about to crush Chao Yuxing's body as punishment. This time, that unmatched being took action again. He looked at Jin Taijun, saying, he is that dotard disciple. The unmatched being pointed at Chao Yuxing. The word dotard clearly had some intimidation. In the end, Jin Taijun didn't deal the vicious blow, only giving him a cold look. Sure Hao didn't say anything from start to finish, just standing on the city wall, gazing into the horizon alone, looking at the endless black army. His figure looked a bit lonesome. Suddenly, below Imperial Pass, a voice sounded from the Black War Chariot again. The Emperor Clan Supreme being spoke up again. 500 years, I agree. These simple words left everyone on the city wall shocked. He actually agreed? This was just a youngster. Yet it was worth the foreign side making a blood vow. My agreement is purely out of admiration for this youngster. He is just one person, yet he killed countless people from my side, among them over 100 great cultivators. Just how impressive of an accomplishment is this? Even though he is an enemy, he is still worthy of my praise. The Emperor Clan Supreme being spoke up, not fast nor slow, but his voice was like thunder, so loud the expressions of many people on the city wall changed. Youngster, come to our side, we might not necessarily kill you. If even my clan's undying king is in such admiration of you, then anything is possible. Inside that Black War Chariot, that Emperor Clan Supreme being said with a voice that wasn't too fast or too slow. How could this be possible? There were some on the city walls who couldn't help but ask. He is so young, yet already has such battle accomplishments. In this great era, it can be considered world-shocking. If the undying king admires his skills, permits him to establish a clan alone, why is that not allowed? One person establishing a king clan, even greater than a king clan, this is all possible. The foreign supreme being said like this. Everyone was shaken. Was what he said true? Or was he purposely inciting harmony between everyone's hearts? Everyone immediately looked towards Sure Hao, waiting for him to express his opinion. What kind of decision was he going to make? No one would have expected the Black War Chariot's Emperor Clan Supreme being to have such a high evaluation towards How, indirectly promising like this. He could become a king clan on his own, even surpass this, not having to bow down when meeting emperor clans on equal footing. Just how great of a status was this? One had to know that in history, only the Gu clan and the fallen Blood Phoenix who had heaven-defying strength, powerful existences who could change the battle situation would be treated with such great respect. Brat, why aren't you saying anything? The lunar jade rabbit asked. She was indignant, bitterly disappointed for How's sake. The heavenly horned ant, if not for having a great grudge against the other side, having the grudge of his father and siblings' deaths, he really would advise How to just say screw it and go to the other side. It was because Jin Taijun's words really made one seethe with anger, feel absolutely indignant. How established such great contributions, yet as soon as he came back, he was going to be handed over as a bargaining chip. Just how tragic of a thing was this? Almost anyone else would be opposed to this. This was being coerced more than one could bear. There were many people who had previously spoken up to protect How. It was not only the youngsters, there were also older generation figures who had always fought with the other side. This was especially true for the great cultivators who had bathed in blood and flames, fought hundreds of battles. They even more so felt anger for How, expressing the unfairness. They hated the foreign creatures, fighting year-round against them, all of them unyielding. Only Jin Taijun was too strong. She was a supreme being, moreover found a path of peace for Imperial Pass. This made many people feel a bit helpless. You have a clear conscience, what needs to be done has already been done. Just make your decision on your own, Qing Yi said. She looked extremely beautiful, white clothes purer than snow, face delicate, exquisite and elegant. But right now, her words weren't soft, not gentle like usual. These words left many people shaken, especially those great cultivator, for example, the middle-aged expert who was seated on the heaven-swallowing beast, the great cultivator who sat on a giant silver hoe, as well as some of the great leaders of different clans. They all looked over, in the end, quite a few of them nodded. From a certain meaning, this was a type of human nature and popular will. The powerful great cultivators, those who were normally pro-war, always fighting a cruel battle with the other side, were all partial towards How, expressing the unfairness for him. Just imagine, to have brought back such extraordinary contribution. Yet in the end, he suffered such unfair treatment. How could it not make the hearts of everyone go cold? Of course, there were some who had different attitudes, for example, extremely nervous, and extremely dissatisfied as they stared at How. These were the clans who previously hoped to end the blood war a bit earlier, exchange for a period of peace. Imperial Pass numbers were too great, the clans too many. There were naturally creatures of all different types. There were those who supported How and those who opposed him as well. This was especially the case where there were some families who never got along with him, even standing against him, for example, Wang family, Jin family, and their followers naturally wishing to just throw How to the other side sooner. Jin Taijun is of noble character and unquestionable integrity, worthy of being a virtuous great sovereign. We feel endless admiration and respect towards you. For the sake of protecting Imperial Pass, for the sake of protecting the various clans, you didn't hesitate to do this. Even if it brings a bit of criticism, you still didn't hesitate, worthy of being a supreme being. Du Family's people spoke out. They weren't a long-life family, but they could definitely be considered a top-level influential family of the 9 heavens above, second only to the limited long-life families. Indeed, Jin Taijun is virtuous and of good moral standing. She has previously stated that if it was her own descendants the other side asked for, even if it was the most dazzling direct inheritor like Jinzhan, she still wouldn't hesitate to send him out. This is the attitude and consideration of the most powerful. Someone else praised, a great commander from the Pisho clan. A few people spoke out one after the other. After a few people supported How, now more people upheld Jin Taijun. Brother Jinzhan is quite excellent too. When asked just now, even if he knew he was going to die, he still didn't hesitate to agree. What kind of boldness is this? He is worthy of being a heaven-warping figure of the younger generation. Another person said like this. Of course, this was a Jin family follower because others really couldn't say this out loud. It was because Jinzhan's situation was just a front, not truly having to make a life and death choice. Then, These people didn't forget to give Sure How a look, intentionally reminding him, having him express his opinion. It was because many people were watching. Shut your goddamn mouth. The heavenly horned ant flipped out. He really was angered badly, screaming coldly at Jean family. Since you all are of noble character and unquestionable integrity, if Sure How leaves the pass in a bit, then Jean Jean should just follow him. Real action is far greater than this kind of fake boasting. A group of people looked over, the faces of Jean family's people naturally ugly. Brother Sure, no matter what kind of decision you make, I will support you, Chao Yuxing said seriously, declaring his position here. At this point, the young and vigorous younger generation were all furious, a bit unwilling. If they really were to hand Huang over, then how humiliating of a thing is this? Not only were they furious, even Imperial Pass itself was going to be shamed. In the eyes of the pro-war faction, peace was never compromised, but rather obtained through fighting. This type of wronging was even worse than giving up one's territory in return for scriptures. Was there that much of a difference? Dao friend Jean, doing things like this isn't too good. Another unmatched being spoke up, expressing his objection. Jean Taijun gave everyone a look, and then looked towards Sure How, saying, "Little friend, you have remained silent this whole time, not saying anything. I wish to hear your opinion." Everyone looked over, staring at Sure How. "You are simply mocking and forcing others," the lunar jade rabbit said. Many people nodded inwardly because previously, Jean Taijun said that if it was Jean Jean who was chosen, she wouldn't hesitate to send him out of the city. Now, she asked Sure How like this, what was the intention? This was clearly forcing him into agreeing. "Huang, what about it? Just come to my side? We will treat you with the courtesy you deserve." Outside, someone roared with laughter. "You all are trying to drive a wedge between us." On the city wall, someone released a loud shout, feeling like the other side's creatures harbored unfathomable motives. They were purposely ruining the relationship between some clans in Imperial Pass. Sure How retracted his gaze from the horizon. His thoughts returned. His somewhat lonesome figure stood up perfectly straight, fully recollecting himself. The light in his eyes was like lightning. He spoke up and said, "I never expected that after fighting a great life and death battle with the other side, as soon as I returned to Imperial Pass, I would have to meet them again. This type of result is a bit outside of my expectations. In Imperial Pass, I became a bargaining chip, while if I leave the pass, I might very well become a guest, perhaps even establish a clan of my own with extraordinary status." Sure How said in self-mockery. These words made many people feel their faces become red hot. What Huang said was the truth, but this was clearly a great type of ridicule. This was a matchless youngster with tremendous contributions, yet when he returned to Imperial Pass, he didn't obtain the treatment he deserved when he returned. It was instead the enemy who admired him. This really was a type of irony. Battles in Desolate Border are always cruel and ruthless. Who knows how many of the ancient people have died from the past to now? If one wishes for peace, there is always a price that needs to be paid. Youngster, you are quite excellent. The people of later generations will remember you. Jean Taijun spoke. Was this passing judgment on him already deciding to have him leave the pass? Everyone's bodies trembled. I want to ask Senior, is what Jean Taijun said true? If enough time is bought, can powerful reinforcements really be obtained, thus ensuring the safety of Imperial Pass? Sure How asked an unmatched being. That unmatched being frowned. He looked towards Jean Taijun, wishing for her to give a clear reply. "There is proof, didn't I tell you all? It is trustworthy." Jean Taijun looked towards those unmatched beings, and then looked towards Sure How, saying, "You still haven't reached this level. There are some things that aren't easy to explain to you." "Is that so?" Sure How said with a sigh. "If this really can change the situation, I will leave the pass alone, meet my death in the foreign side. It won't be a pity. This can be done." Then, his eyes flourished with radiance, saying, "I just fear that this is a death in vain, one that brings extremely terrible consequences." "Huang, are you scared?" An old woman next to Jean Taijun berated. "Shut your fucking mouth. When I was fighting a bloody battle in Desolate Border, You were still living like a princess inside the city. If I was scared, would I have fought with no thought of personal safety to bring back the wooden chest? Hao's voice was cold, glaring coldly at her. The old woman's cultivation realm was extremely high, strength exceptionally powerful. But when she was glared at by Hao, a chill ran through her body. She felt a strong urge to back up. Even she herself was shocked. Why was she so scared of a youngster's gaze? Was this the so-called righteousness reigned supreme? Might rushing into the heavens, all sides would be in awe? Old woman, shut your damn mouth. If you dare speak any more nonsense, we will feed you to fucking pigs. The heavenly horned ant screamed out. The others also spoke up. The old woman wanted to stare out, intimidate them, but she felt a bit lacking in confidence. Moreover, right at this time, an unmatched being looked over with a cold expression, his eyes deep and chilly. If you dare speak randomly again, I will immediately kill you, no matter whose servant you are. Jean Taijun moved her hand, having the people at her side all close their mouths. They didn't dare speak anymore. Does this mean that you are willing to leave the pass? Jean Taijun looked towards Hao, asking. If I leave the pass, giving up my life, but by doing this, I can exchange for all of Imperial Pass peace, the ultimate situation can be revised. Then I'll pursue justice without any second thoughts. When Hao spoke up to hear, he paused for a moment, and then continued. However, if after 500 years, no one comes to provide aid, when that day comes, how terrifying will the situation be? At the same time, how cold will the hearts of the masses be? At that time, I fear that Imperial Pass will be discredited, a great disaster falling onto this place. Hao spoke this possibility with as calm of a tone as he could. You can relax. That type of thing won't happen. The creatures of that side will definitely appear. Jean Taijun's eyes were deep, calmly speaking like this. Then fine, I will leave the pass. Hao nodded. At this time, Du family's people spoke up, praising Hao, saying that he was righteous, that this was a great contribution. There were people from the Pishio clan who also nodded, expressing that Hao was an upstanding person. There were a few other families whose faces all carried smiles, looking like they were sending off Hao. To exchange for peace with the sacrifice of a single person, this seemed quite worth it in their eyes. Hao remained silent, because these people's smiles were too fake, making him feel nauseous. There were some people who didn't even hold back. Clearly no kindness involved. For example, Jean family's people and their followers, all of them withholding hostility. Hao said softly to himself, I finally understand why there are some restricted regions in the 9 heavens above who don't come out of the restricted region. If I don't die after heading to the other side, what kind of identity will I return with when I come back? What are you trying to say? A follower from Jean family asked. I was thinking, if I don't die after leaving today, when I step foot in the 9 heavens again, I wonder what kind of attitude I would have when I face this place? Hao was a bit lonesome, his eyes deep. I recalled Desolate Border's 7 kings, truly lamentable. He released a light sigh and then said, if I return again, the best situation perhaps might only be to form a restricted region of my own, protect those I should protect. The best situation was for him to create a restricted region of his own, protect those he ought to protect. With Hao's lonesome expression and calm words, everyone felt a wave of sadness. A young man with tremendous contributions was forced to this step. A few great cultivators couldn't help but want to stand out, stop all of this. However, Jean Taijun looked over coldly. The aura of a supreme being was unmatched. As if a giant dragon looked down on ants, the difference too great. Huang, what is the intention of this? Please give us an explanation. Not far out, a follower of Jean family asked like this. This was a great leader, someone who had entered the self-release realm for many years, extremely powerful. Currently he sat on a giant 9-headed snake's body, looking in this direction. In reality, this was what many from Jean family wanted to hear, because they felt like Huang's words were a bit ear-piercing, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. What is your intention? Form a restricted area of your own? Even if you had the ability to come back, you wouldn't join the future battle, is that it? Someone asked loudly. Are you harboring negative feelings? Feeling like you were wronged? Hating Imperial Pass? Someone spoke even more directly. Those under Jin, as well as Wang's troops' expressions were all unkind. At the same time, they felt incomparable restraining fear. If that day truly came, would Huang brandish a butcher's knife in their direction? Many people were shivering inwardly, because Huang's talent was something everyone could see with their own eyes. He was so powerful now. If he was given time to grow up, it really was hard to say how far he would grow. Do you all have the right to berate sure how like this? Qing Yi spoke up. The other youngsters, like the heavenly horned ant, were all extremely angry, all of them lashing out. Ha! Sure how released a light laugh, his eyes carrying disdain. Even more so a type of helplessness. If I had selfish intentions, I wouldn't have fought a bloody battle against the other side. Risked my life fighting outside in desolate pass. Even more so wouldn't agree to throw my life away here, head towards the other side. Then, what is your intention? Do families people asked. You clearly spoke to yourself like that just now. Pisho clan also had experts who spoke out. When I enter the other side, if I am lucky enough to not die, do you think they would feel at ease? There will definitely be blood oaths and other methods involving great karma. I will definitely not be able to assist you all in the future. Sure how said, extremely bleak, because he wasn't sighing for that type of conclusion, but rather becoming more and more cold from being questioned. Everyone became stupefied, not knowing what was good to say. At the same time, they felt extremely embarrassed. This undoubtedly made them look like petty people being jealous of those with noble character. Don't leave the pass. At this time, the heavenly horned ant, Chao Yuxing, Chong Gongyan and the others surrounded him, stopping Sure Hao, not letting him go. It was because once he left, it was impossible to predict what will happen, impossible to foresee. Even though they were angry just now, feeling like Sure Hao might as well directly leave, in the end, no one wished for Sure Hao to go far away. If there was a choice, who would be willing to leave their own people? At the same time, they even more so worried for Sure Hao's safety. Even though the status of the supreme being in that black war chariot was high, how could they completely trust his words? Sure Hao killed too many enemies in desolate border, killing thousands alone. Meanwhile, the number of great cultivators exceeded 100. Just how shocking of battle accomplishments were these? It could be said that once he went to that side, there would be enemies everywhere. The number of creatures and clans who bore grudges against him scalp-numbingly great. In this type of vile environment, would he be able to survive? Perhaps he might be mercilessly killed by some great figure as soon as he heads over. You all have to take care of yourselves. Sure Hao patted Chong Gongyan, Lunar Jade Rabbit, and others' shoulders. He only had these words for them, unable to say anything else. Once he left, it would be for many years, his future unknown. Perhaps this might even be a parting by death, never to see each other again. Even if they could meet again, the blue sea might have already become mulberry fields. No one was willing to see this scene. Even Sure Yi, who originally opposed him, walked forward, looking at Sure Hao and saying, "Doing things like this? Is it worth it?" Sure Hao didn't reply to this question, instead saying to him, "With both of us being from Stone Clan, you will definitely become very strong. So please properly take care of the so-called Sinner's Blood descendants." What Sinner's Blood descendants? I understand. This is threatening and forcing. Chao Yuxing released a low roar. Qing Yi walked up. She looked into Sure Hao's eyes. In the end, gently embraced him, doing her best to calm down. In the end, her voice was still shaking. Take care of yourself, Senior. Can this matter not be changed? There was a great cultivator who spoke, seated on a heaven-devouring beast, eyes glaring angrily like that of a tiger's. Even the powerful leaders felt disgusted with this, wishing to stop this. Dao friend Jean, if things continue like this, it will not end well. An unmatched being also spoke, looking towards Jean Taijun. I only have one question. If we can exchange for 500 years of peace, and we can obtain powerful reinforcements, changing the fate of the 9 heavens 10 earths, would you all still be unwilling? This was Jin Taijuan's reply. You are sure that there is no mistake? Shihao asked. I am sure, Jin Taijun replied. Normally, with her status, she wouldn't pay any attention to the words of the younger generation. However, it was different today. Fine, I am going to the other side. Shihao nodded, extremely straightforward. I cannot take this anymore. I am leaving Imperial Pass and inviting someone over. Chao Yuxing screamed out, the first to jump off the city wall, unable to endure this result. We agree to hand over Huang. Right at this time, Jin Taijun transmitted sound out from the city, communicating with the one in the black war chariot. Things were already like this, it could be considered to be decided. Haha, good. A reply sounded from below. On the city wall, many people's expressions were ugly. The pro-war faction clenching their fists one after another, feeling greatly humiliated. It would be difficult for them to forget about today's matter their entire lives. As for Jin family and their followers, as well as those who wished to stop the great battle, exchange for peace, they all revealed looks of joy, feeling endlessly inspired. We aren't cold-blooded people either. Give Huang some time. Let him settle some of his own problems before he leaves. A voice sounded from below the city. Do you need this time? The people by Jin Taijuan's side asked, looking towards Shihao. I do, Shihao coldly replied. Little friend, what cherished desires do you have? We will do our best to satisfy them. An unmatched being walked up. He was originally dignified, but right now he was extremely ashamed. However, there was nothing he could do. If they fought a bloody battle to the end, then Imperial Pass might be destroyed. Meanwhile, now there was hope, able to ensure the safety of all clans. In the future, I will wipe away this humiliation through blood, even if I have to die while fighting outside desolate border. Another unmatched being spoke. He also asked Shihao if he had anything he wanted. I want to absolve Stone Clan of their sin in Imperial Pass. Shihao said. Fine, I promise you. From today on, the sin left behind by Stone Clan's ancestors are gone, an unmatched being promised. This goes against the past decree. Someone from Du family said quietly. Hold your tongue, an unmatched being shouted, coldly looking at him, making the great leader of Du family almost fall weak onto the ground. I can promise that Stone Clan's sins will be removed. The master of the Five Spirits War Chariot, as well as Qihong's master said. Jin Taijun didn't oppose this. When she saw that the others were like this, she also nodded. There is no need, my accomplishments are already enough. Through my battles this time outside desolate border, I believe it is already enough to absolve them of their crimes. Shihao said. He wanted to go and tally up his accomplishments, use them to remove Stone Clan's sins. These words left everyone moved, their expressions all changing, feeling ashamed, and also shocked, their emotions complex. Even now, Huang still rejected their help, using his own merit to remove Stone Clan's past blood and sins. This matter was quickly arranged. Shihao produced the merit tile once more. The pure white bone tile was extremely brilliant. Back then, when it was examined, it released heaven-reaching radiance, auspicious brilliance rising streak after streak, representing Huang's accomplishments. Even if they already made mental preparations, everyone was still shocked. This was just a youngster, just how many foreign enemies did he kill to have such great achievements? The light rays were too many, auspicious light too rich, creating a great expanse. A group of elders began to count once more. Every one of them stirred up, their emotions complex. This type of heaven-warping genius, someone who established such great merit, was being forced to his death, sent to the other side. Quite a few people felt pity and regret. There were even some people who were resentful, feeling like Huang's departure was a type of great loss for Imperial Pass. Now, Stone Clan only had 1,000 or so people, moreover, their cultivations all not high. Shihao's contributions this time were enough to exchange for their freedom. They no longer had great sins weighing down on them. Gift the rest of these contributions to other sinners' blood families similar to Stone Clan. This was what Shihao wished for. At the same time, He looked towards the unmatched beings, saying, "Please do your best to reduce their so-called sins." In the end, he released a light sigh, asking them like this, "That is fine. Do you have any other wishes? I wish for my parents, loved ones, friends, and others to all live well." Xianxia turned around, walking towards the city gates alone. There was an altar that could send him out of the city there. His figure was extremely lonesome, his rear figure bleak, giving off an extremely cold and dismal feeling, as well as a feeling of great sadness. "Since that's the case, then just go," Jin Taijun said. "Little friend, do you have any other desires?" An unmatched figure walked up, carrying a heart of guilt, still wishing to do some more for him. "I am someone of this side. I hope that after I die, my bones can return, be buried in this world," Xianxia said. These words made a few emotional youngsters feel a great sadness. It was because this time everything pointed towards disaster for Huang. There were just too many people in the other side who hated him. Moreover, the black-colored war chariot supreme being didn't promise that he would definitely live. "If something happens to me, I hope someone can take my corpse, bring it back to the 9 heavens 10 earths, bury it in this place," Xianxia said. Right now, regardless of whether it was Chang Gongyan, Heavenly Horned Ant, Lunar Jade Rabbit, or the others who were close to Xianxia, Great Sutua, Lanxian, Wei Family's 4 Phoenixes, Tugu Yulong, and the others, they all released a light sigh, feeling sorrow. There were some, like Qing Yi and others, who felt extremely bad. Even some great cultivators, as well as some leaders, became silent, opening their mouths, feeling dejected. They felt a type powerlessness towards this scene. Their hearts moved. This type of youngster was going to meet his death just like this. It was too much of a pity, too regretful. Who is willing to follow Huang? I believe with the other side's warlike and straightforward disposition, they won't trouble the followers. If something happens to Huang, bring him back, an unmatched being said. The so-called something happening was naturally Xianxia dying in the other side. Who was willing to take back Xiao's corpse? Bring him back. After a short moment of silence, there were actually many people who shouted out, actually wishing to go with him. Xianxia was a bit surprised, feeling touched. He turned around, thought for a bit, and then a mysterious faint smile appeared at the corners of lips, actually pointing to someone who never spoke up. "Are you willing to come with me?" The one he pointed at was Jin Zhan. In that instant, all of Jin family's faces changed. A few people immediately wanted to berate out, because Jin Zhan was this clan's most outstanding genius in recent years. They naturally weren't willing to let him go. However, when the words reached their mouths, they then swallowed them back down, because it really was hard for them to say anything. Previously, Jin Taijun had already spoken that if needed, she could send Jin family's own to the foreign side to be killed. Jin Zhan gave Jin Taijun a look. She didn't say anything. "Huang, don't you think this is too much? If the foreign side is cold-blooded, killing Jin Zhan too, wouldn't we be throwing away a heaven-warping genius for nothing? This is a loss of imperial pass forces." Someone from Jin family finally couldn't hold themselves back, speaking up like this. "Ha-ha!" Xianxia laughed loudly. He looked towards Jin family's people and then at Jin Taijun and Jin Zhan in the end saying, "Forget it, I was just randomly mentioning it. How could I have the heart to trouble Jin family, who is known to have noble character and unquestionable integrity? I am going. One person heading out is enough." He laughed loudly, turning around to go, extremely free and at ease, taking steps out. "Little friend, we can satisfy your cherished desires. Have someone accompany you, and then in the future, bring you back," an unmatched being said. "There is no need. When a man heads out, where can't he make his home? Wherever he dies, wherever he is buried, the green hills are all the same under the heavens," Xianxia said with a loud voice, not even turning around. At this moment, an emotion that was difficult to describe began to spread between everyone. Many people were moved, unable to say what kind of emotion they were feeling. This world immediately became quiet, no one able to say anything. Many people felt disappointed and frustrated, at a loss, as well as an extremely bitter and sad feeling. They felt regret for Xianxia, feeling sadness for him. As for the great cultivators, even though they were quiet, they clearly could not calm down inside, all of them clenching their fists tightly. Only Jin family's faces were ashen. The words Sure How spoke just now were too ear-piercing for them. Sure How stepped on that altar. He was alone, extremely lonesome, but he no longer turned around, not speaking anymore. His back faced everyone, preparing to leave the pass. Walking straight into roaring winds and frigid rain like this, will he be able to return? Sure How, what will happen to you in the future? Will you appear again? If you are still alive, would you be restricted by the other side through a blood oath, no longer recognize us? Qing Yi's voice was shaking a bit, asking like this. As for the little rabbit, heavenly horned ant, and the others, they were all already screaming, wishing to leave the pass. If I live, I believe in the end. No one can restrict me. There will be a day when no karma can bind me. But I fear that at that time, my heart would have already turned cold, no longer burning like now. This was Sure Hao's reply. He no longer turned around, his head not looking back. The altar began to shine. His figure became indistinct. The altar shone. The symbols engraved on it were mysterious and ancient, worn by the passage of time, as if it was connected directly to other great eras, carrying a type of desolate aura. It was as if a prehistoric vicious beast hid within every symbol. Sure Hao's figure became hazy, about to disappear at any time. This was the highest level great transport formation passed down since the ancient times. As long as he entered, it would be the same as entering a dimensional space. The process for leaving the pass was extremely strict, needing great figures to stir on the altar from the inside. As such, as long as this transport formation was activated, Sure How could leave this place at any time, enter the great desert's army, unable to turn back again. I will ask them to establish a blood oath. Jin Taijun spoke, still extremely calm. She took a step out, leaving the altar below the city gate. She returned to the majestic wall that towered into the heavens. At the same time, there were quite a few people who came down, all important people from Jin family, as well as their followers. Of course, there were Du family, Pishio, and other great clans leaders. They also wanted to see the so-called blood oath establishment process, personally see this period of peace established. This old hag, she is in this much of a hurry? The heavenly horned ant feared nothing, saying furiously to himself. He wasn't scared of anyone else hearing him either. Not far out, the expressions of those under the Jin family became extremely cold. Many of them looked over, carrying chilly auras. It was to the extent where someone released a cold snort as a warning, used as a threat and intimidation. Is there something with your throat? What are you randomly snorting for? The heavenly horned ant immediately glared out. You all better not cross the line. Someone from among Jin's people berated. Just the sight of you all annoys me. Are you all still Imperial Pass creatures? Actually intentionally forcing someone out. You all still have the face to show me attitude here. Just hurry up and crawl back behind that old hag. You really are too unsightly here. Be careful not to incur public anger. The heavenly horned ant said furiously. Youngster, do not be too fickle and impatient. If you speak too overbearingly, it is easy for problems to occur. Someone said coldly. Get lost. The heavenly horned ant only had these two words for him. Right now, even the well-tempered Qing Yi was angry, facing those people. At the same time, Chang Gongyen, 10-crown king, which exiled Immortal, all of the youngsters who came with Sure How from the 3,000 provinces all stood up, looked at those people coldly. Even Sure Yi opened his dual pupils, primal chaos light erupting, coldly staring over. Then, Great Su Tuo, Little Sky King, Lan Xian, even Imperial Pass Tugu Yulong, Qi Hong, and Wei family's 4 phoenixes stood out, staring at those people angrily. Meanwhile, many cultivators, some of the great leaders couldn't continue watching this. Their expressions all unkind, carrying coldness, staring at them, revealing a wave of killing intent. Senior, look! Someone from under Jin family looked towards an unmatched being. Shut your mouth! Qi Hong's master, the original owner of the 5 Spirits War Chariot roared. Those people's faces immediately turned deathly pale, blood flowing out from the corners of their mouths, almost exploding on the spot. These people shivered coldly, not daring to stick out anymore. They all rushed towards the sky, flying towards the top of the wall, the place where the clans who agreed to hand over How gathered. It was because the people who had similar thoughts as them wished to see the blood oath made. That old hag really is something. Is she really just in this much of a rush, pushing How into the pits of hell? The heavenly horned ant really was someone with quite the temper. Jin Taijun on the city wall was communicating with those on the other side after all. Soon afterwards, a blood color extended into the great desert, surging violently like a sea of blood, too crazy, leaving everyone shaken, drowning out the great desert. This was just a drop of blood, yet it engulfed the entire boundless desert battlefield. At first it was red, then it turned into 5 colors. Blood surged, a matchless aura overflowing into the heavens. Even in the city with Imperial pass protection, everyone still shook, as if they were going to kneel down. This was unmatched pressure. One could imagine if it wasn't for Imperial pass protection, everyone would fall weak onto the ground, unable to endure that type of higher-level terrifying pressure at all. A drop of blood gathered on a golden decree, releasing a heavy and grand ancient voice, as if a demonic sovereign was making a vow, as if there was an immortal king chanting sutras. It was just too intimidating. In that instant, irregular scenes appeared one after another in this world. The great Tao of the void appearing endlessly, turning into immortal phoenixes, spreading their wings, condensing into true dragons that coiled about, also gathering into Kuan-pungs that tore apart the sky dome. Apart from this, sweet springs gushed out from the withered great desert, golden seeds falling from the heavens, taking root in the void. Great Tao divine chains blossomed, as if this place was undergoing reincarnation, prospering after wilting. There were streak after streak of black lightning that appeared, blood-colored lightning surrounded by primal chaos, interweaving here, the scene horrifying to the extreme. Soon afterwards, cheers sounded from above the city wall. It was clear that the blood oath had been completed, both sides reaching a compromise. Some type of power engraved everything. Jin family, Wang family, Du family, Pishio, and other clans, quite a few people revealed expressions of joy. Then, they looked at How below, just waiting for him to leave the pass. The city gate was already shaking greatly. It was because everyone knew that the blood oath had been completed. How about to leave the pass. Nothing could stop this anymore. Why hasn't he returned yet? Qin Yi was anxious. Chang Gongyan, Lunar Jade Rabbit, and others were all like this. It was because previously, when Xiao Yuxing left, they all made moves, either splitting their divine consciousness or moving out spiritual bodies to invite Meng Tianzheng out of seclusion. Come save How. However, the blood oath had already formed. Yet why hasn't Great Elder come yet? Their true bodies didn't go, because they wanted to keep their eyes on How, worried that he might leave first, fearing that they might miss out on this final opportunity. The oath has already formed. It is time for you to leave the pass. Jin Taijun descended. There was a large group of people who followed her, all of them carrying expressions of joy, extremely happy. They were now just waiting for How to leave. This way, they could get 500 years of peace in return. On the altar, How still never turned around, not looking back, his back towards everyone, not saying a single word. Chang. On his body, a sword flew out, the everlasting sword core. Then, the lightning emperor armor appeared, floating in midair. All types of artifacts appeared afterwards. Some of them, for example, the 10,000 spirit diagram, and others were stored in spatial magical artifacts. Qi. These treasure turned into an expanse of clear light, flying over from where he was, landing at Qingyi, Heavenly Horned Ant, and others, even Yi's feet. The weapons were inserted into the ground, the everlasting sword core and others all shaking. He didn't bring these treasures with him, wishing to leave them with everyone. This made everyone's hearts tremble. Their eyes soar as they looked at that rear figure. Then, How was continuously pointing at the space between his brows, the crown of his head, and others, using the cruelest methods to seal his own primordial spirit. trap his sea of consciousness engravings, sealing some things himself, even cutting off some things. The methods he obtained, some of them were too important. They couldn't be obtained by the other side. I will come help you. At this time, even an unmatched being's voice was trembling, because he knew what he was doing. He couldn't bear to watch this, not willing to watch a youngster sever his own primordial spirit imprints. The most powerful mind sealing, once sealed, even if someone's cultivation realm is countless times higher than yours, as long as your sea of consciousness is searched, it will touch the seal. At that time, your sea of consciousness will self-destruct. A supreme being said. Sure how didn't turned around, but he stopped, nodding. Chi. Several unmatched experts moved together, assisting this process together. Moreover, it was accompanied by blood oaths, carried out through some type of extremely ancient method, helping Sure how establish restrictions around his primordial spirit that prevented outsiders from touching. No! The lunar jade rabbit wept. This meant that once Sure how left the city, he might die. It was because once the other side probed his divine senses imprints, it would automatically be activated. When Qingyi watched Sure how cut away himself, her eyes already became completely red, feeling the urge to cry. Watching Sure how have his mind sealed by the supreme beings with the legendary most terrifying ancient mind sealing methods, she felt great sadness, tears falling. Chong Gongyan, Lan Xian, Wei family's 4 phoenixes and others all felt like this scene was too hard to accept. All of them clenching their fists, the group of youngsters' noses all sour. This separation might be eternal. Aside from a set of unlined garments, he didn't have anything else on him. All of his treasures were left behind, not bringing anything. He had his back to everyone, no longer saying anything. It's about time you leave, an old woman next to Jin Taijun said, urging him on. Exactly. The blood oath has a limit. If it is not quickly carried out, it'll fail. Du family's people also spoke up. Little friend, is there anything else you wish to say? Please tell me your last wishes. Qi Hong's master said. Sure how stood there, not saying anything. In the end, he only shook his head, not saying anything. Then just go on your way. Jin Taijun spoke. This time, the supreme beings personally activated the altar, all of them full of shame, eyes carrying sadness, constructing a spatial path for Sure how. With a wung sound, the altar became resplendent, light rushing into the heavens. Sure how was surrounded within the radiance, his figure becoming faint, as if it was going to disintegrate here. Sure how! A group of people shouted, those youngsters' eyes all becoming astringent, noses sore. Qingyi, Lunar Jade Rabbit, and others long broke out in tears. This separation would perhaps be eternal. Would they be able to meet in this world again? At the final juncture, Sure how finally turned around, looking towards them, at those familiar faces, carrying reluctance, great emotions, and helplessness. How could he be willing to leave? However, he still couldn't head back, he still had to leave. Sure how looked at everyone, his eyes passing over every single one of them. In the end, it was as if it passed through all of them, looking towards the scene behind Imperial Pass. In that instant, he was full of reluctance, unwillingness, really wishing to remember every single person, see all of his old friends. The appearances of many people appeared in his heart. In a daze, he saw Stone Village, the place where he spent his joyous childhood, free from worry. The time when he was undisciplined and out of control, stubborn and mischievous in the great wilderness. Grandpa Chief also became old, waiting for him, always reading his name. The uncles, aunts, and comrades in the village all reminisced about him, the affection from that place warming his heart. Then he saw his own parents, grandfather, and others, missing them greatly, but they could never meet again. Also, the willow deity and little pagoda, where were they? In the end, his eyes passed through all obstructions, landing on an expanse of fire mulberry trees. There was a girl standing below the fire mulberry trees, quietly waiting for his return. The fire mulberry flowers had already bloomed, fluttering about in the air, fluttering down. However, as the years passed one after another, he couldn't appear, forever unable to return. That young lady would go from her underripe years onto her middle years, and then one day become old and gray-haired. But she would continue to stand there alone. She was already old, yet she still said with a soft voice, "The color of the mulberry trees has returned, the light of dusk falling upon my clothes. The fire mulberry trees have already filled the horizon, yet the date of return is still unknown. When the fire mulberry trees wilt, I will have also have returned." Sherhao's eyes seemed to have peered through endless time, traveling extremely far, seeing many places. In the end, he suddenly turned around, no longer looking back. Chang! A blazing radiance shone from the altar. He disappeared from this place, never to be seen again. He couldn't turn back, he had to walk forward into the distance alone. "Sherhao!" A group of people shouted, looking towards the empty altar, unable to see that figure again. The minds of Qing Yi and the others all felt vacant and empty. He left just like that. Would he be able to return alive? Could he even return? The person had already left, all of his possessions left behind. The everlasting sword core was inserted into the bluestone ground, the other magical artifacts lying in disarray here. This left everyone in regret. Their old friend had already left, only his weapons left behind. However, there was one artifact that was a bit special, which was the Lightning Emperor armor. It actually released bits of dark light, as if it was corroded by darkness. This armor bore a great grudge back then. Now, Qi Hong's master's expression changed, but there was nothing he could do. The Lightning Emperor armor became a black gold, extremely strange, no longer covered in rust. It was dark like a black abyss. Qi, an unmatched being, took action, sealing it out of fear of something unexpected happening, and then handed it to the heavenly horned ant. Many people were in a momentary absent-minded state. Then, they all flew up, rushing towards the city wall that towered into the heavens, wishing to give Huang one last look, send him off. In reality, even Jin family, Wang family, Du family, Pixiu and other clans wanted to see the scene of Huang leaving the city one last time. Everyone rushed into the sky, arriving on the grand and majestic wall, gazing forward. From the distance, Sherhao approached the great army covered in armor, already before them. They could only see a rear figure, his body standing perfectly straight. He raised his head, standing there, facing the endless troops without any fear alone. He was already quite far from Imperial Pass. Sherhao was submerged under the ice-cold great army, about to completely disappear. At this time, there was a troop that rushed out, all of them seated on ancient beasts. Even those mounts were covered in armor, all of them incomparably sinister as they rushed in Sherhao's direction. In that instant, many of the youngsters' hearts rushed up to their throats. There weren't many people in this troop, only 30-something. They were dressed in black armor. The mounts all had wide mouths full of ferocious teeth, their bodies massive. Unknown what type of vicious beasts they were. Meanwhile, on the mounts, those people all held black pikes, heavenly halberds and other things, all heavy weapons, all of them pointed towards Sherhao. Even though there were only 30 men, when they ran together, they moved like a small mountain, making even the great earth shake, rumble with noise. Chang! When they heard the weapon-trembling sound, they quickly rushed forward, without any hesitation, stabbing towards Sherhao, attacking with heavenly spears. A black war spear released woo-woo noises, tearing through the sky, the speed just too fast, immediately arriving. The heavenly spear also tore through space. These people's cultivation levels were extremely great, their eyes all scarlet red, carrying killing intent, wishing to kill Sherhao. It was precisely as they suspected. Huang had killed too many foreign cultivators, enemies everywhere. There was a group of youngsters who surrounded him as soon as he left the city. At this moment, the foreign higher levels didn't express anything, all of them quietly watching. Imperial Pass on the city walls. The expressions of cultivators of all clans changed, especially those of Qing Yi, Chang Gongyan and the others, their faces even more so turning pale. This was just the beginning. Sherhao was now heading to the other side, everything pointing towards disaster. Will he take action? There were some people under Jin family who were speculating. Chang! Hao's arm shone, his fingers like blades, releasing a streak of resplendent radiance, immediately removing a mount's head. Blood splashed high into the air. His movements were like lightning, using the Lightning Emperor Precious Technique's lightning blade. Speed too fast, the power tremendous. The foreign army erupted into an uproar. Many people shocked. They didn't expect him to still be this fierce after facing an army of millions, taking action in front of everyone without any fear of consequences. Moreover, Hao didn't stop, seizing over a black war spear, brandishing it about, attacking outwards with the courage and strength that overlooked the younger generation. Dang! 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 The sound of weapons clashing sounded. Several dozen individuals and mounts received heavy blows, the weapons in their hands all sent flying by that black war spear, unable to hold on to them anymore. The area between their thumbs and index fingers were all split apart, blood flowing in a long stream, their entire body shaking greatly. As for their mounts, they almost collapsed onto the ground. Pong! Hao treated the black war spear in his hands like a great rod, brandishing it about, smashing it against those individuals and mounts. Bones were broken, muscles torn. A group of people immediately screaming miserably, mounts roaring, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. They were sent flying. There was only a single youngster at the center of it all. Black hair scattered about, gaze like lightning. He held a great black spear with a single arm. Standing there, the spear full of blood. He didn't move from his original location, as if his body was nailed to the ground, body perfectly straight, standing up tall like an unyielding war god. Imperial Pass on the city wall. There were quite a few people who couldn't help but shout out, "Good!" This was especially true for the pro-war faction who had always fought bloodily against the other side. Even more of them clapping and cheering, feeling delighted. When fighting a great battle against the other side, one had to have this type of bravery. Soon afterwards, everyone calmed down, feeling greater and greater worry for Huang. This was especially the case for Qingyi, Lunar Jade Rabbit, Chang Gongyan, and others, all of them worried. Sure, how was this domineering? Even when he was sent out as a sacrifice, he still dared to take action like this. This would likely incur the wrath of a few powerful clans. Audacious! In the Black Great Army, a short shout sounded, ringing through this place like heavenly thunder. There were foreign leader-level figures whose expressions became cold. They rode on ancient beasts, looking coldly at Huang. Sure, how didn't feel any fear. Still standing there, black war spear in hand, slowly raising it, pointing it at the one who berated him. This was a leader with great reputation and strength. The ancient beast he sat on moved its head, tail thrashing about, green scales thick, fierce teeth snow-white, extremely sinister. Huang, you have already become a prisoner, yet you still dare behave with disrespect? No one can humiliate me. At worst, I will just die. These were Hao's words. The minds of many people on Imperial Pass trembled. Huang was this domineering and resolute. Hao. On the city wall, a group of people cheered. Huang. The leader's gaze became ice-cold. The ancient beast he sat on stepped on the void, quickly arriving. It was just too fast. He brandished a great golden lance in his hands, looking like an oppressive immortal mountain as it smashed over. Hao's reputation in the foreign side was extremely great. The number of enemies he killed many, so there were many clans who bore hostility against him, which was also why quite a few experts weren't convinced. They felt like he was just a youngster. What strength did he have to kill this many great cultivators? That was why there were some experts who wanted to personally size him up, kill him. For example, this leader who looked to be in his middle years, in reality he had already lived for an extremely long time, entered self-release realm for many years already. Right now, he surged with killing intent. Dang! Hao held the black spear in hand, facing him head-on. Kuan-Pungs rushed out from the spear point one after another, all of them the size of a palm, but they were extremely brilliant. Hong Long, this leader's body shone, also using an ancestral method, displaying its most powerful divine might. Unfortunately, he wasn't a match for Huang, seriously injured by the Kuan-Pung technique, immediately coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. The golden divine lance was broken by the black spear. With a pung noise, this leader flew out, falling into a puddle of blood. This place became chaotic, a few foreign creatures' expressions becoming serious. They finally knew how great Huang's strength was. The dead were not wronged. At the same time, their expressions weren't all that pleasant either. This was clearly a captive, he should play his part, yet right now he was this unyielding, resisting and attacking. Unbridled. As a prisoner, how can we allow you to behave atrociously here? A few people shouted. A group of leaders appeared, stirring on their mounts, surrounding Shi Hao. Shi Hao didn't say a single word. He raised the blood-soaked war spear, pointing it at them. There was no need to speak too much. If he was going to die anyway, then it was better to fall gloriously in battle. Great One, should I stop them? In the army, next to the black ancient war chariot, an old servant bowed respectfully, quietly transmitting sound. There's no need. Let's watch for a bit first. That supreme being's calm voice sounded from within the war chariot. A great clamoring sounded from inside the great army. When they saw Shi Hao's powerful display, many of them released killing intent. Kill! Kill Huang! Many people from within the great army shouted, some of them crying out, asking to kill Huang here. This was their great enemy. The group of leading figures stirred on their mounts, surrounding Shi Hao within. Shi Hao was fearless, preparing to face the enemy, fight a bloody battle to the end. The Black War Chariot's Emperor Clan Supreme Being didn't expression anything, wishing to take a look first. But this didn't mean the other Supreme Beings would just watch with their hands behind their backs. Their eyes became cold. Unbridled, a prisoner should understand their role as a prisoner. This is no place for you to act fiercely. Finally, a Supreme Being spoke up. Chong, moreover, his finger pointed out, a streak of divine light flying out. This was a chain refined from metal, quickly surrounding Shi Hao, and then binding his body. During this process, he wanted to retaliate, but it was futile. The magical force of a Supreme Being was too great, not of the same order of magnitude at all, couldn't be compared. Hung! Then, that foreign Supreme Being released a cold snort, making the war spear in a soldier's hands move on its own, rushing at Huang with extreme speed. Pooh! Shi Hao's body was pierced through by a war spear, that terrifying weapon impaling his body, making him stagger. Ah! On Imperial Pass, a group of people screamed out, their expressions completely changing. I can't continue watching this anymore. Why hasn't Great Elder come? The heavenly horned ant couldn't endure this result, jumping off the wall, now rushing towards Meng Tianjing's land of seclusion. With him in the lead, the other youngsters all rushed out as well, heading towards that place. They couldn't bear to watch this great desert scene. Imperial Pass within the mountain region in front of a giant palace. The mountain ridge was massive, ancient trees towering into the heavens, giant stones laid in disarray. This was Meng Tianjing's place of seclusion. Ever since he came here, he no longer came back out. A bronze lamp hung by the ancient palace, continuously flickering about. It was extremely dim. Inside of that bronze lamp, the light swayed about, the fiery light ready to go out at any time, leaving one greatly alarmed. It was because this was Meng Tianjing's soul lamp, not a normal type of magical artifact. This indicated that his situation was extremely bad, that he was currently wandering about the brink of life and death. This bronze soul lamp matched Great Elder's aura, revealing his current situation. Great Elder! A few figures stood before the giant palace, their expressions miserably pale, extremely shocked. Great Elder's current situation was terrible, completely unstable. How was he supposed to come out now? These were the divine wills and spiritual bodies that Qing Yi, Chang Gongyan, Lunar Jade Rabbit, and others sent over. They stood here, feeling extremely nervous. Heh. There was someone who released a faint laugh. It was extremely soft, but also extremely ear-piercing. Apart from Qing Yi's group, there were other creatures' true bodies that stood here. However, these people weren't all that anxious, instead calm and unruffled, extremely easygoing. Qi. In the distance, divine light shone, Many figures appeared, merging with those divine wills and spiritual bodies. The heavenly horned ant and others' true bodies arrived, landing here. Out of the way! Qing released a light shout. The normally gentle, well-tempered her was now extremely angry, because she instantly knew what was going on. The ones who were calm and unhurried were Jin family's people. When the divine wills and spiritual bodies came, they were actually stopped not long ago. These people truly could be considered to harbor unfathomable motives, purposely stopping the lunar jade rabbit, Qing, and the others' divine wills from approaching this place, not letting them walk within the range of the giant palace. This could be said to be a fatal obstruction, preventing news from entering the giant palace. From this, Qing, lunar jade rabbit, and others couldn't change Hao's conclusion of leaving Imperial Pass. If not for seeing Great Elder's soul lamp continuously flickering, ready to go out at any time, they might even take action, do everything they could to intercept them. Now, they didn't act rashly, no longer blocking the path, but that type of somewhat restrained, but also expressions that carried amusement, was still extremely unsightly. Senior Meng is in danger. I advise you all not to disturb him. We should be helping him keep the law. We will not allow any disturbance here, a middle-aged man said. This was a self-release realm great cultivator. His face carried a gentle smile, but no matter how one looked at it, it seemed extremely fake. Get out of my sight. If you dare block the way again, even if Jin Taijun protects you, you will definitely be killed. Even though the heavenly horned ant was small, his voice was extremely penetrating, eyes red as he shouted. Jin family's people were all shaken. Even though their cultivation realms were higher than this ant's, they felt a bit of restraining fear. It was because they heard that there were 5 old soldiers protecting this heavenly horned ant, that they were his father's past soldiers. Even though those old soldiers weren't in Imperial Pass, still in Heavenly Deity Institution's cave, in the future, it was possible that they might leave. One had to understand that Wang family previously mustered great forces to capture Hao, but they ended up being dealt with miserably by those old soldiers. We are acting out of good intentions, all of us wishing for Senior Meng to make it through this tribulation, survive, but the situation right now really isn't all that great, one of them said. At this time, they didn't dare laugh because a large group of youngsters came. If they continued to put on that type of appearance, they might incur public wrath. The group of youngsters walked about the giant palace, all of them uneasy. They couldn't ask Great Elder to come out, moreover, they might receive grievous news of death, because that bronze lamp was becoming increasingly dim. It really was about to go out. Many people released a long sigh. Perhaps this really was the will of heaven, for Huang to die. Now even the last bit of hope was gone. What was there left to do? That was why everyone already no longer hoped for Great Elder to take action. Safely making it through this disaster could already be considered good news. Sure how? A few people's heads were lowered, feeling a wave of powerlessness. Qing, lunar jade rabbit, and others' eyes even more so carried tears. There was nothing else they could do. In the end, it was still their cultivation levels not being high enough. If they were all close to the Supreme Being level, they could then challenge people of their level, naturally able to stop all of this. Apart from this, if they had an immortal artifact or two, they would have the strength to oppose Jin Taijun. Not good. Great Su Tuo released a light shout. Even this ancient monk bloodline's inheritor, revealing a shocked expression, lacking his normal calm and unflustered demeanor. It was because the soul lamp in front of the ancient palace went out with a flash, immediately becoming dim, the flame not jumping about again. Great Elder Meng Tianjing really died? The people here immediately became stunned, and then all hope turned to dust. This type of great expert was going to die like this? No one dared believe this, nor could they accept it. Great Elder! A group of experts roared out. Senior Meng, how could you be like this? Many people cried out in grief. This was just too sudden and too unexpected. When it rains, it pours. Was this what was happening? Everything was happening together. They were in despair, no one able to save Hao now. Moreover, now there was completely no time left. The corners of Jin family's people's lips curled up. They didn't feel any grief, only carrying astonishment. Aside from this, also relaxed expressions, feeling like a great mountain in their minds collapsed. There were some people from Wang family here as well, all of them feeling relieved from a burden. It was because Meng Tianjing's existence was too much of pressure for them. Meng Tianjing had previously fought his way into Wang family, attacking in House Place, competing with Immortal Wang, both sides not getting along. Now that he died like this, Wang family's people finally felt as if the dark clouds separated, revealing the sun behind them. Great Elder! A group of youngsters screamed out, all of them carrying great grief. Meanwhile, there were people in the distance who revealed soft laughter. Heh. This was an extremist from Jin family who rushed over from the city wall. This type of attitude really left one feeling annoyed, incomparably furious. Even though there were only a few of them, moreover hiding it extremely well, their expressions were still seen by others. This immediately incurred all of their anger. Right when someone was about to erupt, suddenly, the giant palace shook. Hong! A giant noise sounded. Powerful aura spread. Moreover, that extinguished soul lamp suddenly erupted with incomparable brilliance, shining like a sun. Ah! Great Elder has revived. He didn't die, he is still alive. Someone cheered loudly. The soul lamp was brilliant, actually becoming extremely dazzling after dying out, revealing that Great Elder was unaffected, that there was no worry to his life. Guangdong. The giant palace's great gates were opened, a wave of boundless fluctuations rushing out from within. Many people shivered inwardly, unable to resist it. This was especially the case with Jin family and Wang family's people, their expressions going rigid. The ones who were laughing just now even more so became pale, with even all of their teeth clattering. Put on. Quite a few people under Jin family fell weak onto the ground, shivering in fear. Wang family's people not all that better off. It was because when that type of fluctuation swept over, not even self-release realm great cultivators could endure it. During this process, that soul lamp changed from being resplendent to dim, shining again, continuously flickering about several times. Everyone shivered inwardly. Everyone knew that Great Elder state was extremely special, a bit unstable, fluctuating from weak to extremely powerful. Then, a young Meng Tianjing walked out, still dressed in tattered golden battle armor, covered in blood. He hadn't changed his equipment since returning from desolate borders battle. Great Elder, sure how he... The lunar jade rabbit wept. Meng Tianjing sighed, saying, I know everything. The reason why he could awake was precisely because there was a powerful emotion surrounding this place, affecting him. This made Meng Tianjing revive from the deepest state of cultivation, sensing everything in the outside world, emerge in fury. Even though he looked calm, everyone could feel the calamity-level pressure. How could Great Elder just take things lying down? Pong! Great Elder left the giant palace with a single step, arriving before everyone. When he landed, the bodies of everyone from Jin family and Wang family were greatly shaken, all of them in fear, their expressions incomparably pale. They laid on the ground, shivering, as if there wasn't a single bone in their body. This was the anger of a supreme being, immediately making heaven and earth lose color. Crazy winds sweeping about, lightning and thunder rumbling, lightning interweave, rubble flying everywhere, giant mountains shaking. If not for them being in Imperial Pass, still holding back somewhat, lava would gush out from the ground, mountains and valleys even rupturing. Despite this being the case, Jin and Wang family's people still couldn't withstand it. Those who previously laughed coldly, stopped Qingyi and Chang Gongyan, immediately even more so directly exploded at this moment. They turned into a pool of blood, directly losing their lives. On the contrary, the youngsters were unaffected. No matter how crazy the Supreme Being aura was, how angry Great Elder was, they still weren't harmed in the slightest. It was because Great Elder released a gentle light, surrounding all of them, protecting them within. Immediately afterwards, Great Elder took another step out, crossing who knew how many tens of thousands of li, instantly appearing before that special city wall, arriving at the scene of the crime. It's Senior Meng, someone cried out. Everyone knew the relationship between Meng Tianzheng and Huang, also knowing that not long ago, he entered the deepest level of Tao comprehension, becoming dormant. They never expected him to wake up this quickly, being startled out. The expressions of everyone from Jin family changed. Meanwhile, Wang family, Du family, and the others also turned pale with fright. They knew that Great Elder was definitely indignant. The wrath of a supreme being would result in corpses for 10,000 li, blood flowing like rivers. Perhaps Jin family might be in trouble. The current Meng Tianzheng was in his golden years, imposing and heroic, domineering and terrifying. The damaged golden armor carried dark red blood. His black hair scattered behind him, intimidating to the extreme. The divine light in his eyes was resplendent, immediately seeing the everlasting sword core stabbed into the ground. His sharp eyebrows immediately stood on end. With a raise of his hand, the sword core was pulled up from the ground, appearing in his hand with a chong sound, firmly grasped in his hand. Everyone's expressions changed. A supreme being was angry, pulling up the sword core, towering there. Was he going to unleash a great slaughter here? Meng Tianzheng held the everlasting sword core, killing intent overflowing into the heavens. The blood-stained, damaged golden armor released kengqiang noises. He was like an immortal Tao great mountain as he stood there. No one could stand by the city gate, all of them laying down. This was caused by the wrath of a supreme being, the terrifying pressure he released, making everyone tremble. A streak of clear light rushed out, as if a war immortal rushed into the heavens. With the sword core in hand, Meng Tianzheng leapt up, arriving on the city wall, carrying endless ice-cold killing intent. At the same time, his entire body was like a golden eternal immortal furnace, erupting with brilliance that pierced through the cosmos, filling heaven and earth, glorious light dazzling. Meng Tianzheng. Even though there were powerful formations protecting the city wall, blocking out this power, many people long felt that familiar aura. It was because it was just too strong. Despite this being the case, there was still a group of creatures who trembled, their expressions miserable. The cry of alarm came from the old woman at Jin Taijuan's side. As soon as she spoke, her entire body flew into the air, splitting into pieces, and then exploding. This was caused by a wave of aura. Meng Tianzheng didn't move, only looking over, but her body immediately exploded. This was the power at the peak of the mortal Tao, impossible to match. The expressions of the people at Jin Taijuan's side all changed. There were men and women, all of them old servants. They were frightened to the extreme. Tao friend Meng, what is the meaning of this? Jin Taijuan's expression changed again and again. She tightly gripped the walking stick in her hands, her fingers becoming a bit pale. This was the result of gripping it too tightly. She felt both anger and shock. Meng Tianzheng came carrying anger. This was manner of unleashing a great slaughter. The others trembled in fear. Pudong noises sounded continuously. Jin family's people bore the brunt of the attack, all in that area falling weakly onto the ground at almost the same time. The tall and straight male in battle armor carried wrath, as well as endless killing intent, making everyone's souls tremble, their bodies and souls about to collapse. In that instant, all of those who fell onto the ground coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, their expressions pale white like paper, shivering involuntarily. Regardless of whether it was the self-release realm great cultivators or the middle-aged and younger cultivators, they all shuddered in fear, terrified from their core, unable to produce the slightest strength to resist. Senior, Du family's people cried Yu Ti Hong. The instant Great Elder's eyes moved, everyone from Du family was sent flying. Their bodies covered in cracks, large mouthfuls of blood coughed out. All of them began to tremble while lying on the ground as well. This was the power of a supreme being, a gaze able to pierce through the void, as if endless thunder rumbled, lightning crashed down, too terrifying. The so-called great leaders were all lying down, their bodies shaking all over. Great Elder held the sword core, walking forward, directly approaching. With each step, all of Imperial Pass seemed to be resonating, shaking in response, his power and momentum absolutely horrifying. His eyes were incomparably blinding, not saying a single word, just staring forward. Meng Tianjing, what do you want to do? You better not act recklessly. Jin Taijun's body surged with great winds, great Tao natural laws coiling about. Primal chaos surged about her, now on guard. It was because Meng Tianjing was coming straight for her, his gait steady, eyes terrifying to the point where even a supreme being like her was shaken. Everyone was scared, especially the higher levels of Jin family. All of them were laying on the ground, suppressed to the point where they couldn't even raise their heads, feeling like all hell was about to break loose. They never expected Great Elder to be this terrifying. Under his rage, not even Jin Taijun could protect them. Every one of them panicked, worried that Great Elder would wipe out their entire Jin family. Dong! Jin Taijun shook the walking stick, meeting Meng Tianjing's gaze. She had finished her preparations, not hesitating to face a battle, feeling like the problems were great this time. Dao brother Meng. There were unmatched beings who spoke up, wishing to say something. However, after opening his mouth, he didn't know what to say. Chong. Meng Tianjing still continued forward, moreover brandishing the sword core in his hands, directly hacking forward, extremely decisive, without any hesitation or doubt. You? Jin Taijun's face suddenly changed, not expecting Meng Tianjing to be this direct, not saying a single word, even more so not giving her a chance to even explain anything, just slashing out. The radiance from this sword illuminated the sky dome, resplendent as if silver streams were pouring down, glorious sword light shaking the universe. Even someone as powerful as Jin Taijun felt her entire body go cold, fine hairs stand on end. She quickly raised her walking stick, fiercely facing this. It was because the threat of this sword was too great. As for the others, they even more so felt like their courage was wilting, feeling panic down to their souls. They all fell down, continuously trembling. Supreme being might weigh down on the world, making their bodies and souls about to explode. Meng Tianjing only focused in front of him. If not for this being the case, if even a strand of energy rushed at those people, they wouldn't be able to survive. There wasn't a single clan leader in the surroundings who didn't tremble with fear. They felt like leaves in a storm, chilliness attacking their bodies, entire body convulsing uncontrollably, suddenly shaking. Chong! The sword core was like a rainbow, carrying heavenly river-like radiance as it crashed down, the might shaking the heavens above and earth below, as if history itself was being cleaved, severing time. Astral winds surged about Jin Taijun's entire body, divine chains of order covering her densely, releasing zhang noises, doing everything she could to resist. Dang! The walking stick in her hand faced the sword core, releasing an ear-splitting noise. Metal radiance scattered out, great Tao symbols everywhere, completely blossoming. Then, this place became indistinct and hazy, primal chaos surging, as if heaven and earth was being created for the first time. Then a ka-cha cracking noise rang out. That walking stick broke apart. Even though there was some immortal gold inside, it was still cut apart by the sword core. It was because this sword was too sharp, divine force matchless, glorious sword radiance suppressing even the sun, too brilliant, impossible to match. Pooh! Jin Taijun's chest erupted with blood, a terrifying sword wound left behind, ripping apart her body, almost cutting her into two, revealing deep white bones. This was just too shocking. A single sword from Meng Tianjing could actually injure Jin Taijun, from her shoulder down to her abdomen. This sword hacked down diagonally, the sword radiance leaving behind a terrifying wound, bone stubble already exposed, supreme being blood surging. Everyone's expressions changed. Meng Tianjing was too strong, divine might immeasurable. Forget about the others. Even the unmatched being's eyes erupted with brilliance. Meanwhile, Immortal Wang's pupils even more so contracted, staring at this scene. His young and tender face becoming a bit sluggish, long shaken. He deeply experienced Great Elder's power. As for the others laying on the ground, they all trembled. For them, this was like the might of heaven, impossible to estimate just how strong that sword was. Jin Taijun was already eminent and unapproachable in their eyes, like a great mountain that was too hard to surpass. a single look able to suppress them, let alone fighting. Meanwhile, this supreme being was hacked apart by a single slash from Meng Tianjing, almost cut in half diagonally from the shoulder. The reason for this scene was one, because of Meng Tianjing's unmatched power. Second was because the sword core was too special, unstoppable. In addition, it specialized in absorbing immortal gold. The instant the walking stick snapped, the immortal gold essence was completely refined into the sword core, the remainder turning into scrap metal. Then, the instant it hacked down, it naturally wounded Jin Taijun. Pang! This wasn't all. After Jin Taijun was injured, she continuously backed up, half her body soaked in blood. Deep grooves were left behind one after another below her feet. One had to understand that there was an extremely great formation protecting this place. The wall sturdy, yet now it was like this, proving just how terrifying the force that rammed into her body was. Jin family's people were absolutely horrified. They never expected that with both of them as supreme beings. Jin Taijun couldn't block Meng Tianjing at all. Moreover, be hacked by a sword until she backed up. These people's faces lacked all color. If Meng Tianjing went mad, who here could survive? Who could stop him? Even wiping out 10 clans wasn't an issue. The unmatched beings were stupefied as well, not expecting things to develop like this. Immortal Wang's eyes were deep, only him still rather calm, as if contemplating. He stared at Great Elder's back, estimating his current cultivation level and state. Pooh! This wasn't all. After Jin Taijun continuously withdrew, she coughed out another mouthful of blood. Only then did she steady herself. However, right when Jin family, Du family, Wang family, and others panicked, Meng Tianjing didn't press towards them. Nor did he pay Jin Taijun any attention, instead still taking large steps forward, arriving on the city wall, gazing into the great desert. The foreign great army withdrew like the tide, about to disappear into the limits of the horizon. Chi! Meng Tianjing disappeared from this place, his speed just too fast, no one able to react in time. Then, the altar in front of the city gate shone, blinding radiance moving the sky dome. Immediately afterwards, Great Elder left Imperial Pass, slaughtering his way out alone. With only a single sword in hand, he is slaughtering his way into the foreign great army alone. Someone trembled, saying in shock. The leaders partial to sure how all beam completely hot-blooded. When they saw this scene, they all cried out in alarm. Worthy of being Meng Tianjing, boldness unmatched, aura devouring 10,000 li, daring to slaughter his way into the great foreign army alone. Only now did everyone understand the reason for Meng Tianjing's actions just now. Meng Tianjing perhaps carried killing intent, wished to kill Jin Taijun, but that wasn't the main reason. He only hacked out with the sword along the way. The main reason was because he wanted to see where the foreign army was, if they were still here. In that instant, everyone understood. This included Jin Taijun, her expression even more so becoming green and white. Just now, Meng Tianjing wasn't truly looking at her, just hacking out. This was just like chasing out a housefly, right? Meng Tianjing acted with such devotion, as if no one else was here. That casual strike, in Jin Taijun's opinion, was definitely her most terrible experience. A type of humiliation. The others were all shaken, at the same time, their expressions strange. Kill! Great Elder's roar sounded once again in the great desert, his aura engulfing 10,000 li, shaking up mountains and rivers. After he left the pass, there wasn't a trace of hesitation. He took large steps out in pursuit, brandishing the sword core, tearing through the foreign army, wishing to cut down the enemy. Sword energy overflowed into the heavens, exceptionally brilliant, illuminating the universe, also lightening up the hearts of many of the pro-war faction. All of them were surging with emotions, hot blood erupting. There were terrifying foreign experts who attacked, fighting with him there. Hong! Divine light covered the sun, the skies in chaos. A black war chariot in that area exploded, hacked apart by Meng Tianjing with a single slice. The black metal fragments made the skies collapse, shaking up the great desert. A terrifying figure thus walked out, looking like a matchless demonic mountain, facing Meng Tianjing. A great battle erupted. The sword core in Meng Tianjing's hands surged with sword energy, thousands of streaks of divine radiance ripping through the heavens, tearing apart the great desert, the scene horrifying to the extreme. The foreign demonic sovereign-like existence met the enemy head-on, strength similarly terrifyingly high, like a matchless resurrected overlord, engaging Meng Tianjing. Sword energy rushed into the clouds. A decisive battle at the peak of mortal Dao carried out. No one expected Meng Tianjing to dare give chase, leaving Imperial Pass with a sword in hand, charge straight into that endless great army, attacking powerfully, sweeping through everything before him. Just now, when the sword energy first appeared, blood radiance surged continuously, heads tumbling. Large amounts of foreign cultivators had their heads removed by Meng Tianjing, killing intent overflowing into the havens. Even the powerful Emperor Clan Supreme Being's black metal ancient war chariot was immediately hacked apart by sword energy. Breaking apart, the metal cart splitting to pieces, flying into the sky. This scene left everyone shocked. Forget about the people on Imperial Pass, even some foreign soldiers were surprised, their bodies going cold. There was actually someone who took the initiative to leave the city and pursue them. One had to understand that in the past, the other side always acted powerful beyond compare, initiating battles in desolate border, while Imperial Pass were always the ones using defensive tactics. However, today, things were completely different. Kill! Under the sky, a dignified voice rang outwards, as if thunder erupted in this place. Streak after streak of scarlet-red radiance surged, even more intense than lightning. This came from the Emperor Clan Supreme Being, activating a type of extremely profound and mysterious ancestral method. He brandished his fist, rushing fiercely at Great Elder while releasing scarlet multicolored light from his shoulders, elbows, and other joints, every part of his body moving, killing intent pouring outwards. Dang! The noise was ear-splitting. This Emperor Clan Supreme Being's fist was shockingly hard. Everyone in Imperial Pass shocked. Just how terrifying was this fist? It was too resplendent, even more dazzling than a heavenly sun, erupting with radiance here, filling heaven and earth. It smashed into the side of the sword core, releasing a terrifying sonorous noise. How many people dared face the sword core head-on? However, this Emperor Clan Supreme Being did. The fist and sword core collided, releasing crazy waves, all of it because of the blazing multicolored light. Of course, this wasn't the most terrifying thing. The most horrifying part was that on the Emperor Clan expert's shoulder, magma-like scarlet multicolored light was released from his shoulder and elbow joints. The fiery light covered Great Elder, continuously changing forms, sometimes like the mouth of a giant beast, full of ferocious teeth, sometimes like overflowing fiery light. Chong! In the end, the scarlet multicolored light combined together, forming a great furnace, grand and ancient. It was red-colored, carrying a cold metallic luster. However, when the furnace lid was raised from time to time, overflowing fiery light was revealed, the power terrifying. Hong Long! This large furnace enlarged, immediately smashing downwards, suppressing towards Great Elder, the power terrifying. It swallowed the essence of heaven and earth. Tao laws from all directions smelted by it, commanded to gather for it to use. Dang! Meng Tianjing brandished the sword core, his advance unstoppable, not scared of anything. A single sword hacked down on the great furnace, sword energy erupting like a rainbow, exceptionally brilliant, making sparks fly everywhere. Imperial Pass on the city wall, an unmatched being's pupils contracted, staring at that fiery red great furnace, extremely shocked. Even Immortal Wang was moved, finding it hard to calm down. It was because he recognized the origins of that great furnace. Scarlet King Furnace. Jin Taijun was alarmed. In the past, in terms of vicious weapon rankings, the Scarlet King Furnace was definitely ranked up there. It was rumored that when immortal kings fell during Immortal Ancient's final years, their blood was ultimately refined by this furnace. From then on, this furnace became entirely scarlet red, known as the Scarlet King Furnace. Scarlet, this represented what it ate, previously killing kings, shaking the world under the sky, just too vicious and powerful. Of course, powerful weapons were also related to the one using them. Regardless, after making immortal kings shed blood, ultimately dyeing this furnace red, this was definitely an extremely terrifying thing, the vicious might matchless. Later on, this cauldron didn't appear again in the foreign side, nowhere to be seen. It was rumored that the owner of the Scarlet King furnace disappeared after that battle. There were some who said that he died, others who said that he went into hiding, hoping to refine the essence of an immortal king, from this undergo a transformation. However, the descendants of that bloodline obtained a new type of ability, innately possessing a type of ancestral method, able to instantly condense a scarlet great furnace. Meanwhile, this furnace seemed to have merged into their bones, becoming stronger as their bloodline strength increased, moreover able to display all types of transformations. This wasn't a type of summoning ancestry, but rather becoming a type of strange divine ability, passed on through the imprint fragments within the blood. The Emperor Clan Supreme being displayed it, this so-called Scarlet King furnace's power was naturally incomparable. Previously, when everyone saw roiling heat surge from the top of the furnace opening, accompanied by scarlet multicolored light, all of them thought that it was fiery light essence. However now, they felt like it was the scarlet blood that was boiling. Hong! When Meng Tianjing forced back this furnace with a slash, its radiance became even more brilliant. That giant figure in the back towered like a demonic mountain, both hands forming imprints, continuously striking the furnace wall, making it even more sturdy, even more resplendent. It now looked real, no longer just condensed from ancestral methods, as if the past Scarlet King furnace reappeared in this world. Collect! The Emperor Clan expert released a shout, controlling this cauldron, making it spin about. It smashed towards Meng Tianjing again, the furnace lid even opening once more. Red liquid surged within, dark red and dazzling. The temperature was blazing hot like magma, but many people were more convinced that it was terrifying blood. Oh! Meng Tianjing was currently in his golden years, his figure tall and imposing, looking like he was 20-something, heroic and intimidating. Even though the golden armor was damaged, it only made him look even more dignified. His right arm shone, as if divine radiance condensed, becoming almost transparent. Then, it erupted with endless chaotic energy. The hand holding the sword core pierced straight towards the cauldron. With a chong noise, penetrating sword radiance illuminated the sky dome, piercing into this red furnace. That furnace wall was actually pierced through. Good! On Imperial Pass walls, a group of people cheered excitedly, couldn't hold back their loud cheers. From past until now, how many times did they take the initiative to pursue the enemies? Yet now, Meng Tianjing was this powerful, making many people's hearts surge. Wang! The Scarlet King furnace shook, continuously rumbling with noise. Moreover, one could see a figure appear from the wide-open cauldron opening, tall and indistinct. Fetters coiled about its body, iron chains binding it tightly, imprisoned within the scorching red liquid. As soon as it appeared, this entire world seemed to have darkened considerably. Even that scarlet red furnace was like this, as if wrapped within mist, becoming more and more blurry. It released a low roar, immediately rushing out. Its arms reached out towards Meng Tianjing murderously, wishing to seize him. That type of aura was too terrifying, making even one's primordial spirit unstable, souls tremble, unable to resist the urge to bow down. Imperial Pass on the city wall, the expressions of a group of older generation figures were pale, shuddering with fear. It was because they had heard some rumors knowing how terrifying this was. As for the distant foreign great army, they all cheered, excited and expectant, wishing to witness a miraculous scene. It was because the Scarlet King furnace appeared. This was the first transformation form. A figure would rush out from the red blood, grab the enemy, and then directly refine him in the furnace. In the past, this figure had previously refined the most powerful individuals, achieving terrifying war accomplishments. Hong! Meng Tianjing didn't feel any fear. He released a great roar, trying his best to pull the sword core out from the furnace. Moreover, his other hand shone, displaying the greatest divine method. His palm and fingers shone, imperishable scripture activating, striking forward. It is just the vengeful soul of a great predecessor. It still hasn't awakened yet. Meng Tianjing angrily rebuked. This left everyone moved, at the same time feeling extremely horrified, because the Scarlet King furnace really was rumored to have devoured immortal kings before. If there were any prisoners, who else could it be? When they carefully thought about it, all of them felt their scalps going cold. One could imagine if the true Scarlet King furnace appeared, just how terrifying it would be. It would be impossible to face. Fortunately, this was only something formed from natural laws, a type of ancestral method. Otherwise, things would be much more troublesome. Dang! The sword core shook, cutting apart the furnace walls. In addition, Meng Tianjing's palm surged with overflowing divine light, smashing against the imprisoned shadow. "Wake up!" Great Elder shouted. "Wake up!" At the same time, on Imperial Pass's city walls, many people's eyes became red, because when they thought about it, this might be an immortal king's vengeful soul. He previously belonged to the 9 heavens 10 earths, fought against the other side, dying for the sake of protecting his home, yet this was his conclusion. There were just too many legends left behind in desolate border, even more traces left behind from the great battles of immortal kings in the past. When everyone shouted together, that shadow shuddered. Suddenly, it opened its eyes, as if it sensed familiar auras. Then, with a hong noise, it broke apart, even the Scarlet King furnace breaking down, thus disappearing. The foreign side's army all became quiet, extremely shocked. Meng Tianjing was actually this terrifying, able to destroy the Scarlet King furnace of an emperor clan? This is merely a quick fix, using the battlefield and will of Imperial Pass people to break apart the matchless ancient furnace. Someone from the other side said quietly, unsatisfied with this result. No, this person is extremely strong, exceeding normal reasoning. Even if it is a quick fix, he also has methods to break through it. After all, this isn't the true Scarlet King furnace, rather just an ancestral method. A supreme being said. They knew that the unstoppable Scarlet King furnace had many forms that couldn't be displayed here, because something unexpected already happened during the first transformation form. 6 figures silently approached, surrounding Meng Tianjing from 4 different directions, trapping him within. Just now, it was precisely these people who were watching the surroundings, thus preventing the great battle from involving the great army around them. Otherwise, the consequences would be too horrible to imagine. Hong! Suddenly, right when the 6 supreme beings pressed forward, tremendous waves spread from the back of the great desert. There was a world-shocking great banner fluttering about, rushing out from the desert, wreaking havoc through the army. It was damaged, dark red in color. There was even blood that hadn't dried yet. It fluttered in the wind, divine might unmatched in this world. The past Iron Blood War banner. Someone from the foreign side cried out in alarm. It was also the Immortal King corpse wrapping cloth, previously bringing the corpses of 2 immortal kings back, their essence blood all flowing on its surface, turning this damaged war banner into a supreme treasure. It could be said that the significance of this war banner was too great, the years it had accumulated for too great. From a certain degree, it represented immortal ancient, as well as the bitterness of that past battle. Meng Tianjing brought it with him, moreover secretly activating it the instant he left the pass, ordering it to enter the Great Earth, wait for an opportunity. When the 6 supreme beings left that region, he quickly activated it, sweeping through the army, wishing to rescue Shi Hao. Hong! The banner fluttered about, releasing boundless divine might. Even though it was damaged, it still made one feel great reverence, because deafening shuts of war sounded from within, as if immortal ancients' great battle was reappearing. Kill! Kill all of these foreign evil bastards. One could vaguely see figures walk out from the banner one after another. Their bodies were broken, but the battle intent was astonishing. Some of them supporting each other, some advancing with great steps, incredibly majestic, slaughtering their way towards the foreign side. Pu piu. The banner fluttered about, the banner itself like a heavenly blade, sweeping through the foreign army. There were immediately tens of thousands of heads tumbling, bodies hacked in half, killing intent surging. Kill! Imperial Pass, on the city wall. Many people's blood began to boil upon seeing this scene. How many times had they been able to act powerfully before, chase after the foreign great army, moreover slaughter them with such powerful methods? Open the pass, we are also going to fight. Slaughter our way over. Kill all of these bastards. Many leaders roared out, the pro-war factions blood boiling, requesting to join the battle, slaughter their way into the endless foreign army. Kill! Even an unmatched being expressed his opinion here in front of everyone. Hong! In the depths of the great desert, the Iron Blood War banner swept about, as if northern winds engulfed this place. Large amounts of the foreign army fell, massacred until bloody mist was everywhere, the banner sweeping through the endless army. Only it was quite a pity. When it approached sure how immortal light surged. The heaven and earth pouch appeared, rushing at the Iron Blood War banner. It was clear that the other side had long made their preparations. There were supreme beings who didn't take action yet, always remaining vigilant in that direction. Kill! Inside Imperial Pass on the city wall, a group of leaders roared out, this really boosting morale. Now that an unmatched being declared his position, many people's blood began to boil, surging with fighting spirit. Within chi-chi sounds, figures descended from the city wall one after another, appearing in front of the city, directly getting on that ancient altar. Please open up the city. Let us go. When a few leaders stood on the altar, asking for the city gates to be opened, the atmosphere here immediately changed, outstanding heroes all shaken. This was especially the case when an unmatched being leapt down from the city wall, also standing in front of the altar. The atmosphere was immediately raised to the peak like an explosion. Leave the city. Slaughter our way out. Support Dao Brother Meng Tianjing. When an unmatched being made this decision, being the first to rush out, the troops in the back were all shaken, fired up, shouts of killing shaking the skies. They also rushed out. A group of people slaughtered their way out of Imperial Pass, these being people from the pro-war faction, all of them unyielding and fierce. When Jin Taijun wanted to hand over Huang before, they already had a wave of anger stifled within them. Now, they finally had a chance to vent it. On the city wall, there were some creatures who didn't move, for example, Jin family, Du family, Pisho clan, and others. They all overlooked the scene below. You all are acting randomly. Jin Taijun spoke, her face falling ashen. The sword wound on her body had long healed, her gaze extremely cold. However, before her words completely finished, another unmatched being spoke up, saying, Brother Meng has already slaughtered his way out so heroically. A single person fighting a great battle in front of Imperial Pass. We should provide support. With a chi sound, he also disappeared from the city wall, standing on the altar, instantly leaving the pass to provide support. It was because a supreme being great battle was being carried out in the great desert, which meant that only people of his level could offer any help. The other leaders and others could only fight against the great army. On the city wall, Jin Taijuan's expression became even uglier, becoming more and more cold. By offering support like this, what can it change? Perhaps it just might do something. Qi Hong's master spoke. He was known as Elder Qing Mu, an extremely aged supreme being. He had previously ridden the Five Spirits war chariot under the sky, dominating an era. However, his age now really was too great, already stepping into his later years, losing his past flourishing blood energy, a bit inferior to when he was in his golden years. Jin Taijun held a new walking stick in her hands, slamming it into the ground. A loud dong sounded. What can leaving the city accomplish? Would they seize back Huang? You all have to realize that we have just exchanged for a rare period of peace, the other side establishing a blood oath, ensuring 500 years of peace, while we only need to wait for powerful reinforcements. They are destroying this, committing crimes. Her expression was moved, carrying anger, gaze incomparably cold as she overlooked the cultivators who rushed out of the city. Behind her, Jin family's people all agreed, expressing that these people were too reckless, that they shouldn't have left the city at all. In reality, they also wanted to berate Great Elder Meng Tianjing. but just didn't dare. It was because even Jin Taijun suffered greatly, not his match, so who dared speak randomly? Meng Tianzheng is hot-headed and impulsive. Just now, you all should have stopped him, Jin Taijun said, her face ashen. When she thought about their brief exchange just now, it made her feel great shame. She looked towards Elder Qingmu, and then at Immortal Wang, especially unsatisfied with the latter for not taking action. With Immortal Wang's mysterious and unfathomable divine abilities, he could control Meng Tianjing. Jin Taijun felt like if the two of them joined hands, they could suppress Meng Tianjing. Brother Meng is not a rude and impetuous person. He has already taken too much into consideration. It was because he had no choice that he did this, Elder Qingmu said with a sigh. Dao Brother Qingmu, what are you saying? Jin Taijun's expression was a bit cold, saying, it is clear that Meng Tianjing lacks a cool-headed heart. After seeing Huang leave, he rushed out without any consideration for the consequences, obviously losing sense of what is appropriate, damaging the greater situation. This isn't how a supreme being ought to act. This was a harsh evaluation. When Du family, Pichot clan, and Jin family's people heard this, their minds were greatly shaken. Was Jin Taijun going to provoke Meng Tianjing? Perhaps he wouldn't be able to come back. This was what some were suspecting. At the same time, there were some pro-war factions men who weren't able to leave the pass in time. When they heard Jin Taijun's words, their expressions changed greatly. Was she placing guilt on Meng Tianjing? If Meng Tianjing couldn't come back, dying outside at that time, he would definitely have some criminal charges added to his name. When they looked towards Jin Taijun, their hearts all carried resentment, but they couldn't act out, because even just the opening and closing of a supreme being's eyes would make them feel a great pressure. These words are wrong. Qingmu Supreme Being shook his head, and then with a sigh, said, Dao Brother Meng would never let his emotions affect his decisions. He has deeper motives. This is something I already understand. Dao Brother Qingmu, what are you saying? Jin Taijun's expression wasn't that happy. Brother Meng is doing his best to remedy a great danger to Imperial Pass. Daoist Qingmu said with a sigh. Are you trying to frighten us with words? We have just agreed on the conditions with the other side. They already established a blood oath that Imperial Pass would obtain a short period of peace. Yet he, Meng Tianjing, is actually ruining this. What contribution is there in this? Jin Taijun interrogated. Both of us know that even if the Undying Kings revive this time, attack Heaven Abyss, they might not necessarily be able to cross over. Qingmu Supreme Being said. You are too optimistic. They long had 60 to 70% certainty in crossing over. Jin Taijun said with an overcast voice. Even if they have the strength to cross over, the two of us both understand that they might not necessarily set the final resolution, because doing things like that would force them to pay a tremendous price. This is something they aren't willing to face, or else they would have long staked it all a few years ago. Qingmu Supreme Being refuted. He believed that if Undying Kings went all out, they could cross over, but the price they had to pay themselves would be extremely great. Meanwhile, the 9 heavens 10 earths were full of uncertainty. If the creatures who forced them back in the past suddenly appeared, then it would be terrible for the foreign experts. That was why the other side's powerful individuals wished to cross over without having to pay the price. After the accumulation of endless time, they became more and more confident. If they were given another period of time, perhaps they could safely cross Heaven Abyss without needing to pay such a great price. Are you sure that they definitely wouldn't have crossed over? The situation this time is clearly extremely complicated. Jin Taijun argued back. Indeed, the situation is a bit complicated. For example, the rotten wooden chest, as well as the things the Undying Beings derived themselves, it all definitely gave them more reason to act. Qingmu Supreme Being nodded. That is why whether or not they will come over is not something we have the privilege to gamble or guess at all. The safest choice is to agree to their demands. Establish the blood oath. Jin Taijun said. She emphasized once more that for the sake of Imperial Pass, everything she did was correct, while Meng Tianzheng was too hot-headed, ruining the greater situation. Brother Meng isn't that type of person. This is for neutralizing danger. Elder Qingmu shook his head, saying, Even if you temporarily exchanged for 500 years of peace, however, what about the will of the people? Handing out Huang like this will make too many people's hearts go cold. How many of the cultivators who have truly gone out to fight on the front lines would feel resentment? At the same time, it will lower overall morale, because we are selling out our own people in exchange for a brief period of peace. This will make many people's fighting spirit crumble, feel like we are far inferior to the other side, lack fighting spirit. If this happens, then we would have lost the will of the people. Jin Taijun's face became cold, saying, according to what you said, Meng Tianjing slaughtering his way out like this, losing his cool, bringing back Huang is correct? This completely ruins the greater situation. You are wrong. Brother Meng has already foresaw before he left the pass that he most likely wouldn't be able to save Huang. He did not go out to fight out of selfish reasons. Elder Qing Mu sighed with regret. He stared at the battle situation below, also preparing to leave at any time to provide aid. Since he knew that he couldn't rescue him, he is still acting recklessly. This makes him seem even more impulsive, Jin Taijun criticized. However, she shivered inwardly, because she long realized something. Knowing that he won't succeed, but he still charges forward, going all out. What is the reason for this? Don't tell me you do not know. Elder Qing Mu's expression also became cold. He looked towards Jin Taijun, and then said, Brother Meng is making up for the consequences, to seize back the fighting spirit of Imperial Pass various clans, redeem the will of the people, not let morale fall. Correct? Meng Tianzheng wishes to obtain dignity through slaughter, establish his divine might for everyone to see, give them all hope, rouse our fighting spirits. At this time, Immortal Wang, who had always remained silent, also surprisingly spoke up. I am going to join the battle, all of you. Guard the pass. After Elder Qing Mu said this, he disappeared from this place as well, preparing to leave the city, join the battle. Go then, I have come to defend the pass as well. Right at this time, another elder appeared on the city wall, his entire body covered in mud, as if he had been covered in dust, not moved in tens of thousands of years. This was the oldest supreme being in Imperial Pass. Today he moved, coming here. Hong! In the great desert, shouts of war shocked the heavens. Meng Tianzheng held the sword core in hand, weaving about in the heavens above and earth below, fighting with the Emperor Clan Supreme Being, attacking other Supreme Beings from time to time as well. Right now, 3 unmatched beings appeared from the city, coming to offer help. Meanwhile, those leaders stayed far away from the Supreme Beings, slaughtering their way out from the sides, fighting with the foreign great army. Kill! Shouts of war shook the heavens. Pooh! Meng Tianjing's heroicness was unmatched. Even when facing a Supreme Being from an Emperor clan, he was still calm. Moreover, right at this time he slashed out, cutting off half of another Supreme Being's body, producing a sky-covering rain of blood. This shocked everyone. One had to understand that he was fighting against an immeasurable Emperor Clan Supreme Being, at the same time passively defending against 6 great Supreme Beings' attacks, yet he could still have such achievements. It really was horrifying. Even though 3 unmatched beings rushed out from Imperial Pass, quickly taking on some of the pressure, he was still facing them with his power alone. All of you back up. When my Emperor clan goes out to fight, we never team up to defeat an individual. My clan is undefeated, the Emperor Clan Supreme Being shouted out. He had the other Supreme Beings leave, not allowed to interfere with his fight with Meng Tianjing. Senior Meng is unmatched. A few people shouted from Imperial Pass city walls, feeling a wave of heat erupting within them. In the past, Emperor clans were indeed unmatched, no one able to match them. However, today, Meng Tianjing was actually powerful to this extent, stirring everyone up. Pooh! The divine sword split the heavens. A streak of terrifying sword radiance flew out. At the final crucial juncture, it even removed the head of that wounded Supreme Being. At this moment, heaven and earth seemed to have become quiet. Oh! That Supreme Being roared in fury. He didn't die, but he was seriously injured. His damaged body flew out, carrying a rain of blood. The expression of the Emperor Clan Supreme Being was ice cold. He didn't want others to interfere, Yet in the end, when those people came to help, a supreme being almost lost his life. Chang. The sword core shook, releasing dazzling light. Meng Tianjing flew over, speed too fast. Time fragments fluttered about his surroundings. He rushed towards the supreme being who had his head removed. You dare! The others all rushed in to intercept him. Clear light surrounded Meng Tianjing's entire body, as if endless gates were opened within him. Even though he didn't completely succeed with the body as the seed, he still possessed exceptional divine strength. Moreover, after operating the imperishable scripture, a hong sounded, a palm hacking over, releasing a tyrannical attack through the two supreme beings in the way. Pooh! It was really hard to imagine, under those supreme beings' eyes of disbelief, that supreme being who had his head removed exploded, instantly triggering heaven's tears and other irregular scenes. Dignity seized through slaughter. Senior Meng is unmatched. Many people shouted loudly on Imperial Pass City Wall. All of you, back up. I will deal with him alone. The Emperor Clan's supreme being said with a cold voice, carrying endless coldness and killing intent. Normally, the presence of Emperor Clans was grand and imposing. They were always full of confidence. In all these years, Imperial Pass has lacked an Emperor Clan head to offer as sacrifice to the dead. Yours will have to suffice. Meng Tianjing spoke, raising the sword core. Kill someone from an Emperor Clan? Meng Tianjing's words weren't loud, yet they rumbled like thunder in the skies, leaving everyone horrified, greatly shaken because of this. After all these years, who could wound those from Emperor Clans? These were undefeated races, the embodiment of without equal. Of course, normal people couldn't meet with those from Emperor Clans either. They didn't show themselves for hundreds of thousands of years, numbers few, secluding themselves in their ancestral land, focused on cultivating. Only when they encountered an opponent they couldn't win against would the various clans invite them out. However, in this great era, this type of thing almost never happened. Only when Sure Hao slaughtered his way through Desolate Border did a so-called young Great One come out, as well as the Emperor Clan Supreme Being who appeared today. Ha ha! That Emperor Clan individual roared with laughter. He was dressed in black armor, figure giant, extremely indistinct, as if he stood in the limits of heaven and earth, yet he was still incredibly intimidating. His laughter rumbled like great waves, making everyone in this battlefield tremble, their bodies about to explode. Fortunately, he controlled himself, not letting the foreign great army suffer. No one has dared to speak these words to me. Let me, Chi Pu, see what kind of skills you have. The Emperor Clan Supreme Being Chi Pu said with a heavy voice. With a chong noise, a streak of cold light flickered about. A pitch-black weapon appeared in his hand, a heavenly spear. A cold and deep metallic aura swept outwards, killing intent heaven overflowing. Ka! He took a step outwards. Heaven and earth shook. The heavenly spear swept out, black mists swallowing up the skies, sweeping through the great desert, as if a matchless demon lord was reviving, terrifying beyond compare. In the black mist, the ice-cold heavenly spear released kangxiang noises, the sound attacking at one's soul. Wang! The heavenly spear swept over, long metal shaft trembling slightly. Even space released loud noises, as if primal chaos heavenly thunder rumbled. The great desert immediately became cold like the underworld, the icy coldness bone-penetrating. In that instant, black mist surged into outer space, sweeping down stars, leaving everyone shaken. The heavenly spear struck out, making the stars of outer space tremble. Chi! Meng Tianjing drew his sword. The dim sword core instantly surged with radiance, becoming incredibly dazzling, divine radiance shooting out. He faced the Emperor Clan expert Chi Pu, hacking towards that heavenly spear. With a dang noise, the entire battlefield began to shake, the great desert turning over and over, waves of sand reaching into the heavens. Forget about the clouds being scattered. Even the space became unstable, tens of millions of cracks appearing. Fortunately, the others had experience, all of them understanding how bitter the desolate border battlefield was. The other supreme beings took action, cutting off the blast waves, or else the consequences would be extremely severe. Banners were brought out one after another, cutting off that place. Otherwise, the blast waves produced by the two would be too devastating. It was clear that this heavenly spear was extremely special, engraved with the symbols of the Undying, a great treasure. As long as Chi Pu entered the Undying level, his weapon would also immediately rise in rank. Chong chong chong. Sparks flew in all directions. Meng Tianzheng held the sword core, fighting a great battle with Chi Pu. The two exchanged attacks rapidly, both of them attacking over 10,000 times, all the most powerful methods. Their bodies tangled about each other like lightning. Chong. The sword core slashed out, cutting open space, arriving before Chi Pu's forehead, pointing at his primordial spirit. Dang! Chi Pu's fingers pointed out, striking the side of the sword core, releasing a deafening noise. Dazzling radiance erupted there, more than 3,000 divine chains of order appearing. This made the minds of those in Imperial Pass jump. Chi Pu's methods were too powerful, actually daring to face the sword core head-on. Just how terrifying of a creature was this? Immortal severing finger. A supreme being from the foreign side said, divine radiance erupting from his eyes, staring rigidly at this place. The so-called immortal severing finger was known to be able to cut down immortals, defeat the most powerful people. This was an extremely terrifying ancestral method, having an outstanding reputation in the other side, able to kill immortals. Even though it was circulated in the outside world, they were all damaged methods, not complete. The complete true technique was grasped only by Chi Pu's bloodline, known to be a sect-protecting ancestral method. Hong. In the distance, the Iron Blood War banner spun about, fluttering with noise, still wishing to sweep through the great army. Unfortunately, it was stopped by the Heaven and Earth pouch. Meng Tianjing, you still have the delusion of bringing Huang back? This is impossible. In the depths of the great desert, there was a supreme being who said coldly, Kacha. The world collapsed. There was a tremendous force that engulfed all things, as if the entire battlefield was going to be melted, sucked in. This was a picture scroll. Immortal light surged, the 10 realms diagram appearing, covered heaven and earth, surrounding this entire great desert. You dare! It was because at this time the 10 realms diagram displayed its power, instantly bringing away quite a few people. Figures rushed into the sky one after another, collected into the 10 realms diagram. Pong! In the foreign side, a damaged violet gold hammer flew over. Then there were other damaged artifacts, all of them suppressing the 10 realms diagram together. In Imperial Pass direction, Elder Qing Mu released a light sigh. Even though he long knew that this would be ineffective, he still felt a bit of regret. The damaged Immortal Dao artifacts the other side brought could neutralize these attacks. The 10 realms diagram trembled, and then with a pu noise, all of the creatures that were sucked inside fell out, exploding in the air, turning into ashes. This was the power of a supreme treasure, incomparable. Walala! The Iron Blood War banner and 10 realms diagram flew out in reverse, suspended above the heads of Imperial Pass side, protecting them within. The experts of various clans who left the city all felt a feeling of warmth. At this crucial juncture, Meng Tianzheng was still thinking about them, fearing that an accident might happen to them. The violet gold hammer and heaven and earth pouch were on the other side, facing this side, preparing to attack when an opportunity presented itself. Meng Tianjing, I'll send Huang away first. You can slowly accept death. In the depths of the great desert, that supreme being said coldly. Then, everyone could see a prisoner chariot slowly move, Huang bound within. He had shackles around him, thick chains wrapped around his body. He was locked up and brought away. It looked slow, but that chariot was extremely special, moving through space. It disappeared into the limits of the horizon in the blink of an eye. Sure how? Qing Yi, Chang Gongyan, Heavenly Horned Ant, and others had long arrived outside Imperial Pass, standing on the battlefield. They also wanted to fight here, but they could only see this scene. Under the setting sun, the world became scarlet red. A lonely young man had shackles bound around him, imprisoned in the chariot, moving further and further away. They could only see his rear figure gradually disappear. Then, Huang completely disappeared. Many people roared out, yet they couldn't change the situation. Sure Hao was brought away, passing through the final heaven abyss region, entering the realm the other side grasped. Ho! At this time, Meng Tianzheng released a roar, shaking the heavens above and earth below. The stars in outer space cracked apart. He gazed into the limits of the horizon. Meanwhile, on the ground, immortal artifacts shone, quickly protecting the great army. Despite this being the case, there were still some who bled from their 7 apertures, falling weak onto the ground. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the power of the sound wave was. It was to the extent where immortal artifacts never completely surrounded this place. There were some people who directly exploded, their bodies blasted to pieces. However, before this, blood already gushed out from Meng Tianjing's shoulder. Struck by the heavenly spear, injured, the wound deep to his bone. It seems like you care quite a bit about that youth. For even a supreme being to be this distracted, emotionally unstable, this really shouldn't be the case, Chi-Pu said coldly. It was precisely as he said. How could a supreme being make this type of rudimentary level mistake? Kill! Meng Tianjing only had this single word. With the sword core in hand, he stabbed forward. At this time, clear light rushed into the heavens. The gates within his body were opening. In addition, he used all types of divine abilities and secret techniques he grasped, immediately making the world rumble with noise. Meng Tianzheng was displaying might. Long hair scattered about, body dyed in blood. He was like a matchless war god, releasing a majestic battle aura. It surged outwards, shaking the heavens. When the great battle reached its climax, Meng Tianjing's sword swept out, hitting Chi-Pu straight in the arm. Blood poured out endlessly, his forearm almost cut off. How can this be? He can injure the Emperor clan. In this great era, there shouldn't be anyone of this level left. Some people from the other side were moved, their pupils contracting. Huang was one thing, he was a special case, but why was Meng Tianjing also this terrifying? Kill! The Emperor clan supreme being Chi-Pu roared in fury. Ever since he became a supreme being, he had never been injured before. The reason he left the ancient land he resided in was for the sake of intimidating Imperial Pass. Yet, in the end, he was actually wounded. The two tangled about each other, immediately rushing into the heavens, arriving in outer space. Great stars were cut open as they fought from one place to another, continuously going all out. In that instant, the starry sky became dim. Then it became brilliant again, this the result of stars being destroyed, as well as the two burning with divine might, fighting a bloody struggle. Suddenly, while they fought from the ground to outer space, and then from outer space back into the great desert, there was a streak of shocking divine light that flew over. It was too sudden, accompanied by time fragments, because this exceeded extreme speed. It was impossible to avoid. Meng Tianjing's back was pierced through. This was a war spear, over a zhang in length. It stabbed through his chest, going straight through, producing large amounts of blood. This was the result of a supreme being's surprise attack. That person stood in the desert, the one who released the spear just now. And ye supreme being, someone cried out in alarm. That was a special foreign supreme being, his reputation not that great, preferring surprise attacks, making one fearful just by hearing his name. He took action at this time, succeeding again. The Emperor clan supreme being Chi-Pu was a bit discontent, but he didn't say too much either. His face fell a bit, attacking even faster. Great Elder! Senior Meng! Many people were horrified, deeply shocked. At the same time, their hearts were crammed to their throats, feeling absolutely horrible, deeply fearing that he might die here. Meng Tianjing released a long roar. That spear flew out with a pu noise, carrying large amounts of blood, exploding in space. Kill! At this moment, Meng Tianjing put away the sword core, a dark red longbow appearing in his hands. He raised his hand, his blood that floated in the void turning into a blood arrow, already appearing in his hands. Hong Long! In this instant, the sun and moon lost light, world losing color. As that bowstring was pulled back, even the universe was about to collapse. Great cracks appeared everywhere. Chi, a divine arrow flew out, scarlet red in color, rushing at an Yi Supreme Being. Pu, a shocking scene appeared. And Yi Supreme Being actually couldn't avoid it because his entire being was locked down in midair, not moving at all. Blood radiance rushed into the heavens. This arrow pierced through his forehead, making his skull explode. A supreme being died. Then all types of irregular scenes appeared in this world, as if in grief of a supreme being's downfall. No one expected to see this kind of result. It is the weapon Brother Meng used when he was young. Elder Qingmu was shocked. The other supreme beings were moved as well, greatly surprised, extremely shaken. When Meng Tianzheng was young, he used his body as a seed. But things didn't go perfectly. At the final juncture, something unexpected happened, almost causing him to die, leaving him half-crippled for a long time. At that time, his weapon was an iron blood longbow, ferocious and terrifying, but it was just like himself, half-destroyed. There were rumors that the vicious bow method was too powerful, interfering with natural harmony, provoking heaven's rage. Thus, Meng Tianzheng himself also suffered because of this, becoming half-crippled. It was because as long as this bow appeared, blood would flow like rivers. Moreover, it would even harm the vitality of the user, extremely inauspicious. No one expected this bow to appear again after so many years. This was Meng Tianzheng's first weapon. This weapon is inauspicious. Can kill people, kill earth, kill heaven, kill immortals, kill oneself. I cannot control it either. Today, all of you can just hand over your lives. Meng Tianzheng roared out. Qi. The great bow was drawn back, the longbow becoming fully circular. The bowstring trembled slightly, and then a blood arrow flew out. This was an arrow condensed from Meng Tianzheng's blood essence, making the sky dome explode from its power. You! The Emperor clan expert Qipu was alarmed, quickly taking action. He had all types of secret treasures on him as well, not believing in the supernatural, thus competing with Meng Tianzheng. Kacha! Unfortunately, an exceptional precious shield exploded. Qipu was shocked. This was a treasure that was about to become an undying weapon. He felt extremely sore inside. Pu! At the same time, when he shielded himself with his arm, it exploded from the arrow. He was extremely shocked, because in that instant, his body's movements were slowed, only able to guard with his arm. He believed that, if it was anyone else, they definitely wouldn't be able to move. Use the immortal artifacts, other supreme beings shouted. However, in Imperial Pass side, there were people activating the Iron Blood War banner, 10 Realms diagram and other items, stopping them, isolating that area. Kill! Meng Tianzheng even more so roared out, drawing his bow and pulling back an arrow again. A streak of sparkling blood flew out from his chest, a gathering of blood essence. With a chi sound, it flew out. Pu! The supreme being who used the immortal artifact immediately exploded to death. He didn't have time to protect himself. However, Meng Tianzheng also staggered himself, his face pale. The price he had to pay for this was clearly extremely great. Chi! He added another arrow to the bow. A streak of resplendent blood flowed out from his chest again, becoming an arrow, aiming at Emperor Clan's Qipu. I said before that from the past until now, Imperial Pass has lacked a head, needing one from your side's so-called Emperor clans as sacrifice to the dead. I will be borrowing yours. Meng Tianzheng roared. This arrow was brilliant red like blood diamond, like red coral. It was shockingly beautiful, but it was terrifying, vibrating as it rested on that dark red giant bow, ready to launch an attack at any time. This was produced by essence blood, containing some type of vital energy, able to kill enemies on its own. Retreat for now, this person has gone mad. There were supreme beings who roared out from the back. In addition, the violet gold hammer was activated, wishing to use it to attack Meng Tianzheng. Get lost! Qi Hong's master Elder Qing Mu took action, his hair and beard standing on end, making him look like a furious lion. Right now, he controlled the Iron Blood War banner, stirring it on. The great banner moved, the world stirring about in chaos. With a hong noise, the damaged banner enlarged, engulfing the heavens above and earth below like a heavenly curtain, covering everything as it smashed towards the violet, immortal weapon. Dong! The void trembled, lightning appearing endlessly. The violet gold hammer shone, erupting with lightning, but it was still struck flying, smashing through this world and flying into outer space. The foreign supreme being couldn't help but be injured, blood flowing out from the corners of his lips. His voice was incredibly cold as he said, "Damaged immortal artifacts will always be a bit lacking." The violet gold hammer's origins were extremely great, but unfortunately, it was damaged, struck flying by the Iron Blood War banner. Hong! The heaven and earth pouch moved, controlled by a foreign supreme being, rushing forward. At this time, the 10 realms diagram rushed into the heavens, facing it. These two were both undamaged supreme treasures. This clash made heaven and earth tremble. The world split apart, as if a new world was being forged. Chi chi chi. Several streaks of light flew over, all of them damaged immortal artifacts. In the end, brilliance flickered about in Imperial Pass direction as well. The 10 realms diagram, Iron Blood War banner, 9 Phoenix Cauldron and others all appeared. This was a great confrontation, the two sides now directly standing against each other. It was because both sides grasped immortal artifacts, pretty much matched in power, just those few as familiar with them as familiar could be. The cultivators of Imperial Pass were all unconvinced, carrying great hatred. One had to understand that these immortal treasures originally all belonged to the 9 heavens, but after the past battle, they fell into the enemy's hands. Those weapons had all been refined, completely becoming the foreign side's war treasures. After this interference, Emperor Clan Supreme being Chi Pu's expression became extremely ugly. Who was he? He was the descendant of an undying king. His ancestor had previously used the Scarlet King Furnace, killing immortal kings, his reputation extremely great. Yet today he was in such a passive state, losing an arm, moreover having people on his own side thinking that he was no match, using immortal artifacts to provide assistance. He couldn't help but roar out, his voice seemingly sounding from the primordial years, distant and profound, carrying a wave of demonic-type power, erupting with divine light. Ah! Many people cried out miserably, tumbling out. Due to the immortal artifacts clashing, their range of protection was no longer as great. Many people cried out, some about to explode. Fortunately, Imperial Pass side didn't have many people. The cultivators who left were far fewer than the other side's massive army, so they were all within the Iron Blood War banner and 10 realms diagram's range of cover. The foreign creatures cried out miserably, but those who really exploded weren't many, because Chi Pu quickly restrained his voice. Meng Tianjing didn't show any reaction, gathering strength this entire time. The dark red great bow was fully drawn, the scarlet blood divine arrow long becoming like a sun, overflowing with brilliance, incomparably brilliant. Show! The divine arrow was too astonishing. Meng Tianjing finally loosened his grip. After accumulating for so long, his vital energy was poured into this arrow, making it especially powerful and terrifying. Ah! Chi Pu's body trembled. As expected, he was sealed again. This made him absolutely furious. He was someone from a glorious emperor clan, yet he was actually on the defensive. Break! He struggled about. An expanse of blood spat out from his mouth, spraying over his heavenly spear, sending it hacking out. This was his Tao achieving precious artifact, what he would rely on in the future to become an undying existence. The heavenly spear shone, the pitch-black weapon like a black sun. Black mist surged like a sea, rushing towards that divine arrow, wishing to completely crush it to pieces. Dang! Even though it was a blood arrow, when it clashed with that heavenly spear, it released an ear-splitting metal-clashing sound. Sparks flew in all directions, divine light rushing into the heavens. Chi Pu immediately felt a great pain inside, because on the heavenly spear's terrifying blade, a great nick appeared, part of it removed by the blood arrow. Just how terrifying was this arrow? Even he who was someone from an emperor clan felt a wave of alarm. It is even sharper than the everlasting sword core? From the back, the heavenly horned ant's eyes widened, at the same time feeling incomparably stirred up. The everlasting sword core is always reacting and defending passively. It won't take the initiative to attack. Xianxia said. Kill! Great Elder shouted out, but no arrows appeared again. Just as they were all shocked, the blood arrow that was temporarily scattered after smashing into the heavenly spear condensed again, turning into a streak of scarlet-red divine radiance, rushing towards the Emperor Clan's supreme being. Qipu was shocked. He clearly dissolved this arrow, yet it actually reappeared. Moreover, his body's movements became sluggish again, movement difficult. Let with no choice, he sprayed out a large mouthful of blood, forming a divine sword, sending it hacking outwards. In the end, it couldn't stop this arrow. Still shot over. Apart from this, the ancestral methods he activated were all ineffective as well, the barriers of light unable to protect him. Qipu clenched his teeth, struggling with everything he had, shifting to the side. In the end, with a pu sound, the arrow pierced through his shoulder, exploding over there. Pong! Qipu's body trembled. Starting from his shoulder, a small half of his body exploded, blood gushing out everywhere, white bones exposed. It was an extremely miserable sight. This scene left everyone in the battlefield shocked. One had to understand that this was someone from an emperor clan, known to be undefeated. He was an unmatched figure who got involved precisely for the foreign clan's sakes. Today, he was invited here to intimidate Imperial Pass, display unstoppable divine might. Yet in the end, he was injured by another to this degree. Qipu's condition was too miserable, half his body almost destroyed, suffering serious injuries. Oh! Qipu's entire body surged with essence energy. Streak after streak of blood radiance gushed out, revealing five-colored brilliance. This was a special type of blood. His injuries were healing, broken arm reappearing. I already said that I wanted to take your head, so it will definitely be removed, Meng Tianjing said coldly. Even though his face was pale, lacking color, he looked even more dignified. He looked like he was in his golden years, 20-something-year-old, incredibly heroic in appearance. The damaged golden armor was in pieces, making him look like a war god. It was as if cold lightning flickered about within his eyes, giving off a vicious feeling. Meng Tianjing was going to attack once more. Kill Qipu here. You dare! The foreign supreme beings shouted, all of them activating immortal artifacts together, wishing to interfere. In the end, Elder Qingmu and the others also moved. Even though their numbers were fewer, the power of their immortal weapons was a bit greater. Hong! Immortal energy overflowed, both sides clashing. This scene was extremely terrifying. Even when the world was created, it shouldn't be more exaggerated than this. There were great stars that fell, exploding along the way. In the end, they could still only confront each other, unable to deal with the other side. Kill! Finally, there were foreign supreme beings who couldn't hold back anymore. With weapons in hand, they rushed murderously at Great Elder, because they couldn't let anything happen to Qipu. Even though they were all supreme being, Qipu's status was too extraordinary. The descendant of that unmatched existence who had killed immortal kings, a true Emperor clan descendant. If he died, the problems would be extremely great. Whoever comes, whoever I will kill. Sure enough, at this moment, Meng Tianjing was like a mad demon, his head of black hair dancing crazily about. He drew his bow again, shooting towards the two who rushed over. This time, his movements were extremely fast, not gathering power again. A streak of blood essence flowed out from his chest, making his expression increasingly pale. However, his battle aura instead became even greater. He roared out, "Kill!" Blood radiance rushed into the heavens. The power of this arrow incomparably great. The supreme being who rushed over was originally arrogant, not believing in the supernatural, but now his expression changed. His body was imprisoned, extremely difficult to move. Pooh! This arrow shot straight at the space between his brows, passed straight through, instantly erasing his primordial spirit. Then, His entire body began to break apart inch by inch, quickly breaking down, and then exploded, becoming a blast of bloody mist. Just what kind of monstrous technique is this? Why is it this terrifying? The other supreme beings were now alarmed as well, finding this hard to believe. Kill people, kill Earth, kill heaven, kill immortals, kill the self. In the distance, Elder Qingmu released a long sigh, revealing a look of worry, because he knew how terrifying that dark red great bow was. When Meng Tianzheng was killing the enemy, he had to pay a price himself. A single mistake and he really would end up killing himself. Where do you think you're going? Meng Tianjing shouted. It was because there were two supreme beings who rushed over, wishing to kill him. One was now dead while the other wanted to run. However, Meng Tianjing didn't hesitate at all. Another blood arrow was drawn out from his chest and fired. Pooh! It was the same result, unable to evade it. When this arrow shot into this person's back, it locked down the body, primordial spirit unable to escape. Then the entire body exploded, body and spirit destroyed. This person has gone completely mad from killing, in a type of strange state. Who knows? He really might just kill himself. Someone said with a trembling voice on the other side. Gods will still be killed, Buddhas will still be killed. Right now, this was what Meng Tianjing felt. It's about time to be your turn. Meng Tianzheng drew out another blood arrow from his chest. This one clearly no longer is bright red. Extremely dark. All of your blood essence has been exhausted. Let's see how long you can struggle for. It is time for me to kill you, the Emperor Clan Supreme being Chi Pu said with a cold and deep voice. He took the initiative to slaughter his way over, brandishing the heavenly spear, hacking out. I am a man of my word. Your head is mine, Meng Tianjing said coldly. He loosened the bowstring, sending this divine arrow that wasn't all that scarlet red flying out. And Chi Pu was immediately alarmed. This arrow looked like it wasn't red enough, lacking blood essence, but its power wasn't reduced at all, making his body sluggish once more. Break! He roared out. His chest shook, and then from his mouth, a mouthful of special blood flowed out. It shone with dazzling five-colored brilliance, terrifying to the extreme. This was the blood of someone from an emperor clan. In reality, the blood within his body was five-colored to begin with, just that red was the main color normally. Now, the uniqueness of the five-colored blood was revealed. It carried undying aura, power surging, boundless and immeasurable. This was ancestral blood, rare precious blood passed down from its clan. Within it undying imprint fragments. This bit of blood continuously changed, producing all types of scenes from the world's creation. Pooh! The blood arrow was stopped, and then it became even more dim. It was being erased. Facing blood with blood. Some of my blood essence has been inherited from an undying king. Even though I cannot activate it, it still isn't something your blood essence can compare to, Chi Pu said proudly. The blood arrow was being erased. In the end, it became completely dim without light, exploding apart. Pooh! The instant it exploded, Chi Pu's smile froze. It was because a wave of terrifying energy penetrated his body, ripping him apart. Why? He didn't understand. His five-colored blood essence clearly already melted away this arrow. So why did he still suffer? Chi Pu still didn't die, but he couldn't move his body at all, completely sealed. Meng Tianjing's blood essence didn't enter his body, but a wave of terrifying power pierced in, destroying his life force. Your bloodline is indeed powerful, worthy of being the descendant of an undying king. However, this doesn't mean much. What is important is my battle aura, my strength. I only borrowed the strength of the blood essence. I am strong because of me, not because of my bloodline, Meng Tianjing said coldly. He stepped forward, advancing. The everlasting sword core appeared in his hand again, the divine sword brandished. With a piu sound, Chi Pu's head was removed. I'll be borrowing your head, Meng Tianjing shouted. He really removed the head of someone from an emperor clan, going to use it as an offering to the great predecessors and heroic spirits who fought to the death in this great desert in the past. With a piu noise, Blood rushed extremely high into the air, releasing 5-colored brilliance, dazzling and resplendent. A head tumbled down. This was just too shocking. Everyone was stupefied. Who was this? This was Chi Pu, someone from an emperor clan, someone at the peak of mortal Tao, able to overlook the mortal world, unstoppable, undefeated in the secular realm, someone who was without equal. However, in the end, he was still defeated. Someone this powerful, someone who didn't come into this world for tens of thousands of years, coming here to intimidate imperial past masses, ultimately had his head removed. Emperor clans always remained in seclusion, rarely coming out because they were too strong. Most of the time, they remained in the ancestral land, watching the ebb and flow of the mortal realm. Their statuses were high up above. The impression they gave others was peerless and tyrannical, impossible to surmount, reigning supreme in this world. As long as they appeared, there were no problems that couldn't be resolved. Could be said that at the same level they always defeated their opponents, crushing all in their path. There were no exceptions. However, today it was completely different, this norm completely overturned. Chi Pu had his head removed, the headless body collapsing, blood gushing out. It really was horrifying. At this moment, the world was silent. Many people were paying close attention, all of them shocked upon seeing this scene. Chi Pu was killed in battle. Senior Meng won. He took his head. Finally, someone shouted from Imperial Pass side, screaming out crazily as if he had gone mad. This kind of battle success was rarely seen from past to now, never heard of before. For the glory of this degree, one had to perhaps go all the way back to Immortal ancient era, only the people of those times accomplishing this type of thing. 1. We defeated the Emperor clan. Took his head. Ahaha! The leaders who left the city all roared out, incomparably moved, as if they went mad. Ha! Evil bastards! Don't stop being arrogant now. What matchless Emperor clan? Wasn't a head cut down by my side's supreme being? If you have the guts, then come invade us again. Someone roared with laughter, tears even flowing out. It was because in all these years, after fighting with the great army of the other side, they felt so oppressed, constantly being humiliated, most of the time at a disadvantage, always suffering defeats. Today, the situation was reversed with a single battle. Great Elder killed supreme beings one after the next. In the end, an arrow even shot through the Emperor clan supreme being, removing his head. Just how dazzling and glorious was this? This type of battle accomplishment surpassed all of the past. Definitely a huge victory. The significance tremendous. Inside Imperial Pass, on the city wall, Jean Taijuan's expression changed again and again, leaving her shaken. Her face was a bit green, extremely ugly. It wasn't that she didn't know Meng Tianzheng was strong, but she never expected it to be so ridiculously so. After leaving the city, he continuously killed supreme beings, heroicness unmatched, in the end even removed the head of someone from an emperor clan. Just how dazzling of an achievement was this? The more dazzling Meng Tianzheng was, the more passive she would have to be, because the two's viewpoints clashed. On the city wall, regardless of whether it was Jin family or Du family, those cultivators' faces were all not that great. They were a bit fearful. Not long ago, Jin Taijun had even said that Meng Tianzheng was impetuous and reckless for leaving the pass, not understanding the greater situation. But now, this battle was won too magnificently. They were panicking. Previously, they thought that Meng Tianzheng would most likely die outside, that he wouldn't be able to return, the same as what Jin Taijun thought. Now, it was completely different. Meng Tianzheng really slaughtered out magnificence, definitely going to return powerfully. At that time, who wouldn't feel fear? Meanwhile, on the other side, the foreign army was all extremely quiet, no one uttering a sound. They were in shock at first, not daring to believe what they were seeing, and then they became completely silent. This was definitely unendurable for them. The Emperor Clan Supreme, being known to be undefeated, had his head removed. Just how unbearable of a thing was this? In their opinion, this was humiliation. They were furious inside. The foreign side had dominated two great eras, always achieving great victories, so this type of battle success made them feel a sense of failure. Release Chi Pu. On the other side, Someone shouted, the Supreme Beings moved, activating immortal artifacts, attacking this side. However, Imperial Pass was not scared, activating the 10 Realms diagram and Iron Blood War banner to face the other side. With a honglong noise, the sky shook, great desert surging with waves, becoming extremely brilliant. Both sides couldn't do anything to the other. If they used immortal artifacts, then they could only confront each other. Chi Pu Great One, someone shouted out. This was unendurable. If someone from an emperor clan died, then it would be a tremendous matter. He was the descendant of an undying king. Moreover, that undying king was quite bloodthirsty, previously killing immortal kings. Everyone didn't know if this would bring about any wrath. They were extremely worried, hoping to get Chi Pu back somehow. However, this was impossible. After Meng Tianzheng brought the sword core down on his head, he immediately gripped it in his hand. At this time, Chi Pu was still alive. Of course, he was extremely weak, life flame flickering, about to go out at any time. On the ground, that headless corpse crumbled, and then exploded with a pu noise, because the murderous arrow entered the body, cutting away his life force, destroying everything, this flesh body obliterated. As for this head, it was long covered in cracks, primordial spirit weak, also about to die. Chi Pu was completely ashamed. Even though he was a supreme being, unfazed even if great stars exploded before his eyes. Right now, he couldn't maintain that type of calmness and aloofness. It was because he was being carried, his head grabbed. This was something he didn't even dare imagine before. How could he have lost? As someone from an emperor clan, Scarlet King's descendant, he had never encountered this type of setback in his life. He was inwardly tormented, really wanting to shatter the heavens with his roar. He couldn't accept this reality. How could he experience this type of defeat? If you want to kill, then just do it. He was quite strong-willed, however. At the final juncture, he gradually calmed down, saying coldly. Meng Tianzheng held his head, controlling his strength, not allowing the killing intent that rushed into his head to erupt, making sure his primordial spirit wouldn't go out. Then, he looked towards the foreign great army. If you all dare invade us, all of your ends will be the same. These words weren't spoken that loudly, nor were they spoken in a worked-up manner, just an ordinary line. Yet they stirred up heaven overflowing waves. The foreign creatures were all angry, however. They couldn't say anything. Even Chi Pu was defeated, what could do? They could only hope for the undying beings to cross heaven abyss. It was to the extent where people began to suspect if the man who wore the broken golden armor had already taken that step, if he could fight against undying beings. As for Imperial Pass side, everyone was cheering. The words of the young, currently in his golden years great elder, made them extremely excited, greatly inspired. Being born in Imperial Pass, protecting their territory, this was the type of feeling they should pursue. They were supposed to face powerful enemies coldly, confront them with lances, war halberds. Living in humiliation was not what they wanted. Jin Taijuan's method had previously made them feel extremely uncomfortable. Now, a bit of resentment had finally been released. Senior Meng is unmatched. Everyone cheered. Voices immediately rose and fell everywhere, eventually rumbling through this place like thunder. What do you want in exchange for letting Chi Pu go? Someone said coldly. The foreign great army all became quiet. This was something that had never happened before. The leader of their own side fell into the hands of the enemy. They all felt that this was completely absurd. If you want to kill or torture me, do as you wish, Chi Pu said directly. He felt great shame, but there was nothing he could do. His head was carried in the hand of another, making him really want to tear apart the sky dome, make the heavenly sun crack apart. If you all go back and bring Huang back, I will return Chi Pu to you all, Meng Tianjing said. Everyone's expressions changed, not only the people of the foreign side, even the cultivators of Imperial Pass were like this. It seemed like the weight of Huang in Meng Tianjing's mind really was too great, wishing to find a way to save him even now. This is most likely impossible. He has been imprisoned in the carriage, already sent off. This time, the foreign side became quiet, because this matter really couldn't be done. This was something that had been established through blood. How could it be abolished like child's play? The dignity of undying kings was great. To have them pull back was impossible. Apart from this, the foreign side rarely exchanged captives. Normally, they wouldn't compromise. The law of survival on the other side was cruel, extremely vicious. This was one of the main reasons why they were so warlike and powerful. Meng Tianjing's side, he naturally knew how the other side did things. So he didn't carry much hope, just bringing it up. However, Qi Pai's status was still extraordinary. So the foreign great army definitely still felt great restraining fear, not daring to act recklessly. In that case, then I will seal you forever. When speaking, Meng Tianjing's finger shone, imprisoning Qi Pu's primordial spirit, sealing him in a bone cauldron. What are you going to do? Qi Pu shouted. Do you understand the concept of hostage? You are one. Meng Tianjing replied. Moreover, he looked towards the foreign great army, saying, the longer Huang doesn't return, the longer he will be sealed. If Huang is harmed, he will inevitably die. Everyone was stunned, not expecting him to be like this. Qi Pu became a hostage. Then, Meng Tianjing handed Qi Pu's head that had lost its primordial spirit to Elder Qing Mu, saying, leave this behind to offer to past heroic spirits. On the other side, the foreign great army immediately erupted into a commotion, all of them going mad, wanting to go crazy, humiliated and furious. If you all can't accept this, then come over and fight. Meng Tianjing replied. Hong. Suddenly, in the limits of the great desert, a drop of blood fell, surging over. At first, it was dark red. Then, 5-colored divine light rushed into the heavens, terrifying beyond compare, closing in on this place. Everyone's expressions changed. Then, their scalps went numb. It was just a drop of blood. Yet it triggered heaven and earth great changes, surging over, making the great desert erupt in chaos, waves of sand striking the heavens. Everyone was shaking. The endless foreign great army all knelt down, starting to kowtow. In that instant, many stars in outer space began to tremble, the entire great universe starting to shake. That type of might was unimaginable, shaking heaven and earth, rising and falling along the great river of time. It was just a single drop of blood, yet it already created such an unimaginable, terrifying scene. Everyone knew that this was brought about by a foreign, unequaled being. His true body couldn't cross over, so he released out a drop of blood that crossed heaven abyss, flying towards this battlefield. A drop of blood, sparkling and translucent, erupting with 5-colored undying light rushed over. It looked like an extremely small drop, but the power was tremendous, crushing the world until it rumbled with noise, about to collapse. Imperial Pass on the city wall. Many people shivered in fear. Even though there was a giant city protecting them, making it hard to break through, everyone still panicked. Their souls couldn't help but shake. I just knew that Meng Tianjing provoked a huge disaster. I already set the conditions, yet he still leaves the city. If there is a great disaster today, he will be a sinner condemned by history. Jin Taijun said. As for the cultivators of various clans, including Jin family, Du family and others, they all couldn't utter a single word. These terrifying fluctuations made all of their faces turn deathly pale. Many people felt that the undying king couldn't be prevailed over. What if they really moved, crossing over, breaking through the city? They shouldn't be able to really cross over, right? A few people said with trembling voices. This was a leader from Du family. Whether or not they will cross realms, it has always been 50-50. It will just depend on how they feel. Jin Taijun said while holding the wooden staff in hand. In front of Imperial Pass, the expressions of the soldiers who left the city naturally paled as well. Even though they were unyielding and fearless, this type of pressure was extremely difficult for their bodies to bear. Hong. Several immortal artifacts shone, isolating this place from the outside world. Strand after strand of white mist was released, immortal energy pervading the air, protecting them. However, that drop of blood also underwent a strange change, quickly enlarging like a sea, engulfing the heavens above and earth below, swiftly approaching, covering the world. It was as if Judgment Day arrived, leaving everyone shaken. Everyone panicked, hard for them to resist. Stars began to tremble one after another in outer space, shaking, about to break apart, collapse at this time. One drop of blood actually created this type of world-ending scene. How could one not feel any fear? Undying King! At this moment, after the foreign great army prostrated themselves in worship, they all cheered, greatly moved, their expressions fervent, carrying reverence and incomparable admiration as they looked at the sea of blood. The five-colored blood surged, truly sweeping over like a vast body of water, submerging this place. Iron Blood War Banner. What are you waiting for if you aren't going to revive now? Meng Tianjing stood there. With a wave of his hand, the tattered war banner entered his hands. He released a great roar, and then it was fiercely flung out. The tattered war flag had experienced the baptism of endless time, carrying the profoundness and great changes of endless time. With a hua noise, it moved, rushing forward, and then it continuously enlarged. In the end, it began to flutter about. The originally dim banner surface released matchless killing intent that overflowed into the heavens, roiling and surging about. As the great banner rushed into the skies, it was as if a silver river spun about, fluttering with noise, releasing dazzling radiance. There were traces of blood on its surface. Even though a great era had passed, it still hadn't completely dried up. It was because this was the blood of an immortal king, right now looking as if it was going to fall off, continuously trickle from the banner's surface. It carried a wave of unimaginable aura, crossing past and present, more resplendent than the sun and moon, releasing incomparable power. This was a supreme treasure, an unmatched magical artifact, even more so the past immortal king corpse wrapping cloth. It previously carried the corpses of two immortal kings back from the battlefield, the blood essence all flowing into the banner. At this time, the foreign undying king's blood appeared, angering the war banner, making the immortal king blood within erupt. It was because it sensed the blood energy of the past enemies, surging with a great grudge that crossed endless generations. They were old enemies, the hatred only ending with the death of the other side, forever unable to coexist. Even though the foreign king's drop of blood was terrifying, turning into a sea, the revived Iron Blood War banner was even more frightening, immortal might matchless. Originally, to make the banner truly revive, it would require unimaginable divine force, requiring a huge price to be paid, and even then, it might not succeed, only able to display some of its power. However, it was different this time. This time, it completely revived on its own. The immortal king blood dormant within erupted, pouring outwards, as if it was going to burn the 9 great heavens. This was the past immortal blood, carrying the unfading resentment of deceased immortal kings. Battle aura poured outwards, engulfing the heavens above and earth below, immediately rushing over. It was unknown just how many tens of thousands of li the war banner stretched out for. Covered the sky dome. With a hong noise, it immediately broke apart the 5-colored sea of blood, directly making it explode. That drop of undying blood revealed its original form, becoming a single drop again, sparkling and replete, like a small sky. Hong! The banner fluttered about, flying out once more, sweeping over. That drop of blood was surrounded, directly absorbed by the banner's surface. One could vaguely hear immortal voices spreading, this being the wrath of kings, the roars of past heroic spirits. Immediately after, heaven and earth became quiet, all of the terrifying irregular scenes disappearing without a trace. Only a great banner fluttered in the air, dark red in color, carrying a simple and ancient aura, the blood restrained within. Everyone was horrified. This banner was far more terrifying than they imagined after all, extremely important. A drop of true blood released by an undying king was absorbed and refined by it just like that. The foreign great army was excited and cheering just now, but everything now came to a grunting stop. Everyone was petrified, becoming like clay sculptures. That drop of blood was absorbed just like that. The Iron Blood War banner quickly revived, But after breaking down that drop of blood, it became dim again. Kill! Meng Tianzheng released a great roar, personally brandishing the banner in the foreign great army's direction. The banner turned into an expanse of mountains and rivers. Countless experts' figures roared out, the despair they felt when they faced the war of the last days. Their unyielding expressions all appeared. In the end, it all turned into raging flames of war, surging fighting spirit. They charged at their enemy. Right now, the past scenes reappeared, the deceased heroic spirits as if they were going to walk out from the banner, slaughter towards the enemy together. There were figures everywhere, all of them heroic spirits. They roared out, the sound shaking this world. Kill! Countless people roared out, carrying the unwillingness of immortal ancient, the resistance of the past, everything now appearing again. The great banner fluttered about, rushing forward murderously. We're leaving! The foreign supreme beings were all shaken, all of them activating immortal weapons. The heaven and earth pouch, violet gold hammer and other magical artifacts all revived, resisting here. This was especially the case with the heaven and earth pouch, sucking away the great army. They quickly withdrew. They already lost this battle. Chipu was captured, life and death difficult to say. They didn't wish to continue fighting. Of course, the main reason was because that foreign king's drop of blood was sucked away, leaving them feeling terrified, hearts carrying restraining fear. Hong! Even though there were several immortal artifacts sheltering them, when the great banner shook, the banner surface was still covered with endless troops. With a hong-long noise, they were completely swept through. Then, it carried those people into the air, and then with a light shake, a pu noise, all of them were turned into ashes. This was the terrifying part of a supreme being. If they really were to display power, it would be unimaginable. At this time, the heaven and earth pouch not only sucked in many men. The most important thing was that the artifacts all shone, producing a heaven-reaching barrier, quickly bringing them all away in retreat. Kill! After Meng Tianzheng took action, the leaders who left the city with him were all fired up, roaring out, crazily activating divine force, assisting in the activation of the immortal artifacts. As for Elder Qingmu and the other unmatched beings, there was even less of a need to talk about them. They activated the 10 Realms diagram, 9 Phoenix Furnace and other artifacts, chasing after the enemy. Kill! Right now, even inside Imperial Pass, many people couldn't help but roar out. Even Wang family, Du family, Pichot clan and others had people who felt their blood boiling. It was because when had they ever seen a scene like this? The foreign creatures were actually chasing after the foreign great army's tails. This really was too refreshing. Never happened before. Could be said that this battle made them feel incredibly happy. Even many great clans in the city couldn't sit still anymore. A few experts roaring out, rushing out of the pass, wishing to follow Meng Tianzheng in killing the enemy. The great desert was boundless, but immortal artifacts were extraordinary. Extremely fast, they quickly passed through heaven abyss, rushing into the limits of the horizon. Hong! The immortal artifact rushed forward, a few foreign cultivators exploding to pieces, turning into bloody mist. Even though the two sides had the heaven and earth pouch and 10 realms diagram protecting them, difficult for them to truly be killed, there were still some people who died. Dong! Suddenly, Great Elder stopped, no longer advancing. He held the great banner in his hand, indicating for everyone to stop as well. It was because they could see the land not covered under heaven abyss from here. There were terrifying figures there, towering with an everlasting mist like demonic mountains that had existed as long as time itself, not moving at all. They were indistinct, difficult to see clearly, but the pressure they gave off was incredibly great. These were creatures with power surpassing the peak of mortal Tao. They didn't move, looking at heaven abyss, as if they were contemplating something, as if they were looking for a solution to a problem. The cultivators of various clans who rushed here all stopped, the shouts of war ceasing. They put away their agitated emotions, silently looking forward. We're leaving. Meng Tianjing's body staggered, coughing out a mouthful of blood, speaking these words. Great Elder, Senor Meng. Many people cried out in alarm, scared that something unexpected would happen to him. After all, not long ago, Meng Tianjing slaughtered supreme beings alone. There was no way he didn't pay any price. I am fine. Meng Tianjing's expression was pale. In the end, he gave the limits of the great earth a look, and then with regret and a bit of unwillingness, he said, "When can we slaughter our way over?" In the end, Imperial Pass cultivators all crowded around, supporting great elders back. None of them expected things to end in this type of great victory. When they approached Imperial Pass, they couldn't help but roar out again, release their excited emotions, shaking heaven and earth. Meanwhile, there were cheers from within the city as well. However, many people were still calm. They knew that this matter was far from finished. This was especially the case with Jin family's people who were the most scared. Du family, Pisho clan, and the others were all uneasy. Meng Tianjing returned alive. Would he decide to deal with them? Many experts were wondering about this. Meng Tianjing didn't get along with Jin Taijun. This time, there will most likely be a great clash now that he returned. Jin Taijun was currently forcefully holding her walking stick, fingers turning green, the result of using too much force, revealing just how uneasy she was feeling. It was because she knew that now that Meng Tianjing returned, he might very well target her. Meng Tianjing continuously struck down supreme beings through this battle, even taking an Emperor clan supreme being hostage. Everyone all cheered greatly. Imperial Pass was bustling with excitement. When they entered the city, it was unknown just how many creatures swarmed over. They all cheered, screaming out, emotionally moved, some even shedding tears. It was because this battle really wasn't easy. They actually achieved this type of great victory. In past battles, they had already lost count of how many times they suffered defeat. From past until now, too many heroic individuals from Imperial Pass fell, all of them outstanding figures from the various clans. However, in the end, they actually died in such a dismal manner, even supreme beings withering away. Yet today, Meng Tianjing massacred the other side so valiantly, forcing back the endless enemy army, sweeping through their men, divine might unstoppable, leaving everyone shaken. Inside the city, people filled every street, all of them coming after receiving news, watching over this place, waiting for their army to return. This time, the experts from various clans who went out of the city all appeared extremely dazzling. They sat on their mounts, heads raised high, also extremely stirred up. Originally, these people thought that they were going to meet death, merely accompany Meng Tianjing in battle, completely going for broke. Who would have expected that they would be able to return victorious? In all these years, each battle would inevitably result in losses. The city was always in deep grief, while this time, the situation was so grim, but it had such a glorious conclusion, exceeding everyone's expectations. Senior Meng's divine might is without equal. These roars were truly heartfelt, because after so many years of resentment, they could finally vent out a bit of their frustration, kill foreign supreme beings, capture one of their emperor clan. This really was a heaven-shocking achievement. War God! It was unknown who was the first to shout this, but then many people began to shout this, their voices shaking heaven and earth, resounding through Emperor City. Jin Taijuan's expression was cold, leaning on her walking stick. The Jin family men who followed behind her were all quiet, hiding behind her, all of them keeping quiet out of fear. Meng Tianjing truly displayed unmatched heroicness during this fight. Compared to Jin Taijuan's attitude, it was practically two polar extremes. Many people sensed something. They couldn't help but look in that direction. Not long ago, Jin Taijun offered out Huang, placing him in the foreign side's hands, thus unable to get him back. When they thought back to this, many people felt ashamed and uneasy, unable to hold back long sighs. Just how brilliant were Huang's battle accomplishments. He killed countless enemies, yet he ended up in this type of state. When some people thought back to this, they couldn't hold back roars. It was too regretful. They sent off Huang just like that. The expressions of Jin family's people were all ugly. Right now, they were being watched. Yet there wasn't the slightest bit of brilliance, instead making their faces red hot, leaving them in an uncomfortable state. Wang family, Du family, Pishio, and other great clans had awkward expressions. Previously, they also always supported Jin Taijun, however, who would have expected that things would end up like this? What are you all still doing here? Standing around here for? Just what kind of place do you think this is? Jin Taijun berated. Senior Meng is now returning off a great victory. We are waiting to congratulate him. What Jin family's people didn't expect was that there was actually someone who dared to directly contradict and speak out against her. Pang! At this time, Meng Tianzheng accepted the head dripping with blood from Elder Qing Mu, directly flinging it out towards ancestral altar, the place where offerings were made to heroic spirits. This scene immediately triggered another uproar. Many people shouted and roared. Too many great predecessors had died throughout the generations, some of them extremely stunning, but they all met an early demise. Meanwhile, quite a few of their descendants were here, still guarding Imperial Pass, fighting great battles year after year. As their descendants, they naturally felt a wave of blood energy surge within them. When they roared out, their voices were even trembling, difficult to control, some of them practically choking with emotion. Meng Tianzheng expunged the disgrace and humiliation past heroes faced, killing supreme beings, capturing someone from an emperor clan, using the descendant of an undying king as an offering. This naturally made them all feel great emotions, making their blood boil. "Thank you, Senior Meng," someone shouted loudly. Could be said that at this moment, Meng Tianjing did what everyone yearned for, all clans grateful. "What a pity, Huang." At this moment, Meng Tianjing spoke these words, carrying regret and also anger, his voice ice-cold. He looked towards Jin Taijun. When they heard these words, the cultivators of various clans felt even more ashamed and resentful. If they stopped with full force, risking their lives to fight the other side, perhaps things wouldn't have been like this. Everyone knew that Huang established tremendous contributions. That wooden chest was related to too much, something the foreign undying kings desired. Yet his end was so miserable. When he arrived at the other side, could he have a good end? They suspected that many great clans wouldn't let him go. After all, he had killed just too many from their side. Moreover, when he was inside Imperial Pass, the people already saw the various clans taking action against him, to the extent where even a supreme being pointed out, imprisoning him, stabbing through his chest with a spear, blood gushing everywhere. That scene left everyone with an incredibly deep impression. Huang didn't lower his head, his body still tall and straight. He was so stubborn and unyielding. How could his fate be good in the other side? Jin Taijun spoke up, saying, "We all know that the undying kings can cross over, but whether they will not charge through Heaven Abyss is 50-50. No one able to say for sure if they will make a move. Huang's matter is indeed a pity. Imperial Pass has let him down. But his life and death has exchanged for 500 years of peace in Imperial Pass." Meng Tianjing coughed, blood flowing out from the corners of his lips. Even though the golden armor he wore was shining brilliantly, his expression was extremely dismal, extremely pale. His body staggered, a bit unstable, color fading from his face. Then, with a wah sound, he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. His body staggered, almost falling on the ground. "Senior Meng." Many people cried out in alarm, worried for his sake. They all realized that after Meng Tianzheng shot down supreme beings, captured the Emperor Clan Supreme being alive, he wasn't unaffected, but rather paid a tremendous price. Now, his injuries were acting out. Light flickered past Jin Taijun's eyes. She raised her head, looking forward and said, "Even if I have to take on a blackened name, I will still choose to protect Imperial Pass, ensure that it has 500 years of peace." Hong. Immediately afterwards, Meng Tianjing's entire body shone. Even though his body was seriously injured, blood still surged within him. His sharp eyebrows stood on end, erupting with anger. He pushed aside Elder Qing Mu, who was currently supporting him, and then pressed forward step by step. He was like an angry lion, his damaged golden armor carrying blood, releasing dazzling light that shot into the heavens. The originally pitch-black long hair was now dyed in a golden color, every strand sparkling, carrying bloody mist. He walked over with powerful steps, incredibly domineering and powerful. Meng Tianjing, what are you trying to do? Jin Taijun shouted. Her entire body surged with astral winds, great Tao laws surrounding her, pupils a deep cold. You said that the creatures of that place can descend after 500 years, arrive in desolate border? Meng Tianjing asked with a cold voice, his head of hair all standing on end. Everyone knew that he was now truly angered, not like this even when facing the foreign great army. His eyes about to become thoroughly red, glaring coldly at Jin Taijun. My Jin family, for the sake of protecting Imperial Pass, did not hesitate to use up endless time to search the world, paying a tremendous price in order to find this information. Jin Taijun replied, protecting Imperial Pass, is it just selling out meritorious heroes like this? Great Elder berated. That young and heroic face was full of coldness, carrying heaven overflowing killing intent. Around him golden flames raged. He was like a war god bathed in flames, aura oppressing Imperial Pass as he pressed towards Jin Taijun, shouting, I know far better than you that making the creatures of that side descend isn't a matter of 500 years at all. The so-called tremendous price you paid only managed to bring back this bit of news. These words left everyone shocked. The so-called 500 years were for nothing? Everyone became stupefied, as if they fell into an icehouse. The creatures of that place, what they want to see is bravery, our determination to resist the other side. Only by doing our best ourselves, fight a bloody battle to the end, even head straight to the end of the line, will they appear. Meng Tianjing roared. He was like a war immortal. When he roared, Imperial Pass was shaking in response. Many people's expressions turning pale white, their courage completely about to collapse. Fortunately, even though he was angry, he still controlled himself, not injuring everyone. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. You are talking nonsense to incite so-called fighting spirit, purposely blotting out my Jin family's contributions, doing this out of selfish motives. What contributions do you have? Unable to do anything right, making many people's hearts go cold. Meng Tianjing berated. No one expected him to be this angry. Hong. Immediately afterwards, Meng Tianjing took action, starting to attack. You are like this after all. For that so-called, making all clans' hearts go cold, targeting me like this. Jin Taijun berated. Haven't made the slightest contribution, yet you dare claim credit for other people's achievements? Not understanding any shame, Meng Tianjing reached out a large hand, covering heaven and earth. Jin family's people all trembled, Piu Tong sounds ringing out endlessly. They all fell weakly onto the ground, bodies trembling, unable to stand up at all. Even with the divine splendor Jin Taijun released covering them, it still didn't do anything. These people felt like they had fallen into an icehouse, straight to hell, shivering in fear. Hong. Jin Taijun activated an ancient treasure, the violet gold mace. It carried chaotic energy, smashing towards Meng Tianjing, wishing to strike through this great hand. Dang! Meng Tianjing didn't back off, actually facing it with the golden palm, striking on the violet gold mace. The noise was ear-splitting, directly blasting aside the supreme being weapon. Jin Taijun's scalp became tense. This was but her Tao-achieving weapon, sturdy and unbreaking, within it large amounts of immortal gold. Yet it was struck aside just like that. Meng Tianjing, are you trying to rebel? Jin Taijun shouted. Have you gotten used to bossing people around? Is whether anyone is rebelling or not for you to decide. You really think too highly of yourself. In the distance, the heavenly horned and shouted. As for Qing Yi, Lunar Jade Rabbit, Chang Gongyan and others, they all tightly clenched their fists, hoping for Great Elder to display might, capture Jin Taijun. Hong. Great Elder didn't disappoint. He was too ferocious, boldness unmatched. He used the imperishable scripture, his palms unstoppable, striking through the other side's precious technique light barriers, pressing forward. Kill! Jin Taijun released a grunt, spurting out a mouthful of blood on this violet gold mace, activating this Tao-achieving weapon to kill the other side. However, Immediately afterwards, her eyes widened. Meng Tianjing's palms released strange light, operating the imperishable scripture to the extreme, condensing a terrifying symbol. Kacha. This strike was extremely tyrannical, too ferocious, the palm actually breaking the weapon with large amounts of immortal gold inside, the so-called supreme being mace-broken. Pa! Meanwhile, Great Elder rushed over, not directly suppressing her, instead raising his sleeve, and then with a pa sound, Jin Taijun was struck viciously on the face. You dare humiliate me?